Okay, I think we're live. Welcome to the stream. Hey, what's up, Jeremy? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Good morning, Grace, wherever you are. Ben and Grace had a nice aquatic beach adventure yesterday. VP up in arms over. She's gonna basically, she said, turn her account into an ad farming thing by like streaming on mute because she's mad at the viewers. Jedi Rich and Jedi Joy are still continuing their, I think they're on day 3 today of no sugar. Joy was up early, vacuuming and whatnot. What's up, South to West? Ruby was on Lowe's show last night. They did a trivia contest. It had a couple people that were extremely interesting. This guy named Justin. I'm thinking about going on and talking to him on Celebrity Sunday. And then Noel was hilarious. What's up, Ember? But I think that's it on the updates. Ruby, though, has reached out and established contact with Bethadone. And I think we're going to see some Ruby Bethadone content at some point, which is great. Anything else? What else happened? Anything? I don't think so. Well, today we've got a whale of a show. 5 big classic daytime talk shows, including, I think, at least 2 that have the original commercials. Each of these more spectacular than the last. All the big names that you would recognize. You know, Rolanda, Ricky Lake, Geraldo, Donahue, I think. All for regular ticket prices. What a show. I can't wait. There's one on here. Bethadone may go live today. Oh boy. I better have the record ready just in case. I think she said, though, she's not doing any more like drinking on stream. So hopefully the streams won't get deleted. I'm not planning on it. I was really high last night, and I thought it would be funny to talk to him, but I'm considering it because I did say it, so I figured I should probably do it. Anything else? Gosh. Well, now I'm backwards. I'm back on the news segment instead of this show. Anyway, there's one episode on here that I've wanted to show forever, but it's 58 minutes long, and it just like really, it's like a huge block of time, but we're finally going to watch it. And then at the end, what's up, ATF Media? At the end, I got an episode of Springer that we're going to try to watch. It's from before the show was like I don't know. I think it was syndicated, but it wasn't like as corporate. It wasn't quite as like. I think we might be able to get away with watching this one. I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. But I'm going to put it at the end so that if something happens, doesn't fuck up the rest of the stream. Anyway, let's get started with our first episode. This is the Ricky Lake Show. Men groping women exposed.
They fingers, all them thongs and tight clothes they be wearing.
Why do men think they have the right?
They asking for it, you know what I'm saying?
Stripped,
Began trying to rip my clothes off.
groped,
It's pretty much the scariest experience that anybody can ever go through.
Did you scream for help?
violated.
I don't respect what
Yeah, I saw that Val Kilmer died. It's sad. I highly recommend on Val Kilmer that you watch The Island of Dr. Moreau, which is one of his worst movies, but I think it's one of his most important movies. And then watch the documentary. I can't remember what the name of it is, but it's the documentary about Richard Stanley trying to make that movie. And it's not flattering to Val Kilmer, but it's real, which is what's important. It's like you get to know the actual person of Val Kilmer. Real Genius is a great movie. That might be one of my favorite Val Kilmer movies. I showed that terrible. Have you guys ever seen The Snowman, where he has like a really small part in it? It's like it's based off of some like Swedish book or something. That was pretty bad. Only Use Me Blade was a big groping proponent.
you said you gonna disrespect women. If that was my mother, it would be hell to pay. A lot of women, you know what I'm saying, they asking for it.
You need to be thrown off the stage.
Today on Ricky.
Oh yeah, definitely good. I'll kick off a long-term tribute run like I'm doing for Gene Hackman right now. For good old Val. That's what we can do next week. I'll try to get my library account cleared off, and we'll go to the library and we'll just check out every Val Kilmer movie they have.
Earlier this summer, when guests on today's
show went out for what they thought
Where's
would be a
my lighter?
pleasant day in the sun. They never imagined the sheer terror that awaited them. They went out to take in the Puerto Rican Day Parade in New York City, expecting only to enjoy a colorful celebration of Puerto Rican culture. They never expected what happened next. After the parade in broad daylight, gangs of young men went wild in the middle of Central Park, with New York City police standing nearby, and scores of women between the ages of 14 and 40 were sexually attacked. Take a look. For the more than 1 million who attended the annual Puerto Rican Day Parade, it was a day of joy and pride. But for a small group of women, it turned into a day of degradation and terror. As the parade was winding down, a gang of sadistic young thugs, drunk and stoned, began...
I like the documentary, but as always, I think being it like, I don't know, I think they did a good job of showing some of the like darker side of it, but like it was a little too much of a fluff piece for me, but I thought it was well done though.
And dousing young women with water, then tore at their clothes, groped and fondled them, even though there were thousands of police present. Encouraged by...
It's not the volume, ATF. I think the issue is this is not in mono, but it's in like some kind of weird, it looks like it's feeding like 80% of the audio through the, it's feeding like 80% of the audio through the left ear channel and or through the left channel, and then like 10% through the right channel. I don't really know how to fix that. I could turn the one up, or I could turn it up, but then that would make everything, like, it would make the other louder, I would think. But I don't know, let's see.
By news broadcasts and headlines, Ashana and Josina were among the scores of other women who came forward, adding to the tale.
Like, that's about as loud as I can take it up without it, like, being way over the top in the red.
Terror and accusing the NYPD of looking the other way.
What made me angry is that he offered me no assistance at all, because he's a police officer, and I was like, okay, if you're not going to help me, where do I go from here?
The officers who we count on for our protection on a daily basis, I felt like they betrayed me.
What ignited these wilding attacks? In their own defense, some of those arrested claimed the women were asking for it by dressing provocatively. What do you think? Is it a case of women dressing inappropriately or of men behaving badly? Some of those victims and witnesses join us today, but as horrible as that experience was, we also have guests on today's show who say the women who were attacked deserved it. We'll see what happens when they face the victims of those appalling crimes who say,
It's such an 80s ending, too, like a house filling up with popcorn to Everybody Wants to Rule the World.
I was stripped, groped, and violated. Why do men think they have the right? Pretty emotional because we will be sharing the terror of some of the women who were attacked during New York City's Puerto Rican Day Parade. And then, believe it or not, some of the guests we'll meet later in the show insist that those women were asking for it. Josina and Peyton say that is the farthest thing from the truth. They went to the parade on that hot June day, and their lives will never be the same. Also joining us today is Josina's attorney, Sanford Rubenstein. Peyton, why don't you tell us what happened? Now, you were not at the parade. You were just rollerblading in the park.
I went out for a normal Sunday afternoon, skating in the park with a friend of mine. We took a few loops, had a nice afternoon, came out of the park, and as we exited the same place where we had come into the park, I was surrounded by men who then dumped water and beer over me, pulled me to the ground on my back.
They grabbed your backpack, because we saw it on the news, right?
They were groping me at first, and then they dragged me down onto my back and surrounded me and began trying to rip my clothes off, and I truly felt that I was going to die.
This is a pretty crazy story. I need to look up, we need to see if there's a documentary on YouTube or like a news report or something. This seems like it was like a huge thing, but I sure don't remember it.
Scream for help?
National news, though, was different back then. Like,
I screamed for help while the crowd chanted, "Go."
And you went to look for the police. Apparently you went to 10 to 11 police officers.
I had to claw my way out of that crowd first. One of the men who was attacking me seemed to have a change of heart. He said it's too much for her or it's gone too far and proceeded to try to help me stand up. It would have been very difficult for me to stand up while I was surrounded, being grabbed.
And you're on rollerblades.
And I was on skates. So he began to help me, and as he began to help me out of the crowd, he also hit on me. So
I think there's got to be a news report about this. This seems like a pretty big story. I'm interested to see like what the hell happened. Maybe they'll cover it in here, how everything, because I'm sure at some point it was like a normal parade, and then there had to be like some, you know what I mean? There's always like some like fuse that gets lit, or like one like group of people that start shit.
Wow. I mean,
at that point, I got away and waited for my friend to come out, who was also disoriented because he had lost me, and began trying to reach police officers who were very, very close by.
Very close by.
Within sight.
And you went up to them and they said what? You said, I was assaulted.
I said I was assaulted. I was dragged on my... I didn't use the words assault at that time, actually. I said I was attacked. I was dragged on my back. They tried to rip my clothes off of me. Please help. Please do something. Someone's going to get hurt very badly in there. If you don't do something, it's going to get much worse.
What did he say?
He just brushed me off.
Let me ask Josina, you had a similar situation. You were with a girlfriend.
I mean, as I'm sitting here and I'm listening to Peyton, this is actually one of the first times me and Peyton have actually had a chance to meet, and I'm listening to her story, and so much of what she's saying is just like the same thing. Me and my friend, we just went to the park. It was good. I mean, well, we went to attend the parade, but by the time we had got there, the parade was over. And we were told by someone that there were going to still be festivities in the park. So that was the only reason why we had actually even went into the park, is because we thought that there were going to be still some festivities going on in the park. When we got to the point in the park where the attack would happen, Ashana was sprayed with water, I was sprayed with water, and I turned around, and at that second, I just wouldn't see Ashana anymore because there were just like wall-to-wall people, just guys everywhere. I mean, I don't know if you can imagine if everybody in maybe this whole section just surrounded you. I mean, I'm 4'11" and 3/4, and most guys are taller than me, and I pretty much had to fight my way
4'11" and 3/4
out of that scene. But even as I fought
I feel like Lalo would include a fraction like that if he was telling people his height.
my way out of the scene, I couldn't find my friend, so I was forced to go back into that crowd.
You remember this, South to West? So there's got to be some at least local news reports about it, I would think.
Out to look for my friend, where when I went back into the crowd, I was continuously assaulted while I was trying to find my friend.
They were groping you, touching you, trying to rip your clothes off.
Was tied here and here. The one at the top, they got that one loose, and at that point I was completely exposed. And like she said, it's pretty much the scariest experience that anybody can ever go through, because for those seconds it felt like maybe a plastic bag was over my head and I couldn't breathe. Because you don't know.
And let me just say, there were more cops in the park that day because of the parade, right?
You have to understand that this was right at the entrance of the park. It was completely unobstructed. There was right on the roadway. I would say there were officers lined up on the street in vans outside the park. You could see clearly to the exit.
So you must feel like you were attacked twice. You were attacked not only by these boys, but you were also attacked by the police because they did nothing to help you, to protect you. Sanford, you wanted to say something?
These attacks took place about 6:15 Peyton's and 6:30 Josina, and early in the afternoon, police officers were being told by people.
This guy kind of has a Jedi Rich cadence.
There are attacks going on by these young men. The police were on notice that attacks were occurring, sexual attacks of women, and they did nothing to stop it.
We actually know that there were 8 911 calls placed to the New York City Police Department that day, and we still do not have any information about those calls, and the police department has not revealed.
No, I know you both have lawsuits pending with the New York City Police Department. I know we can't talk much about that, but how has
Sturbridge police should pay attention to this.
this changed your lives? I mean, this happened, when was the Puerto Rican Day Parade? What day was that? The 11th.
Jedi
June
Sanford.
11th, okay. How has it affected you now?
I am now a certified rape prevention counselor. Has that settled you where you can walk down the street without fear? Nothing will ever bring back the safety I felt. In the presence of police officers who I used to rely on, I feel very skittish.
Hi, I want to get you involved. You seem to be affected by this. Were you there?
Yeah, very much. I have a group of girls. One of them, my daughter that's here right now, and their ages are from 8 to 15. We march throughout the parade dancing, and my girls have their outfits, which are shorts with fringes, and their bras are fringes, which is exposed, okay? And we, like Peyton just mentioned, there was going to be entertainment in the park. We were one of them. The LES girl dancers were going to be dancing at the Central Park. But due to what happened, what was going on.
Yeah, Blade could get pretty degen, man. His IRLs, though, were so entertaining. I remember he used to just, like, go to a mall and just walk around with, like, nothing to do and no point to anything. And he'd just end up, like, getting lost in the mall or falling down the stairs or, you know, something weird, saying the wrong thing to the wrong person.
Because this was, prior to their attack, this was going on throughout the whole parade. After we finished marching, people were telling us, don't go in the park, the guys are going crazy. You have these girls exposed, you're not going to be able to really dance.
That sounds like a 1970s horror film, Don't Go in the Park.
What's going to happen is they're going to wind up getting molested, touched, or whatever the case is.
You did not go?
I did not go because of that. I took my girls.
It doesn't happen on Pulaski Day because Chet Dragon and Mary Lou were there, and what's his name? Not George Doronda. What's the other guy's name? The polka guy. Ah, damn it.
And left. And I feel
Larry Chesky. Yeah, Larry Chesky.
That I don't care what these women were wearing, what they had on. You do not do this to women, especially the Latino men that were involved in this. I feel we were humiliated by them. Not only humiliated, but I felt like I was violated. And
well, let me just say, it wasn't just Latino men that were involved.
No, not John Lewan. What's up, Built to Spill?
In this.
Say that as a Latina woman, okay, there was a mixture of races.
Remember Larry Chesky all the way back from like I think he was maybe the first guest ever on Primetime. And then I don't think we've seen him since except in flashbacks.
There, but I'm referring to the Latino men itself. That how could you do this? You could have a sister. You could have a mother that happened to them. It could have happened to their family. And I find that a disgrace. I'm sorry.
It's chilling. And let me also add that Peyton was wearing a t-shirt and bike shorts and rollerblades.
I was wearing an exercise top and shorts. I was not trying to look sexy. That was not my intention at all. It was 92 degrees that day. I was trying to stay healthy and not overheat. So that's pretty important.
The bottom line is nobody asks for that and no one deserves to be treated that way. Please stay with us. When we come back, we'll hear from...
I'm not sure what's going on, but I have access to a bunch of Thorpe TV streams that are now considered unlisted. But like, remember we went through my clips and like a bunch of them were missing? A bunch of them filled in last night when I was going through and seeing if there was anything I could grab real quick to put up last night for a clip. But then if I go to Thorpe TV, they're unlisted, but I guess maybe because I made the clip, like it allows me to access the unlisted videos. I don't know.
A man who said
I thought that was kind of weird. I did go ahead though, and I did record some of it just to have it. I got what I think is I got the video of them when they first installed the Shure mics in the front of the RV. I clipped that, and then that segues into them going to eat at Subway. And then I think I ended the clip after Subway.
It's a man's prerogative to grope and manhandle women. Don't go away. More to come.
I was held down. They ripped across my shorts. They were trying to penetrate me with their fingers.
You blame the women that were attacked. You say it's their fault. Why?
Oh boy.
All them thongs and tight clothes they be wearing, they asking for it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, there's telling you right, like straight off the bat that guy gets removed.
I don't respect what you said. You gonna disrespect women. If that was my mother, it would be hell to pay. It would be hell to pay, straight up.
And spice.
I had to pistol whip a bitch because she stepped in my face.
And everything nice.
I smoke weed. Big deal.
Is that what little girls are made of?
I have found
I'm not looking forward to it, south to west.
graphic pictures of her.
Can Ricky stop these out-of-control teens from terrorizing their parents
I need help.
and destroying their families?
What's hard?
Just living with her.
We thought of one way that just might straighten these kids out.
Next,
Boot camp?
Ricky.
Oh, I missed the boot camp episodes. All right, I'll be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. I gotta make a phone call.
We are back. We are talking to women who were victims of the wilding attacks that took place in Central Park after New York City's Puerto Rican Day Parade. Ashana says about 30 guys swarmed all over her that day, groping and sexually attacking her. And when she went to the police for help, they ignored her. She has filed a lawsuit against the city of New York, and she's here with their mother, Angela, and their attorney, Sanford. Thank you for being here. So can I ask what you were wearing? Because I know a lot of people that think that women are asking for it are saying that they're dressing provocatively. You also were dressed for this summer, 92-degree weather.
I had on black shorts and a black tank top and black sandals. It wasn't nothing too provocative.
And how did you know? I mean, did you see this coming? Did you, or it just came up so
They
quickly?
made it seem like it was all good. It was cool. You know, you could just walk through. We seen people walking through, and it was like as soon as we started walking that way, you could hear new meat, new meat. And they came after us, and like 30 or more guys started attacking me alone, and you know, guys was on her. They was pushing, they was shoving, they was grabbing any part of me they could get. I eventually was knocked down to the ground. I was held down. They ripped across my shorts. They was trying to penetrate me with their fingers. They had their hands all over me.
And you say they were not just pushing, attacking young girls, they were attacking women who had strollers, had children with them, babies.
They was attacking women that was wearing jeans and t-shirts, so it didn't matter what they was wearing. There was women pushing strollers, women walking with children. They was attacking them. Even some of the guys had kids with them. I seen one guy took his son's hand and smack a girl's butt with his son's hand.
Ricky, one of the women who was there that day was on her honeymoon, and her husband was held down while she was stripped fully naked.
Right, she was the tourist. I remember reading about her. Mom, I've got to ask you, how did you come to find out that this was happening to your daughter?
Actually, I saw it. I saw previews of it before Ashana actually told me about it. I guess Ashana was afraid of how I would respond, and it's been very difficult being a mother and just hearing this over and over again. It's like being helpless. You know, I taught my kids to trust the police officers. They grew up in an area where all police officers, our neighbors are officers. They were a part of parades. They were in parades. I taught them to believe in the police. If you are in trouble, we went over this. What do you do if someone tries to grab you? Call the police. What do you do if someone violates you? Call the police. And then to hear that this has happened to her, and they went to the police, and Ashana did exactly what I taught her to do, and then there was no assistance. They acted as if it didn't matter. It was okay. It is not okay. It is not okay. If Ashana was walking around...
Which leads me to, I would like to introduce our next guest. Stanley told us that it's a man's prerogative to grope and manhandle women. And
y'all don't know me. Y'all don't know nothing about me.
And Stanley, you blame the women that were attacked. You say it's their fault. Why?
All them thongs and tight clothes they be wearing, they asking for it. You know what I'm saying?
What Stanley has to understand is that 31 men have been arrested, charged with serious crimes.
Hey, Junk. Sorry, I had to go make a phone call. Just a subtle punishment. What's up, Eddie?
Felony
I'm not looking forward to the haircut. Me personally, I'm not looking forward to the haircut.
If you were in a car with that attitude, you'd be going to jail. Hey, don't tell me that.
Me personally, I prefer Grace with the long twad girl hair.
That's what y'all said. You don't know me. You don't know nothing about me.
Stanley, let me just ask, your MO these days is basically, the way you meet women is by groping them.
Yes, I'm a hands-on person, you know what I'm saying? I like to use my hand when I meet a woman. I might walk up to her instead of asking for the number. I
think I was talking about it earlier, Armand. I think the lawyer has kind of Jedi Rich vibes with, not with how he looks or anything, but like his cadence of voice and like his hand gestures.
Touch it somewhere first. You know
Okay, you realize that that's illegal. Yes, yes.
First of all, how dare you? This is first time I've ever been to the Ricky Lake show and met a provocative guest. You need to be thrown off the
Oh,
stage.
you just want to be on TV.
You need to be thrown off the stage. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Sit down.
Should I make like a shocking video about how Grace was punished just like Becky having to shave her head?
Let me tell you something.
No, man, sit down.
Women, no, you shut up, Stanley, and let me tell you something.
Shut
Even
up.
man,
All
you sit down.
women in
Sit
here
down.
are God's gift. Okay? Women
Yo, if she gets a Karen haircut, oh my God.
are God's gift. I don't care. I do not care.
Let me just say, the reason is he is here is because we need to put a face.
That could actually be kind of funny if she got a Karen haircut, because she already has kind of like a Stepford personality. So if she's got like the Stepford haircut, that'd be pretty good.
There are lots of men that feel the same way he does.
First of all, Stanley is not a man.
Good for content. Just to stress, me personally, I don't think she should change oil.
My opinion, you know what I'm
No.
saying?
First
Don't
of
knock me
all,
for my
if
opinion.
there is any man in this audience who would like to see Stanley what it's like to be a man, get up now and do something. This is not a man.
Get up there and do something. Wow, a call for violence.
A real man.
How are we? Wait. Please sit. Thank you. No. Sit down.
I don't want a man
Sit down.
after you
Sit
neither.
down. Please sit down.
You ain't my type.
Sit down.
You ain't my
Please
type.
sit down. Thank you.
You ain't my
Stanley,
type.
how do you expect us to respect
Yeah, I remember she said something about that too. Curtain bangs. Oh boy.
you when you are clearly not respecting women?
Ricky, everybody have an opinion. Everybody's opinion should be respected. You know what I'm saying? I have an opinion. Another person might have another opinion.
Okay, but
why can't you respect my
But
opinion?
let me just ask
know
you
what I'm
something,
saying?
okay? Let me just play devil's advocate here. Let's say your mother.
This ain't got nothing to do with my mother. You know what I'm saying? That's another show. This ain't got nothing to do with my mother.
My point is, she's a woman. She's a woman like these women up here. And no woman deserves what they went through.
My mother. You know what I'm saying?
Hi.
Hey, what's up? It's me. Ruby threw out the EFD 306 last night, and she was restreaming Lowe's show, and she threw out the EFD in solidarity.
You know what? These people, that's my family right there. And I am glad that my niece has the right to stand up so we can set a new president to protect us from predators like you. You are a coward. You are a coward. You're nothing but a coward. You are a coward.
Hey, I'm not a predator.
You are a coward.
Hey, I'm not a
Hey.
predator.
All right, thank you. Okay, obviously, I think we. Wait, hold up. Peyton would like to say something. Peyton.
I think that it's really important, something that I've learned in the last few weeks, that if a construction worker like the ones outside our building or people like Stanley say something to you on the street.
Hey, you don't know me. You know what I'm saying?
You don't know me.
Yes. Please finish, Peyton.
It's important as women that we always turn around and tell them to stop loudly, assertively, and let them know how you feel about it.
While I like the idea of Grace as a sorority girl, I feel like she already has the bitch sorority girl vibe.
Thank you. Coming up next, we will meet a woman who thinks that Stanley's
I don't know about curtain bangs, gosh.
views on a man's right to manhandle a woman are not so wrong. We'll meet her when we come back.
Is she still in Texas? Probably, but they're headed to Lalo. They're going to pick Lalo up in Arizona and then go up to Vegas.
And how can you feel that women who are dressing any which way on a summer day deserves to be treated this way?
I'm just giving my opinion.
They was violated, they were disrespected, and that's where you draw the line.
Do you think your mate is cheating because you two never have sex anymore? If you want your mate to take a lie detector test to see if he's cheating, you could be a guest. Call 1-800-GO-RICKY. You must be 18 or older to call.
Isn't a lot of this don't you feel like Ben's pushing the haircut too? And I think Lalo being able to drive is a big incentive for Ben. So I think if Ben wants to do this stuff, they'll do it. Yeah, I was skeptical about doing a Ricki Lake because most of them are pretty like, I mean, they're, you know, important topics sometimes, but they're pretty like dry. Who cares about a young girl's hair? I do. I think you can, there's a difference though between like caring and like, oh, I like her hair the way it is versus like feeling like she owes you to keep her, you know what I mean? I think there are people who think that like if streamers change something that like it's like a betrayal to them personally or something, but to me it's just a preference.
Welcome back. Some of the guests on today's show say that the women who were attacked at the Puerto Rican Day Parade were asking for it, especially if they wore revealing clothing. Well, that is exactly how Maritza
It also plays into my branding of Grace as a trad girl on Thorpe Alert.
feels. We're going to talk to her in just a few minutes, but Julio was at that parade, and he is absolutely horrified by what happened to the female victims after the parade ended. Julio, you were there. What exactly did you see?
If she gets curtain bangs or, oh no, people are trying to buy her hair, that's gross. Oh my God. I saw VP, oh no. Vegan Patriot made a community post saying she was going to like sell her toenails or something, and I was like, oh no. Like, what the fuck?
See.
I was there, and basically I was having fun, and I saw hordes of groups.
Oh, but if Grace gets curtain bangs or gets real short hair, all the new Thorpe Alerts will say former trad girl, just like former drug addict Paul Diamond, former trad girl Grace Thorpe.
But I didn't necessarily see what happened. I went home to Lawrence. When I got home, my mother told me that there was rapes happening, there was clothes getting taken off at the Puerto Rican festival, and I just came from there. So I get home hours, and it's on the news, and I got family, I got...
And also, Ember, Grace will definitely make the content about her hair. Like, it's not like she'll just do her hair and then be like, hey guys, and nothing will happen. Like, it will be an entire arc for like weeks about it. And then there'll be like complaining arcs, regret arcs.
Cousins that are up in there, never mind, you're Dominican, Puerto Rican, and I'm there to like show my pride, you know what I mean? But I'm not there to witness women to be sexually abused and their clothes taken off because I got a daughter. I have a mother that's been raising me since forever, raised 5 boys by herself. I didn't take part, I didn't see, even if I would have saw it, I would have done what I could. Women are our equal, they're beautiful people.
Well, let me get to Maritza. Maritza, you're a woman. You're a woman. How can you feel that women who are dressing any which way on a summer day deserves to be treated this way?
I'm just giving my opinion.
And you have every right to your opinion, but we can disagree.
What if Jedi Rich wanted to cut his hair short, He-Man?
Yeah, you can disagree. But my thing is this, you have...
Would you miss his locks?
Some women that like that. You have some that don't like it.
Name one woman who would like that.
Did you see that guy?
You have some women that like to get filled on, and you got some that don't like to get filled on.
Wait, you're saying that some of these women may have enjoyed it?
Yeah.
Some of them might have. I don't know. I'm not dumb.
Stanley, how can you say that women would like this, that they're asking for this? I cannot understand this. Yes.
I agree with her. A lot of women, you know what I'm saying, they asking for it, you know what I'm saying?
Well, last time she changed her hair, she went from her trad girl hair to like the Jodi Arias blonde. And like it basically consumed the content for a while. It was like long conversations. And then Ben did the infamous, you know, you have lol cow face, lol cow hair. So I'm just bracing for like a cascade of hair related content.
Well, these women did not ask for it. They did not ask for it. They said no. They said stop, and that they was violated. They was disrespected, and that's where you draw the line.
Yeah, it is kind of a coincidence being close to Becky.
This is not a matter of opinion. It's not a matter of opinion. It's a matter of violating the law.
That's right.
Men who touch women without permission are breaking the law.
That's right.
I don't think I can watch it. I'm assuming she's going to live stream the haircut. I can't watch it, though.
Get him. First, I'd like to say...
It'd be like sitting in an execution.
A real woman is a person who gives birth to your children. You attract what you put out. So, Mr. Stanley, if
Oh boy, it's you attract what you put out. How can you put out positive energy if all you've experienced is negativity?
you attract these so-called women by groping them, that's not a real
I'll
woman.
manhandle you.
That's trash.
I'll manhandle you.
That's fleas.
I'll manhandle
That
you.
is fleas. Because any woman who has respect
You
for
just want me to
herself
go-
and
Maybe I'll stream snipe Grace when she gets her hair cut and put like sad music behind it.
her body would not allow a man to disrespect her like that.
That's right.
So that's the kind of person
Like that sad song from The Fast and the Furious.
you're attracting. That's not a woman.
I know, Stanley, you don't want to talk about your mother, but didn't she teach you manners?
My mother don't have nothing to do with this.
Your mother.
Yes, sir. Hi.
JF, that's very savvy guy coded.
Yeah.
That's right. And it's
Your
not like
mother's
you
a
have no
female.
respect.
I respect my mother. I have full respect for my mother. This ain't
Stanley,
got nothing to do
please,
with my
excuse
mother.
me.
Yeah, they're just waiting for people like you up north. The homo thugs ready to take you over.
I knew it. I knew this guy was gonna pop off. I could tell from just the way he looked. Oh, and then look at this guy with the John Travolta suit on. Oh, shit, I completely missed that. Yeah, but I knew this guy was gonna be a goon.
All right, I got something for you though. I got something for you. Let's flip this. Let's flip this on you though. Let's just say, all right, and nothing against the gay community. Let's say it's a gay parade, and you're there.
The Jedi are just, their arcs are so, like, it took me a while before I got into I could really like fit the pieces together to the lore to really get to appreciate the Jedi, but they have some just really wild shit.
Let's just say you're there, right? And there's 250-pound, 300-pound man that overpowers you and takes your clothes off. And takes your clothes off.
Ain't no man finna take nothing off me. Ain't no finna take nothing off me. Ain't no finna take nothing off
How
me.
do you feel, man? No, man.
Finna take nothing off me.
How you gonna tell that female?
Ain't no finna take nothing off me.
Hang on, guys.
You got me messed up.
Be proper, though. I'm a proper man. I'm a proper man. I ain't gonna be mad about things. You got your issues, and that's all
You
good.
got your
But she
opinion, I
said
got my
her,
opinion.
and you ain't gonna
Respect my
manhandle her.
opinion.
I don't respect what you say. If you gonna disrespect women, if that was my mother, it'll be hell to pay.
Says who, Armand? I know what you're talking about with the troll doll. If I ever meet up with the Jedi, I'll put my hair up in one of those too, out of solidarity for Rich.
It'll be hell to pay, straight up.
What's up?
You know what I mean? Don't get mad,
This ain't got nothing to do with mother.
But she's a woman.
Hang on. Excuse me,
And
Peggy.
you know
You
what?
want to say
My
something?
daughter is a mother. My daughter is a mother of 2 children. Thank you.
The day that I was in the park, as all of us were, I was with a guy who I know he would have wanted to protect me. I know that he would have done anything he could have to protect me, and he was hit in the head to be distracted so that they wouldn't be able to see him.
He was totally disoriented and he lost you in the crowd.
Disoriented. We completely lost each other. So any man, I know you have good intentions, but when you're surrounded by 30 guys who have
Well, and also, let's be real. Are we setting up like a Grace humiliation tour with this haircut? She's gonna get her haircut, then she's gonna go to pick up Lalo, who's gonna clown on her about it. In theory, then they're gonna go see Hormaxer, who's gonna clown on her, probably even harder for her hair. Maybe it all ties in together. Maybe this is Grace's apology tour for making Ben drive around the country.
a goal, you will not
No, I'm not not realistically. No, I'm just saying if I ever did, I would stand with Jedi Rich and put my hair up.
be able to protect your woman, which is why women need to start learning to stand up for themselves.
Sisters are doing it for themselves.
I know we have to go. I want to just also say, these guys that did this, I would
Look
imagine
at this
they
lady
had
down at
mothers
the bottom here.
that
Hang
did.
on.
I just wonder, was there alcohol? There was a lot of alcohol
There's
involved?
a lot of alcohol.
I
They
think I
know that
went
at
the
least
wrong way.
45% or more men who sexually assault or rape women are under the influence of alcohol or drugs.
No, I don't watch much Annette content, to be honest.
When it happens, women between the ages of 16 to 19 are more than 3.5 times likely to be a victim of rape or sexual assault than people in the general population. So people like Stanley try to
I'm learning about Gloria right now. I'm going back through the members only stuff and watching older Gloria videos to get filled in on all of her lore. Dude, she's doing so good, man. like she's over 80 years old and she's going like dancing twice a week, and the way she like just walking around the house, like she seems like she's like super in like, I don't know about health, but like her mobility is like, I mean, amazing for being in her 80s. Hey, what's up, Pomp Flair? Making magic with an intent to kill. I gotta get that t-shirt.
To pick people who are vulnerable in order to get a response that is attractive to them. They don't want a woman who will turn around and tell him no, because that's not the response he's looking for. So,
and he goes to along to each of women until one says yes.
Yes.
How many is he violating in the process? When we come back, we'll meet a woman who didn't dress in sexy clothing, but she paid the ultimate price just because she's a woman. Don't go away.
Your opinion's one thing, but if you believe in your heart that it's okay for somebody to grope on you, you need to be retaught.
Here we go. Now this lady's got some real potential.
My cousin was on my hat, and I want you to stop dressing like that.
No, I didn't watch it. I didn't see it. Like pretty much as soon as I got up, I had like a little bit of time, then I just jumped right on here. I think. Oh no, I played Avowed for a little while. I'm playing as Grace in Avowed. Who did he have just a good stream, or was there like a special guest? Rich was bringing her to the dance the other night. Yeah, I think she goes like every Friday or something. I'm just like, I'm amazed. Like as I've gotten older, I'm like always worried about like, am I gonna be like able to move around when I'm old? And like Gloria's kind of inspiring because she just like, she gets around like so well, and she's like, she seems like her mind is still working really well. So maybe everything can work out if Gangster Gloria is still scooting around.
No,
but look at these three women up here who are telling their story.
Oh, nice. I'll have to check it out.
They live in us this story.
Go to Barbies, to G.I. Janes.
Spicoli was in trivia on Lowe's for a little while, but he left like pretty shortly after I got there. His username in the trivia game was Dirt Shoot.
When I tell you how, I tell you.
These out of control girls.
Gloria goes to the gym every day. I mean, it shows like her movement and her mobility and shit are like fantastic, I think.
Learn to be all they can be. Tuesday on Ricky.
Are you feuding with your neighbor and want to prove that he or she
I'm gonna have to. Maybe we should start doing gym streams so I can make sure I'm still walking when I'm Gangster Gloria's age.
is the one at fault? If you want your neighbor to...
Or I could just do I could just do walking streams too.
Take a lie
Like
detector
Savvy
test
Guy.
to settle the dispute. You could be a guest. Call 1-800-GO-RICKY. You must be 18 or older to call.
48-hour deadline for Ava. Wow, that's interesting. Oh, Hormaxer thinks he's gonna be a like big star on OnlyFans.
We were talking about whether or not men have the right to grope or manhandle a woman. Let me just say before we continue that the three victims asked that Stanley be removed. They were feeling very uncomfortable, and I can understand why.
Yeah, I think last night there was some arguments between the Jedi and people in chat over like they thought that like Gloria's food was like kind of like that she was eating crap basically. I don't know enough about it. I watch all the shopping streams, but I don't actually pay attention to what they buy besides that weird like beef that they buy.
Stanley, I believe, has left the building. Maritza told us that if a woman dresses in revealing clothing, she should expect sexual aggressive behavior from men. Well, Tamara...
Well, I mean... So they have to give him $50 and 30% of any donos? Well, I mean, can they even accept donos anymore besides... Or will they be back on Kick by then? Because otherwise, I mean, if it's just Cash App, then...
is upset about her friend's attitude toward men. But first, there's someone who says that her personal experience...
If they're going to do IRL with Hormaxer, though, and I understand that he didn't have the most, like, cooperative people with him during RubyCon, but, like, that was like not Hormaxer that we saw in those IRLs. There was like a in the car ride and stuff, but like when they actually met up, I didn't really feel like the same. And again, I know that he wasn't getting anything to work with, but $50 and 30% of the donos, he's got to bring the Hormaxer heat.
Proves that Maritza is dead wrong. Peggy, please come and join.
I do think, though, a great one of my favorite Hormaxer streams, really, he's not in character at all. And he's just having a drink at a bar, relaxing, and they kick him out. And then he goes on like a walk and badmouth in the bar. And then he starts sounding off on Ava and Ruby. That's a really good stream.
Join us.
Oh, fill me in on Gloria.
Peggy, thank you so much for being here to share your story. You were not in the park that day, but you had a similar experience. What's your story?
In 91, Father's Day of 91, I was raped. I had on jeans, a button-down shirt, and tennis shoes. I didn't ask him to stop and rape me. What I had on wasn't revealing. A couple years ago, I worked in an office in Kansas City. I had on a dress to my ankles, long sleeve shirt and heels. Unless my ankles turned someone on.
Do you think that the Thorpes will actually meet up with Hormaxer, though? They were still kind of... they still seemed kind of, like, iffy on whether they were going to do it or not.
I didn't ask for it. I didn't ask him to put his hands on me. I sued the company. I pressed charges against him and won.
The 30% makes me think that either he's taken a small business class or something. Asking for 30% rather than 50% is like what you should probably ask for. So like either he's really starting to take these collabs seriously or get crack, or OPC's handling his business plan.
It doesn't matter who you are, male or female. If you don't want your hands on them, they've got no right to put their hands on you. I don't care what you have on. When I buy a bathing suit, I don't have a tag on it that says, I'm going to get broke because I have this bathing suit. It's wrong. And if you believe in your heart that...
I'm entitled to my opinion.
Well, yeah, but your opinion's one thing, but if you believe in your heart that it's okay for somebody to grope on you, you need to be retaught. Somebody needs to teach you the proper way, because that is wrong. You are better than that.
Peggy, let me ask you, this happened in 91. Are you able to walk down the street without being afraid?
Well, it'll always be there. It'll always hurt. I went through counseling, and I think counseling's a wonderful thing. You don't have to be crazy to go through counseling. I hid after that happened in 98. I hid in my house. The highlight of my summer was going to psychologists, orthopedic surgeons, and physical therapy. And I hid for a long time, but there is nobody. I am an American, I have rights, and nobody can tell me to stay in my house.
USA, that's where you get a USA going.
Nobody can tell me what to wear.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to say the very fact we're having this conversation is interesting, because we don't even talk about this with men. Men seem to have complete 100% freedom in what they can wear.
The reality is that most women don't.
Do you like how when they said men have 100%, like, can wear whatever they want to? They didn't show a guy wearing like a crop top and cut off shorts. They showed a guy wearing a terrible suit. That's kind of a subtle, nice sneak diss.
Report this kind of crime. We know that less than 30% of women who are raped or sexually assaulted actually report it, and oftentimes that is because the victim is blamed.
Have you been able to rollerblade in the park since?
I feel very uncomfortable.
And you never go alone?
No.
Okay. When we come back, we're going to talk to Tamara about what you feel is really jeopardizing her safety. And we'll also have, I'll read the statement that the police department sent. All right? That'll be interesting. We'll be right back after this.
Oh, wow. They FOIA'd. Impressive.
I mean, we have people come into our window. We actually have men come to our window, bang on our window, call us Central Park sluts. We have people drive by our house yelling out at us.
There were officers seen walking through videotapes while women were
Do you think your mate is cheating because you two never have sex anymore? If you want your mate to take a lie detector test to see if he's cheating, you could be a guest. Call 1
Oh, I definitely will get cracked. Spicoli cross Hormaxer. You got to clip that.
800-GO-RICKY. You must be 18 or older to call.
You can just click a button underneath on the video and get it.
Hi, we are back. We want to get to Tamara. Tamara is very concerned about her cousin, her younger cousin, who
she's older.
Oh, she's older.
Yeah.
And you're concerned about her dressing too provocatively.
Yes.
You think she's asking for maybe the wrong kind of attention.
I think so. She might not put it out like that, but the way she dresses, it worries me because I've seen it happen in my family, and I don't want that to happen to my cousin. And I love my cousin with all my heart, and I want you to stop dressing like that. No, it hurts.
What's happening here?
With all my heart, and I want you to stop dressing like that. No, it hurts.
I know.
You gotta stop.
You're gonna make me cry.
I want you to be able to see my kid grow up.
I know.
But if you keep doing that, you're not gonna be able to.
Even she's cracking up.
Deaf, and you know that. And I don't want you dressing like that no more. You may not ask for it, but you can't hold nobody back from when they're doing it to you, and I can't help you.
So you're saying a way to protect herself would be to cover her body up?
Yeah, me and her mother both think she needs to do it.
But Peggy sitting next to you was completely dressed, completely covered up, and she was raped.
And not only that she needs to cover up, she needs to stop.
Are you guys saying this is what Grace is talking about getting? Oh my God, dude, no way. She's gonna look like a Mennonite.
Putting herself out there that men can come up to touch her. Well, it's all right for them to touch me. I give them permission. You may give them permission, but they're gonna take it to the next level. And I don't want you to be able.
No, they won't.
They will.
Wait,
you can't.
Didn't she do something briefly on one of the streams recently where she did some weird shit with her hair that kind of it looked like she was, I don't know, maybe I'm hallucinating. Maybe she was testing out that look.
Stop them.
Tasha, have you been listening all hour?
Yeah.
Have you learned anything?
No, because I ain't lived it.
You haven't lived it. But look
No.
at these three women up here who are telling their story.
They don't want it.
They lived it, and that's their story, but I ain't lived it, and that's their opinion.
It's not an opinion.
I don't want to live it, but
It's not opinion, it's fact. I mean, this happened to them. They could not handle it. They were not dressed provocatively.
What happened to us, it's been like, I mean, we have
Look at
people
that
coming to our
lady's
window. We actually have men come to our window, bang on our window, call us Central Park sluts. We have people drive by our house yelling out at us. We have people throw rocks at us when we get hate mail. Ever since this been going on, things just been going down. We got fired.
Wait. Let me just clarify something. Is that because of you're blowing the whistle on this thing? Is that why you're getting hate mail?
People, unfortunately, in this world who believes that it is okay. If a woman dresses in an outfit that is pleasing to her, she feels comfortable in, they feel that it's okay if a man violates her or makes her feel like what she has on is inviting to them. I think men that think like that, and even women, need to get controls of their minds because something is wrong up there.
It's so important. It's so
we want to be able to hear you.
For these courageous women to come forward and publicly explain what happened to them, as traumatic as that may be, so that it doesn't happen to anyone else.
Well, let me also mention, Tyrone is here, dressed so nicely in a suit and tie. Thank you for that. You were there at the park that day. You shot some footage. I might as well read the statement that the New York City Police Department sent. I'll just clarify that it's clear that mistakes were made. This internal investigation also remains ongoing, and we intend to act severely and decisively against any member found to have violated their oath to serve.
I would like
Although that statement sounds all fine and well, what's important to know is that on July the 3rd, the Monday over the vacation, they made an announcement as to what the punishment would be for officers, and we have not heard anything since, over a month later. Yep. There were officers seen walking through video.
Well, she just failed to realize that the police had done an investigation on themselves and found no wrongdoing.
Tapes while women were assaulted in the background, and all they would have had to do is freeze frame those particular tapes just to discipline those officers, and we have not heard anything back, much less the ones that we were personally identified. I was given 96 mugshots to identify one of the officers of the 11 or 12 that I came into contact with. It's disgusting.
It took us 2 days to go through cops' pictures.
So you're saying they're trying to flood it so that it makes it almost impossible for you to identify anybody who was there.
Right.
And the pictures could be up to 3 years old.
The city is fighting us in litigation to preserve 911 calls, to preserve important evidence. We're in litigation right now with the city. They are not cooperating with us with regard to this.
Okay, how can women fight back? We will find out right after this.
We should do next week. We should do another fight back episode.
You should always fight back.
Well, I mean, they're alive.
You should always fight back. I would rather be dead than alive and raped.
It's sexual violence. There's a term sexual, and there's violence. It's not about sex, it's violence. And how you get to be violent is you get to be...
She is with Women Organized Against Rape, which helps support individuals who have experienced sexual violence in the Philadelphia area. Stacey, what is the profile of a gentleman who would do this?
The profile above anything else is lack of respect. That's what it really boils down to. When you talk about sexual violence, people really need to take a look and decide what they're finally going to look at once and for all. It's sexual violence. There's a term
Stream
sexual,
on now?
and there's violence.
Oh, man, see, that
It's not
sucks.
about the sex, it's violence. And how you get to be violent is you get to be in control of somebody.
Grace does not put any additional weight on my opinion. If anything, I think she probably would put it lower because she probably sees me as like a fan who wouldn't be like unbiased.
Misuse the power that you have over someone else. You know?
Besides, it's my feelings on the trad hair are abundantly clear, I think.
There's lots of different weapons in the world. There's guns and there's knives, but there's also people's minds and people's bodies, and that's what they do when they take part in acts like this that took place up in New York.
How can we women protect ourselves?
There's no...
I would say it's more about like the art, but there are some people who I wouldn't cover because of the stuff that's outside of that, if that makes sense. But also like they're not really that kino, so it's hard to say. Like you would have to have like a massive amount of kino to like, if you're somebody like Nova Online, like he's a weird guy that does weird shit that you could comment on, but like it's really not that kino, and the stuff that he's doing is really, really off the deep end.
One sure answer, and
it's like beyond like insinuating things and stuff like that. Like it's really, some of the stuff is really creepy. So I think predominantly I would focus on the art and the person creating the art, like in the process of that. But I don't think too much about them outside of that, unless they have like, criminal records and shit like that.
Dressing a different way is covering yourself.
People need to realize that it's not just the way someone dresses. Because why are 19-month-old babies being raped? I guess they look really attractive and sexy in diapers. It has nothing to do with the way someone dresses. It really doesn't.
Weird thing to say. True though, I guess.
I mean, first off, too many people think that they need to rush to judgment and they need to point the finger and I would have done this different and I would have done that different and why were you wearing...
I mean, I would want to say, first of all, that you can't, and in a lot of cases, it's not up to the viewer to determine what abuse is. I know a lot of people are like private detectives on here and stuff like that, but like you never know. Now, if you could go to a court record or a police report or and stuff like that, and then there's criminal charges filed, and there's convictions made, there's investigations done, and they're like, okay, this living situation has to change, stuff like that. But I think ultimately, my first instinct is to say that it's not up to us to decide what abuse is. It's up to the person involved, law enforcement, stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, the best way to me to decipher it would be criminal convictions, like families that families that get separated, or households that get separated, stuff like that.
This, or why did you look this way, or why did you talk to them that long? You know what? You think you're beating them
What's up, Avery? No, I think about this stuff all the time.
to it, but they've already asked themselves those questions. I need to commend all these women that are up here, because it takes so much courage just to even think about it.
Because if you watch enough of this stuff, you're eventually going to see things that you're like, man, I really shouldn't be seeing this. I think a lot of us felt that way the other night at the end of the Bethadone stream. It was like, this is like, there's real, and then there's like real. And like, that when you cross that line, it's like a really like weird feeling. So I think we've all probably, if we watch enough of the creators in these spaces, we probably all had those moments where we've been like, wow, should I even be watching this?
No one should question them. No one should question them. Above everything else, if a victim...
Yes, Ananjay, 100% agree with you on that. People can form an opinion, and I think you can even, obviously, you could even discuss that opinion and stuff, but I think when it's presented as fact, and someone's like, I'm an internet sleuth, I know that this happened, and yet you go and you look at the police report, and the police report says nothing happened. Or you look at the report from the social worker that went to the house and they say everything's fine. Like, now I'm not saying that's flawless, but I'm saying that as a viewer, if you're like, we have so little information to go on. But yeah, you can totally, like, opinions completely different. Like, I'm saying if I were to present it as a fact, like, that'd be hard for me to do, because I don't have access to hardly any information about these people.
Victim of sexual violence gets out of the situation alive, that's the right thing. That's the only thing that counts. And it was a thing that worked for them, not you, because it wasn't your situation.
And I assume every situation is different.
Every situation is
So
different.
in some situations, I mean, I have a girlfriend, two friends of mine that were raped, and, you know, one of them, it was circumstances where she let the guy into her.
I think we talked about this once before. To me, like, when we're talking about like transcendent top level shit, like the best stuff for me is whenever you're watching something. Here's an example. We were watching an intoxicated women stream. It was just a normal routine, drunk lady body cam. But then the cop was like dragging her while she's screaming. And then the camera cuts to this incredibly lit area that looks gorgeous. The cop's body cam is framed like perfectly. All these like lights are pulsing while he's dragging this like screaming lady. It's like real life became more art than if they tried to shoot that as like a film scene. It's like real life becomes like surreal cinema, I think is how I would describe it. Where life, it's like, what do we call it? Enhanced reality.
Her apartment, and the other one was raped, and, who knows what, if she fought him off, maybe she would have wound up dead.
No, you should always fight back. Always fight back.
They have a knife against her throat.
You should always fight back.
Well, I mean, they're alive.
You should always fight back. I would rather be dead than alive and raped.
Okay.
Grace falling off the bicycle as she bicycled away from Fat Camp, to me, is like more Kino than even going to the gate and the interaction with Twiggy, just because it's so like, it's such a weird thing to, I don't know, it's just that. And then like Ben, when he got out and started yelling at the people, like the whole way that played out to me was like, it was almost like a movie. Like that kind of shit to me is like the top Kino.
I hear what Peyton's saying, and I agree with her to an extent, because she put the nail on the head a while ago when she was talking, when she said that a person like these men, like for instance Stanley, who was up here, they're preying on the vulnerable. So I'm going to look for someone who isn't going to be
This lady here, honestly, I could see it. I mean, I wouldn't care for it, but I could see Grace going with something like that.
that willing or able to come back and gain that power.
Yeah, the bike spill was fantastic, and she pretty much no-sold it, and it was like, oh man, her adrenaline's going, and then a few seconds later, she was like, oh.
And control that I'm taking from them. So if you show me that you're not someone to mess with, male or female, I'm more likely to move on to a more easy victim. But then again, this whole thing is about assumptions. If I'm a man and I'm taking part in this behavior, I'm assuming what I think you have in.
I could probably see that, her getting that, but I don't care for that. Like, no. Not looking for no Tinker. Well, even Tinkerbell had, like, the ponytail, right? It is subjective, and, like, obviously, based on my views, I'm in the minority on what's the best Kino. I think people would rather see the yelling and the fighting and stuff like that, whereas, like, I like that stuff too, but I like the more, like, you know, subtle moments sometimes, or like more surreal as opposed to like violent.
Intentions to do, which is get down with me, and that's not it. Also, if I'm a woman and I do happen to come in contact with this, I can't necessarily assume that if I fight back, you're not going to fight harder, because it is about power and control. Hopefully, God willing, you do get out of that situation by fighting back, but some women haven't.
Well, let me just say, these women have gotten the power back because they're speaking out, they've lived to tell. And they are helping other women. I need to take a quick break. We'll be right back after this.
Like, I used to feel the same way sometimes that I feel about Boyd stuff that I did about VHS movies when I was a kid, because the whole process is almost like ritualistically similar. You have access at the video store to like all these movies, and you know, you didn't have the internet back then. Maybe you could get like a magazine or something, but pretty much what you had to go by was the cover, which was like the thumbnail, which was always misleading, like clickbait on a VHS cover. It'd have some badass shit on the front. Then you'd watch it and it was like some movie somebody made for 10 grand in their backyard, like literally. So like, it's just like picking something out, and then you're sitting through like, you know, mostly mundane, boring shit till you get to like the crazy parts of these like sci-fi and horror movies. And like those moments, the moments in movies that stand out to me are the ones that are like, you know, either just ridiculous or like, you know, surreal.
You guys.
Job with the Department of Correction is more than walking a cell block. It's a career in North Carolina's criminal justice system. Build a career with real opportunity for advancement. You'll have the chance to grow and do something different every day. With a competitive starting salary for...
Like, there can never be an actor or an actress that can deliver a performance like Ruby did in the episode where her doctor denied her medications, just because it's physiologically impossible to perform, but you know, to portray something like that better than that. You know what I mean? Like, to me, that entire thing is just like diamond tier Kino.
Correctional officers of $22,269 with a guaranteed increase in 1 year to $23,382, plus health insurance, 401k, and other great benefits.
The problem, Ember, is that even if you want to help, these people don't want help. Like, there's really no way to help them. Like, you can offer Ben and Grace advice, but I mean, they're probably not gonna take it. And like Jedi Rich and Jedi Joy are, you know, I don't think they're looking for help in that way. You know what I mean? EFD, VP. I mean, I just don't think nobody's looking to be saved other than like financially.
Give us a call at 1-888-622-3370. That's 1-888-622-3370.
Living with your neighbor and want to prove that he or she is the one at fault? If you want your neighbor to take a lie detector test to settle the dispute, you could be a guest. Call 1-800-GO-RICKY. You must be 18 or older to call.
For sharing their stories, which I know are difficult to tell. My heart goes out.
I look at it like you have to meet people if you want to be involved in anything. Like, you kind of have to meet people where they are, and so like, you know, I just if it's something like Ruby would not probably be open to like big life change advice, but I mean, I think Ruby is a little more open to stuff than like some of the other ones maybe. But I think most people in these sectors just aren't interested in our advice. I mean,
out to all of the women who have been sexually abused or violated, and I hope that those who are
yo, Methadone Clinic, get straight. She has said that she's gonna stop drinking, which, you know, what good. You know, I'm sure she said it before, but it's good that she's saying it now. And Ruby is connected with her now, and I'm hoping that Ruby can be kind of like not to put any pressure on her, but just be like a positive part of Beth's life, because she definitely seemed like she needed somebody to talk to, and, you know, that's not me. That's not a middle-aged guy. So hopefully Ruby they can relate to each other and help each other.
guilty will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. I also hope that one day every woman in this country will be able to walk down the street without fear of attack. If you need information about dealing with a sexual assault, or if you have a story that you would like to share with us, please log on to our website at www.ricky.com. Thank you so much for joining us. Hope to see you again. Bye-bye.
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, I like that episode, but it was a little it was a little heavy. Next up, we've got this one could be even worse. This is the Phil Donahue 1992 Daughters Dating Older Men.
Mom, I don't know what
yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
and so there.
The most talked about Dallas crime since the Kennedy assassination.
Well, isn't Woody Allen in the paper more than he ever wanted to be? And how old can a man be before he dates your daughter? How old can a man be before you won't let your daughter date him? Josh is on the satellite from...
everyone trying to monetize hyper-reality.
Another location. He's 34 years old.
Speaking of, I got notification. YouTube said they gave me, I don't know how it works, because I was partnered back in the old days when it was like easier to get partnered, and then I got demonetized, and then I got remonetized, then I got demonetized, now I'm remonetized, but I never actually got a check in any of that time, or like, you know, I never got paid in that time. But they did say that I got a thing coming on like from the 21st to the 26th, I think. Speaking of which, this is the softest sell. I swear. We are, I don't know if you know how emotes work on here, but if you hit like a certain tier, you permanently unlock that emote. So even if like your gifted memberships drop off, like you keep that gifted sub. So I just want to or you keep the emote. So I just want to put this out there with zero pressure. If we can get 9 more memberships by the time, whenever the first one went in, whenever they roll over, we'll get probably what's the highest tier emote we could dream of, and I'll make it into a Mike Chuddy emote. I think that's probably what everybody wants. But zero pressure, I'm just saying.
Old.
While the window's there, I wanted to put it out there.
And in our studio is Leslie, his 17-year-old girlfriend. Josh has told us that he wants to marry Leslie, whom he met while Leslie was babysitting for Josh's kids, the oldest of whom is Amy. Where are you, Amy? You following this?
Oh, this is going to be a disaster
Leslie
show.
is Josh's girlfriend.
Oh, my God.
Amy is Leslie's friend, whom Amy's father met when Leslie came over to visit. And the family has gone kaboom. Leslie, you just liked your girlfriend's father. You like.
Look at this guy on the TV.
Him. He's a nice person.
Yeah.
It's a talk show, Leslie. We're going to... You would visit your girlfriend, Amy, and her father would be at the house. And you got to talking, and you liked him. He had a good sense of humor, and so on and so.
Oh, it's her friend's dad too.
So forth, huh?
Yeah.
And,
no.
Huh? What's the matter, Josh?
I can't hear anything that's going on there. I'm getting in a radio station from New York.
This guy's on here for dating a teenager, and he's doing a stand-up routine.
The last game.
Oh, get cracked. Thank you, man. I appreciate that so much. We're gonna get the Chuddy emote. I can't wait. Oh, look at that. We got Dan Insky. We got oh my God, Randy Wanzer. E-Rod, wow. That is so generous, man. I really appreciate it. Oh my God, Hurricane Paro. Wow. Thank you so much, dude. That's so generous, man. We got the permanent Chuddy unlock. I was thinking too about when I do get the YouTube thing, I'm gonna upgrade my phone. I'm gonna upgrade my data plan. And then I'm thinking when I get on the 21st or whatever, when the YouTube money comes, we'll go do like an IRL, like a big city IRL. Seriously though, I do, man. I appreciate it, Get Crack. Yeah, I can't believe Hurricane Paro. What a grab.
Guess we had got yellow cab. Is it better now?
I can't wait to make the Mike Chuddy emote.
That's better. Good. Well, because you're going to have your ears working for this, because we're talking about
Mike
you.
Portnoy?
Well, it's a good radio station.
Yeah. So what? You know, night after night you were there, and then you'd go for a Coke. Help me out here how this relationship matured, Leslie. I don't have to tell you that this is not going to meet the approval of a whole lot of folks.
Is that
but that's
true?
all right. We can do this.
Well, he eventually just got to know me. I got to know him. I got to know the kids. I went over there quite often. We all got to know each other. He was comfortable with the situation of me being there. We got along really well, and so it just kind of went from there.
Huh. Did you look up one Tuesday afternoon and say, "Holy cow, I love him"?
Well, not really, but close enough.
So and how long was it from the time you first met Amy's father and the time when you felt that something serious was going on?
Oh, I would say 1-2 months.
2 months. And and Amy, you're looking on here while this is happening. When did you say, "Oh my God"?
Right away.
Really?
As soon as I found out, I'm like,
Well, how did you find out?
they told me. My dad just went out and, you know, I like your friend. I'm like, okay, Dad.
Yeah. Do you know what he meant by "like your friend"?
Yeah.
And you had to think, oh, Dad.
Yeah, because he used to just joke around and say, I'm going to marry her, before he even met her. I'm like, okay, Dad, whatever.
Kidding, ha ha.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, boy, she's going to
The tone in this is is kind of unexpected.
be your stepmother. Well, the usually liberal New York audience is not going to give its approval to this.
No, I think it's
Not even California.
No, it's
What?
Not even California.
It's disgusting. I think there
Not
are
even
no
in
women out there who
California.
should pick on.
Yeah. What?
First of all, he has those glasses on. He must.
He does not. Well, let me just explain this. He does not. It is a disguise. He doesn't want to have to walk down the street of his own
He's going to
hometown.
marry her.
Well,
I mean, let's be real. Does she have a father?
Okay, if his daughter is on there, isn't it pretty obvious who the guy would be?
Leslie, right?
Leslie has. Let me just help you here, Leslie. Leslie has a stepfather, and he is very upset. Do I understand this?
Yes, very. He's crazy about that.
Hostile crazy.
Hostile crazy.
Yes.
Hostile
This
crazy.
audience understands how he feels. Very.
Amy's mom.
You want to talk to Amy's mom? See, the idea would be that the host is supposed to decide who.
I have a 12-year-old daughter, and I know if she was 17 dating a man that's not even willing to show his face would bother me even more so than anything else.
Jackie, you're Leslie's mother. You just recently met Josh, and you're not quite sure how you feel. Do we understand your what you would like to share with us?
Well, I don't mind the age difference. If they were maybe 5 or 6 years from now, she's not as mature as she thinks she is. I don't think she's going to handle 4 kids very well. He has 4 children. One is a year younger than her. And I don't know. I just don't know how to handle it.
Josh, what might you want to add to this discussion here?
Well, the reason that I'm in disguise isn't because of Leslie. Everybody that knows me personally knows about Leslie, but because of my position, that is basically what I'm hiding from. I've got some other interests that I have to worry about. But as far as being ashamed of being with Leslie, I think everybody that knows us knows the situation. I think Jackie could probably verify that.
So there are no secrets within the circle of people that you...
No, not at all.
Uh-huh.
Everybody pretty much knows.
I've just got other interests I got to protect, Phil.
Well, the audience now thinks you run numbers or something. These would be, I assume, professional.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, professional.
That's the only reason.
So it's not inconceivable that he would have an employer who wouldn't be...
Hey, Randy, I pulled your card, Randy. Get Crack donated memberships, and your card. I finally pulled the Randy Wanzer card.
Crazy about this kind of publicity, and so... if what?
If this is your daughter here, you can just stop this. Tell this young... How old are you, 17?
Yeah.
When I was 15, my mom had control. I tried to date a girl who was 20 once, and it was like, Martin, no.
Dude, get Crack for me. Do you know how insane it is that a channel that does like reactions or like commentary on old daytime talk shows has like fucking 15 custom emotes? That's nuts.
No, this is your daughter.
Isn't there an old saying, 15 will get you 25?
Oh, boom. Bam Margera's dad is really laying it down.
How old are you? Don't you have any more?
Ooh, Tony Yo-Man coded. I like it.
What is that? Well, aren't there any laws against somebody marrying early?
She's not 15, she's 17.
She's 17.
2 years difference.
She'll be
Yeah.
I'm
Legally,
35 years old. I wouldn't go out.
Did she wink at him?
I would, huh?
Yeah, but legally, I don't think...
I'm 35. I met my fiance 3 years ago. I know her over 10
You
years.
look more like 45.
I look 45?
Oh,
look at you.
Dude, come on, man. Look more like 45.
You're hiding.
That guy is 35.
I met my fiance, I know her when she was 18. I was 20.
This guy right now, okay, is 10 years younger than I am right now. That's insane.
7. Now she's 28 and I'm 35. That's more of an age than what you're doing.
Well, you did meet a long time ago, and
Josh, let me just make for the record here. You do intend to marry Leslie, isn't that so?
Yes, I do.
She is a junior in high school. Do we assume that you will wait till she graduates before the marriage takes place?
Yes, we are going to wait till she graduates.
Uh-huh. What else do you want to know?
What happened to Amy?
What?
What happened to Amy's mother? I mean, where is she? How does she, what happened to her?
Yeah.
She's still alive.
Yes. But obviously your father is divorced, and you were living with your father, obviously, at the time that you brought Leslie home. Leslie being 17, Amy, you are 15.
So the trad girl has like an eye issue. I don't think she's winking this much.
15. Leslie will be 18 in December. I'm not sure I don't think there's anything illegal here. Do I understand this?
There isn't anything illegal, Phil.
We can't stop it at all.
Say again, Mom.
We can't stop it at all. She could run away and be in a whole lot worse trouble. And right now we're just trying to keep her at home and hope something straightens out here.
Yeah. You wanted to say, caller?
Yeah, Phil.
Yeah.
I think this is absolutely ridiculous. I think this man right there, he's making a fool of himself and of his daughter. She has got to be the butt of some jokes in her high school. He's putting her...
OPC Don episode, maybe. Is he going to have a disguise like this? Well, he does illegally rotate license plates.
Through humiliation, I think he's humiliating himself by thinking that he can keep up a relationship with a 17-year-old girl.
Yeah.
She's 17 years old. I mean, I understand there's an age gap, and it does matter in a lot of relationships. Age does take a big part in it.
Yeah.
I think it's absolutely ridiculous what's going on right now.
If you joined us late, he's 34, she's 17. Caller, you wanted to say?
Hi, I'm 14
He's
years old, and I
34?
think it's fine. If they want to get married, that's fine.
When I was 11 years old, I was dating a 20-year-old man, and my parents thought it was fun.
What? What?
I think it's the way we're handling it, Bill. I mean,
Are you there, caller? Hi.
Welcome back, Phil.
What did you want to say?
I wanted to say that I'm a 27-year-old man, and I'm interested in a 21-year-old girl now, and I feel that the difference in our experiences and just our knowledge of the world is drastic, and that's only a 6-year difference. I want to ask Josh what the real attraction to her is besides the fact that she's 17 years old.
I think the only...
But if you never mature mentally, then you are, if you try to, I think... Well, I mean, I think for a guy like this, based on his attitude, this is probably like more of a like, you know, scam operation on his part. I don't think he's really looking for like love or romance or, you know, a real lasting marriage. But I don't know. It's just like a weird. It's viewed differently, much differently back in this time. But it just seems like such a weird thing to go on TV about and then hide your identity. That's what keeps getting me. Like, it's showing who he's dating. It's showing his daughter. He's showing pretty much his face, but he's worried that his boss isn't going to find out that he went on Donahue.
Attraction that I dislike about Leslie is that she is 17, but she doesn't act 17. She's much more than a 17-year-old.
But like, I think women his age would hold him to like a different standard, and so he doesn't want to have to like, you know, deal with that.
The relationship that we've had in the last 6 months has lasted longer than a lot of marriages. We have already decided what we wanted to do with our lives, and we're not going to do something stupid. We're not going to run off and get married. We have
Armand Hurricane Paro, some guy from what was he from? Michael Portnoy.
Informed our parents of the situation, let them know what's going on and how we feel about each other, and that's just kind of how, you know, we're going to go with it, and we're not going to do anything stupid.
And you're not going to make your life about what the neighbors think.
I don't think I'd worry about that. I mean, you know, if we all have to worry about that, then I think a lot of us shouldn't be together.
We need John Galt to start cutting promos saying he's going to annex Lol Cow Rejects, and he's going to do whatever it takes to make it happen.
Well, that was my question. What do they have in common? What do you do all day?
Leslie, do you want to speak to that?
What do you think, idiot?
We have similar interests, and we enjoy doing things together. He's taking me to the theater. I enjoy that. We do things with the kids. I enjoy that. We're not going to jump in and do anything stupid. We're taking...
That's so not true, Ember. I'm sure we talked about it at the time. The first couple packs were probably like just like had tons and tons of people that we knew in them.
Our time in doing this.
You are going to school.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you plan to go to college? The woman asks.
That is in my future.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to...
And your relationship with the kids, including your pal who's sitting next to you, is a good one. Is that what we should understand? Has your relationship changed, Amy, since this since this relationship developed with your dad?
A little bit. I mean, we're still friends and stuff, but...
I mean, she better not dare try to mother you, huh? She does?
Yes.
Yeah.
She tries?
Yeah.
She does.
She does.
And does that make you, do you laugh, or does it make you angry, or is it a bothersome thing, or what?
Well, sometimes it's, you know, it's good because that is her role, and sometimes it bugs me, like when I get in a bad mood or something, you know.
Yeah, okay. We'll give you all a chance here as we return to explore this relationship. When they come to pick up your daughter, don't answer the door. And we'll be back in just a moment.
Great song. I missed that hard-hitting shit from the fish tank commercial. Well, not Jerry Lawler, no, but there's a Memphis connection coming up later.
Now on video cassette.
This is Fern Gully.
Don't you wish all your friends from Fern Gully
I'm Krista.
could come out and play?
We could fix that for you.
Well, now they can.
Wow.
There's Krista,
Are you really a human? Oh, wow.
Batty Coda, and Zach. For a limited time, your Forest Adventure set is free with purchase of the hit movie Fern Gully, rated G.
Isn't this great?
For $24.98 or $5 less with rebate. Additional video purchase required. Details inside Fern Gully.
This must be the center of town.
One of the nice things about our job is you never know where you'll go next. But the best part is when you knock on the door and see dreams come true.
Congratulations,
Mary
Publishers
Peterson.
Clearinghouse.
We're the prize patrol.
Could we get Ben to think he won the Publishers Clearinghouse?
Publishers Clearinghouse, and we're about to go on the road again. Send in your entry now if you'd like us to make you a millionaire.
Listen, Grace, all of our problems are solved once that van pulls up.
Soon.
Do you know us?
Yeah, it's the same theme that you're talking about, just not Lawler, but somebody he knows.
1931, Junction Auto Sales has been growing at the corner of US 322 and Ohio 44 and has become the largest retail Chrysler Corporation dealer between the Cuyahoga River and Pennsylvania. This Thursday, Friday, and Saturday is our end of
specific
summer
claim.
clearance. Buy any new or used vehicle and receive a free
Does it exist anymore? I'm not sure.
boat and motor. For a great deal on a Chrysler, Dodge, Eagle, or Jeep, it's
I don't think. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about him in a long time.
Junction Auto Sales, located 11 miles east of 271 or 10 miles south of I-90 at the junction of US 322 and Ohio 44, Chardon.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Connie Deacon.
And I'm Dick Fegler. Here are some of the stories
Hi, it's me, Dick Fagler, here with Connie Deacon.
we're following for Channel 3 News at 6. We'll tell you how a West Side neighborhood has a unique way to rid their streets of prostitutes and their jobs.
Also, an emotional plea from the parents of this blind girl who was killed in a hit-and-run accident this weekend. The flats get coated with cement. We're going to tell you how this happened, plus Mayfield Heights police continue to search for 3 missing boys. We'll have an update all starting at 6 o'clock, right after Donahue.
Oh, that was cool.
Jackie, who is Leslie's mother, was very honest in your conversations with us prior to our program. Jackie, you don't want your daughter to make the same mistakes you did.
Right.
You've been married more times than you want to necessarily brag about. So
Right.
you married real early. I think you were a teenage marriage first
Yeah,
time.
I was 17.
And didn't you have kids when you...
3.
3. And then there were to follow 3 more marriages, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so not so lucky in love. Okay, well, this is America. We don't lock people up for those mistakes. But it is
Wow, that was
also true,
ominous.
and all these mothers in this audience understand that, you would love to, you wish that he were a dentist closer to her age. Do we have it?
Sure.
All right, he isn't. So, could we have just a little more from you and your feelings on this, Mom? This is something.
She's been there through all my marriages. She knows what it's been like. She knows the mistakes. She's got to realize I went into those marriages in love, seeing all the same things she is seeing. And I didn't go in there knowing I was going to get a divorce. And she doesn't see any of that. She sees mine, but none of hers. And she has a real tough time seeing.
Right. And if you were to become a General Patton on this and put your foot down, you really think you'd push her away? Is that right?
Yeah, she'd probably run away and get married like I did. And this way, maybe they won't. Maybe they will. If it's right, it's right. If it's not, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to work. Mm-hmm. And if she stays in school, maybe we have a chance.
Yeah.
Some of my people on this end.
Josh, you were saying, Josh.
Well, I think at the time, dentist was seen as like a safe, stable career that if you had it, you'd be a responsible person, just with a very high self-harm rate.
Go right ahead.
I've made kind of a pact with some of the people that I'm affiliated with who are
affiliated
also aware of the situation, that to just keep her in school, and we don't have a problem with that. We're not going to rush into anything. We're not going to run out of state and get married. We're just going to kind of let things go the way they are. I've been in other situations involved with other women, and I wish that the feelings that I have for Leslie I had prior to this, with my first marriage, then I wouldn't be in the situation I'm in right now. But we're just going to go with it slow, and if things continue the way they are, we're not going to have any problems that we can't deal with. We've dealt with a lot of things that most people never have to deal with already, and we kind of go through this with flying colors. I mean, I love Leslie very much, and it has nothing to do with my prior marriage or her parents or the relationships they had prior to the situation they're in now. It's just that we've been through some things and some experiences, and we know the right way and the wrong way to do things, and unfortunately our age differences are different, but as far as loving each other, I mean, I could never love anybody as much as I love Leslie.
Let me get some brief comments from these studio audience people. Yes.
Hi, I have a question for Leslie, and that is,
Courtney.
how many people have you gone out with in the past, and is this your first sexual experience?
Whoa. You don't have to answer that.
OG trad.
It's true, Leslie. The Constitution does not oblige you to answer all these questions. I do think we understand, however, this woman's curiosity about how much of a social life you may have had prior.
That's fine, but as far as any of her past sexual experiences, I don't think that's any of that lady's business.
Leslie, did you want to tell us about, I assume you had boyfriends, high school football
I've had
games?
many boyfriends. Many. I don't even know where to begin, where to start.
Josh?
Yeah.
What are your mom
Wow, what a statement.
and dad know, or what do they think, or do they know?
Oh my gosh, thank you, Rush Limbaugh burner account. Appreciate that, man. My oldest, most loyal viewer.
Oh, well, as soon as I told them, as soon as I realized I had feelings about her, I of course told my parents about it.
Buy myself a new hat. Maybe I can pick up one like his.
Right away. My mother was, she was kind of concerned about the age difference until she got to meet Leslie and find out, what kind of a person she was. My father, he's on like his third or fourth marriage, and he kind of looks at her in a way I wish he wouldn't, so I'd rather not comment on how
okay, buddy.
Over here, John.
What I wanted to say was, I think everybody here seems to be judging, and we don't know her. I know a lot of people that are 17 that are very mature.
Oh, he knows a lot of, wow, okay.
And I don't know her.
So this guy knows a lot of 17-year-olds that are very mature.
And it's possible that she's mature to a level that many people here think maybe more like a 20-year-old.
I can do that. I'm going to try to do an IRL tomorrow. But it's kind of rainy, but I don't know. There's a couple things at the place I wanted to go to that are indoors, but I'm going to try to do something tomorrow, IRL. And while I'm out, I'll go and get, I'm going to go to the dispensary, and the post office is right by the dispensary.
I don't know what a lot more than the most 17-year-olds have in their lifetime.
Wow, what a statement.
I think her mom could probably agree to that.
Can we change that to something that's a little more politically correct? Can we call it a clam snipe?
She does. Her mother does agree. Yes, ma'am.
I'm concerned with Josh. Who's taking care of the 4 children? Who has custody? And when do you both plan to have children?
Okay. The oldest one isn't living at home, okay? And that was something that we all agreed to. As far as the other 3, I have custody of them, and they love Leslie a lot as well. She does a lot with them. Their mother... she used to be a good mother for many years. She was, but the last 3 or 4 years, she decided that she didn't want to have anything to do with that anymore. So they've been neglected in some areas that Leslie's been able to fulfill. And
all right, let's add that to the bucket list. Let's make a movie called Cunt Snipe.
They don't see anything wrong with the age difference. All they see is that they have this couple that are in love with each other, and I think that's mostly what they're concerned about, is to know that we care about them as much as well.
Yeah.
Leslie, you are a beautiful young girl. Have you thought about what all you're going to be missing?
No, I actually have a plan, like, because I could do that, like, but I feel like, I don't know, there's only so many people I can interact with, and like, you have to really hope you can run into people who will interact with you, and like, being in a store, they kind of have a little bit of an obligation to interact with you. But I've got something more along the lines of like the Nature Center stream, but I just don't know because of the weather if I can do it justice. But if not, I'll find something else that's like non-store related.
Missing out on with your girlfriends
finishing high school, going to college, having parties.
I'm probably not the guy to go to a trampoline park. I'm like almost 50 years old, bro.
You're going to be raising a family, and you're so young and so pretty. There's more people to love in this world besides an older man.
We are in love.
Well, I wouldn't want to be misogynist and start up a crazy cunts club. Clam snipe sounds like a fancy version of snipe hunt. Well, if you're looking for godly clam, then it is a snipe hunt because godly clam doesn't exist. I wish someone had told me back in my 20s that that godly clam doesn't exist.
Love, and I guess you can't really choose who you want to fall in love with. You can't choose that. And I have fallen in love with him, and we've dealt with it.
Well, the summertime is going to open up a whole world of stuff. Like there's a ton of, and that's my plan. I want to go to farmers markets, stuff where people are kind of, they kind of have to interact with you. So like farmers markets, like fairs, carnivals, all that kind of shit.
And we have to continue dealing with it.
Are you there, caller?
Yes.
You wanted to say.
I'm a 14-year-old boy, and I condone this relationship. I think it's good, and I'm attracted to older women. I think it's okay then.
Religious festivals. I want to go to protests like of all kinds with my EFD sign.
Be careful. Come on.
It's true.
Yeah? Like how old?
Maybe 4 or 5 years older.
14. So you go for 18-year-old.
Oh, yeah.
19-year-old.
Yeah, 17.
Yeah.
I think it's okay.
Yeah.
That's a kid calling in.
Well, I'm glad you called. Now, go to your room.
He sounds like he would have been like the troublemaking neighbor on a sitcom.
I'm glad you wrote it. Hello.
Hello. I am disgusted. I am the mother of 4 children, and I don't understand how this man can justify changing his role as a parent and a role model and taking this girl and turning her life.
I'm going to try to set up the ice cream factory tour. Since they're all shutting down, should we try to get like a one last Hooters? Well, I guess it'd be the first Hooters IRL for me.
Life around. He should be ashamed of himself, and her mother should be too.
Let me just say, let me just review here. Josh, as we've established, is 34 and fell in love with Leslie, who is 17.
I feel like if a place is set up where you can talk to a human being and they have the ability to show you some things, like I think I can pass the skill check. But a lot of places you can't talk to anybody like that. You just have to talk to the receptionist, and they can't like approve that kind of thing.
He met Leslie because Leslie's girlfriend was Josh's daughter, Amy, who's 15. Huh?
Disgusting. That's horrible.
I guess you're on the record.
I would hate to think that
I don't know if Hormaxer would like me. He would probably think I was a rotter.
2 daughters would go over to a girlfriend's house and have a parent there that's supposed to be a role model and have them turn out to fall in love with my daughter and seduce her.
I think it's funny how I don't really understand why, but like Amish people, like the glasses they wear are made out of this like weird glass, and I would have thought by now, since like they can have cell phones and shit, that they'd be able to wear regular glasses, but they still wear like these strange like weird lenses.
It changes her role as.
What about governmental? What about governmental IRL? That's what I'm thinking too.
The friend to this girl.
Trying to talk to Congress people, state senators.
She has to change her whole life for this man. Her mother should be ashamed of herself, and this man.
Yeah, I definitely think. I think Hormaxer would think I was definitely rot-maxing.
And he should be ashamed. There should be laws against this.
Jackie.
Child.
Why don't we let's let Jackie respond to your passionate comment.
Well, I'm not gonna say for sure, but I do have like, it will take a little bit of work to make it happen, but I do have reasonable access to Amish people, so I do think at some point over the summer maybe, and it would be cool too because if I go to where the Amish people are, there's like a nice outdoor zoo, and then there's also like a drive-through like animal safari park kind of thing.
Condemnation here. Yes, ma'am.
I had no control over this one. She lives with her dad. She has for the last 3 years. When she lived with me, I knew where she was, who her friends were, and what was going on in her life.
Yeah.
As much as, well, we live in a
But we
little
can
town.
see the fallout now. Now we got some rumbling.
If I'd go to a swing club with him.
And the other family. And I know that your ex-husband, that is to say, Leslie's stepfather, who incidentally raised her well and has high marks from everybody for his guardianship and his parenthood of Leslie, is outraged by this. And not too many men would not.
I would really want to I would really want to try to get like a different side of Hormaxer, I think, if I did IRL with him.
Understand his feelings. But we do have...
I definitely would want to get footage of me and Hormaxer riding that roller coaster on top of the hotel.
Josh on the record saying, first of all, I guess you want everybody to know this is a mutually consensual...
Well, I mean, just expectationally, that's not going to happen because I'm like almost 50 and the crazy Amish women are the ones that are like during their Rumspringa and like that are like 18 and 19. But we could definitely interact with a lot of Amish people. Like they have an entire little like, setup. So there'll be a ton of like interesting places to go. They got restaurants there you can do an IRL from.
A relationship. Nobody broke any...
It would be a big stream.
Laws here. And as in all love, you don't know how it happened or why it happened. It just...
And I could probably wear something like interesting to make sure that I stood out there.
It happened, that here it is, and you're going to follow your heart. Do we understand your point here, Josh?
Yeah.
I'll dress like an 80s comedy jock with like the short shorts and the cutoff shirt.
I don't have a choice. If there was somebody else that I would love just as much, I would have, maybe it would have been better.
I don't think any of the people here really do that. They're very, they're not traditional Amish, but they're kind of like geese. If you like walk up to them, they either scatter or they get really aggressive.
But that's not how it worked out for me.
And you feel the same way, Leslie? Yes. And we'll be back in just a moment.
It's our first new car.
Your Toyota dealer invites you to discover the all-new Corolla.
After the baby, we needed something a little bigger.
More room than ever before with a standard driver's side airbag and available ABS.
We needed something we felt we could depend on.
Plus,
I'll ask them how they're able to offer such good deals on Tide.
Corolla's reputation for value and reliability that Toyota dealers have been delivering for over 25 years.
Afford it? The only hard part was choosing the color.
Rediscover value.
What about a buggy ride? Buggy ride content? I was just thinking like general Amish stuff. I did look up a place
Hurry to Murray's for the carpet buy of the year. It's the Bigelow buyout sale, only at Murray's. We specially purchased truckloads of first quality DuPont.
That reminds me of one time whenever I was doing like movie events. I was trying to get this like obscure Dennis Hopper movie, and so I thought, oh man, it's a long shot, but I wonder if maybe he would record like a video for it, like introducing it, and I could donate to some charity or something. So I sent emails out to who they said was like his contact, and I never heard anything back. And then finally they emailed me back and told me that he had been dead for 8 years.
Hot Stainmaster carpet by Bigelow in dozens of decorator colors. This thick, luxurious plush carpet sells elsewhere for $25 a square yard and more. But right now at Murray's, it's super sale price from only $8.99 a square yard. With no money down, no payments whatsoever till spring of '93. Hurry for best selection to Murray's Carpet for Less. Everybody knows Murray's.
During DOC's back-to-school savings event, some people actually dress like students to get their frames for half off. Now everyone, 8 to 80, student or not, can get our best-selling frames for half off. Plus, you'll get them in 60 minutes or less. And as always, there's no risk, because you get 30 days to try your glasses or contacts, and if you're not 100% satisfied for any reason, you'll get your money back. You have my word on it.
It took lawyers over 100 years to get back to doing what Abraham Lincoln did long ago. Abraham Lincoln advertised for the same reason Hyatt Legal Services does today, to bring the law closer to people. You can talk with one of our lawyers for just $20. And for cases like divorce, wills, bankruptcy, and accidents, we tell you our fee up front. Hyatt Legal Services, a good idea that just keeps getting better. I'm Joel Hyatt, and you have my word on it.
To be part of the audience, please send a postcard to Donahue Tickets, care of...
You mean going to Six Flags? I don't know. That's a pretty tall order. I feel like for Six Flags, well, I don't know. It just depends. I mean, I don't know. Maybe at some point.
NBC, 30 Rockefeller Plaza, New York, New York, 10112. Remember, postcards only, please.
Fred Arias joins us. Listen to this.
Jody's
Fred is
dad.
70. His wife is, Georgie, is 21. They got married.
I would definitely have to figure out, like, I guess I could get, they make those things you can, like, those, like, fast charge things for your phone, like, that you can use. I'd have to figure something out, though, because I would definitely, if I went to Six Flags, I'd want to do, like, multiple batteries worth of content.
4 years ago, okay.
There'd be some real colorful people to interact with at Six Flags.
You had recently been widowed, right, Fred?
Oh.
Yes, sir. And you...
I was going to say, I'm only like a few hours away from a Six Flags.
You live in a trailer park, I think.
Mobile home.
Mobile home. Sorry.
And I think there's a zoo there, too. That might be too much content.
You walked out, and there she was, standing in the middle of the street.
Yes, that's about it, yes.
You were really kind of a lost soul at the time, were you, Georgie? Are you, you're not American-born?
No.
You're from?
Hungary.
And you were then, what, about 17?
Oh, 100% get cracked. There's definitely, I bet there'll be some kind of thing within a reasonable distance. I'll have to keep an eye out for that.
17 at the time?
17, yes.
And no mother, no family, nothing?
I have my mother.
That's a good idea.
But were you with her? Well,
yes. No.
You weren't with her then?
I was being with another gentleman. I had a boyfriend.
I see. But you were not a happy camper, shall we put it this way?
Exactly.
Broke, and I think, did you have some problems with your mom? I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. And so there you were, almost like a waif, you know, a Charles Dickens character, and here he comes out and says, you know what?
No, I was asking for directions.
For directions?
Yes.
Now, let me finish the story.
Never mind. I was just going to say, if you've ever heard me talk about that girl that used to call into my stream on Twitch and yell and like say all kinds of crazy stuff, we used to go to Six Flags. That was like the only thing we ever did together. But we would go to Six Flags, and you know how whenever you're on the roller coaster, like when you're getting on, they come by and they like check the bar and they check your seatbelt. She insisted that a guy come over and check our seatbelt because she didn't trust the female that was working to not like get handsy.
You want to pick it up here?
Yes, right.
That would have been good content.
Her mother had ejected her from their home, and she had nowhere to go. And I had lost my wife of 44 years, and I said, I'm a gentleman. I have a couch. You're welcome to it.
Now, hang on a minute.
Oh, wait, no, there was...
Hang on a minute. They're looking for a dirty story. Where do we get these? She comes in, she reclines on his couch, no monkey business, no funny business. How long she lived like that in your living room?
About 4 months.
4 months. I believe you, Fred. I'm sorry about some people in the audience, you know.
We both needed someone.
Huh?
We both needed someone.
You were really emotionally fulfilled by this, the company of this young woman.
Oh, the company of someone.
Yeah. And she did reside, so to speak, in the living room on the couch.
She literally did, yeah.
And he wasn't, you know, we got some folks in the audience that want to believe he was a dirty old man who snuck up on you in the middle of the night.
No, he was not. He was a gentleman. He was.
A true gentleman.
Now, you lived this way then for 3 months. Is that right?
Yeah.
3 or 4 months.
Yeah.
And then what, Fred?
Well, by then my
go ahead.
mom knew him too. By then I introduced them to each other, my mom and him.
No, as a matter of fact, I took her back to her mom. Because she
Exactly.
didn't particularly want to go to her mom. And I said, come on, it's your mother, your grandmother's there, and I'm going to take you over there. And you should get together with your mother and patch up whatever difference.
Uh-huh. And during this 3 months, you went out, you probably cried a little. Your wife's recently dead. You were
wow, Phil,
kind of a confused dude at the time, I'll bet.
Very confused.
And it was nice to be able to talk to him. Do I understand this?
Yeah.
You had somebody to talk to.
And actually we had a lot of fun. I mean, we...
No, absolutely not, Cody Turbo. The complete opposite, man. It was crazy, dude. Like, it would be like it was honestly like there weren't any, it was just the two of us, but like it was very Jewel Rancid adjacent, the behavior.
He took me around. He took me to places. You know, the first day we met, he took me out to lunch. You know.
Bought her a pair of shoes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was just.
Yeah.
We just had a great relationship.
Right. Now, after 3 months, Georgie,
Yes.
what did he say?
He got I was living with my mom at that time because I got together with her, and he bought a dozen roses, and he came proposing to me singing Perry Como on one knee.
Singing Perry Como. Not sure how you feel about this one, are you? And you said what, Georgie?
Yes. Well, not quite.
Her grandmother talked her into it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Plus, what if I like the idea of a strange park worker woman fumbling around with the seatbelt?
Now, we should make this point. And as Josh has already made the point, you don't have to tell us anything you don't want us to know. At the time of this proposal, you had not been intimate. There had been no...
I had a boyfriend previously, and if you girls out there want to know whether the younger or the older ones do I prefer, I'll take my husband over any young guy.
Because the younger boys with whom you were socializing prior to your meeting Fred, what? Interested in...
They are interested in, well, in my opinion, getting you in bed. And if they do marry you, you get stuck with 2 children right away, and your career and everything else stops right there.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't interested in that.
Right. So the notion of marriage then to Fred was not a totally out of the question idea for you.
No, not at all.
And so he gives you the roses. What'd you sing? Oh Sole Mio? What Perry?
I mean, I'm not exaggerating when I say that, like, it was the kind of situation where there was the probability of physical harm happening to people that she was not happy with, or like that law enforcement would get involved. It wasn't just like she was just like a kooky character, you know.
Come on.
It was very cool.
When the moon hits your eye. That's Dean Martin. Anyway, did you go then immediately to Las Vegas?
No, to Lake
I think it
Tahoe.
was No Other Love Have I.
Yeah.
What was it?
No Other Love Have I.
No Other Love Have I. Yes.
North Lake Tahoe. The Nevada
Lake
side.
Tahoe you went. And what did the judge say? He must have kind of fell off his bench, didn't he?
Personal friend.
Fell off his bench?
I was from North.
I see.
I was from South Lake Tahoe.
Right. He marries you, and this is 4 years ago?
December the 9th, January the 9th of
89.
89. A little over after my year after my wife had passed.
So it'll be 4 years this coming
Well, he's
day.
a couple of nerds.
And this is nice. You love this. You love him, and this is a very good marriage. Do I have it?
Yeah.
She doesn't let me in the bathroom alone. She follows me everywhere.
Right.
She dresses me.
Right.
She feeds me.
Yes. Now, now you did share with the people with whom you spoke prior to coming here. I don't think I peek in any windows to say that your relationship is lovely and mutually cooperative, and maybe not sex 3 times a day, but that's not anything you'd be interested in anyway. How am I doing here?
At the beginning, yes.
In the beginning.
Sorry.
But this is much better. What? This is much better than being married to a guy who goes to a sports bar, drinks beer all night, and doesn't come home. And...
Yes.
She's very spoiled. She has literally everything.
Yeah.
I put her through school. She's a licensed real estate person. She's doing great.
How do you
You think the lady up on stage is?
have a pet name for your husband?
Yeah.
Papa.
You don't want to know.
Papa.
Yeah. Definitely
She
a
says
father
I'm more
figure.
fun than a barrel of monkeys.
We'll be back to inquire of this audience what you may think about this happy relationship, which will be 4 years in January, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Oh, look at this! Look at this outfit down there.
Whenever you vacuum, use Woolite self-cleaning rug cleaner. It's so easy to get clean rugs in minutes with no scrub.
I want to do an IRL too from the library. We got to do one of those for. Oh yeah, I remember we already talked about it. We're gonna do the Val Kilmer thing.
We have time to show you again. Woolite self-cleaning rug cleaner. It's so easy to get clean rugs with no scrubbing. We had time to show you again. And for pet stains, introducing...
Yeah, at least he had the he came down there. It's something. That one guy was just such a goon.
Woolite Pet Stain Eliminator. It removes tough pet stains and odors better than ordinary rug cleaners. New Woolite Pet Stain Eliminator, because ordinary rug cleaners aren't always enough.
Good morning, birthday girl.
Don't remind me.
Ben wants $100 to shave his head bald. Like, are we talking crew? No, not crew cut, but like buzz cut bald, or like shaved with whatever shit, like shaved with a razor bald.
Hope no one finds out.
It's our secret.
He should have to let Grace shave his neck too with one of those old-timey Old West blades.
Introducing Pond's Foaming Cleanser and Toner in one. It deep cleans and helps tighten pores to bring out your natural radiance.
And this birthday wish goes out to Deborah Palmer from a secret admirer. You are so beautiful to me.
What a sweet
Pond,
what a great
it brings
guy.
out your natural radiance.
I'm not dumb. I know what Weight Watchers is doing with this
Friar
big
time.
half-off deal. They get you in there with this incredible deal. Teach you how to eat right, get you looking
That was
great.
quite a haircut.
And you, oh, the best you've ever looked. And then you go out and walk around, and people come up to you and they say, oh, how did you do that? And you say, Weight Watchers. And bingo, you've become this free, walking, talking advertisement for them. Want to know where to sign up?
Join now for half off. Call 1-800-57...
Oh my God, Grace would look like an absolute menace if she had a shaved head. She would look absolutely just bananas.
600. Offer ends October 10th.
Are you pregnant? Then get ready for USA Baby's one-day baby boom sale, Saturday for 12 hours, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Save up to 70% on everything for your baby. Up to 70% off on cribs, strollers, car seats, bedding, high chairs, and more. Save up to 70% for one day only. This Saturday for 12 hours, save up to 70%. Notice we will close early on Friday at 5 p.m. to mark down every item in our store.
USA Baby now has 3 locations to serve you.
USA
Westlake, Menor, and Cuyahoga Falls.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dick Fegler.
I'm Connie Deacon. Here's some of the stories we're following for Channel 3 News at 6 o'clock this afternoon. An emotional plea for help from the parents of this little blind girl who was killed by a hit-skip driver this weekend.
We'll tell you why an area neighborhood is relieved that this house is being torn down. Plus, we'll update the snowfall of cement that fell in the flats and the cleanup afterwards. All ahead on Channel 3 News at 6, right after Donahue.
We'll see this afternoon, plus the Doppler 3 forecast. See you.
It really would be too, especially if Ben was drinking a glass of lemonade. That's a scene from The Color Purple. I'm trying to book Thorpe TV based off of The Color Purple.
Yes, ma'am. You wanted to say hello. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds to me like the way you've described your relationship emotionally.
I would let her. I would trust her to do it.
About whom do you speak? Fred and Georgie?
Yes, about Fred and Georgie. That it is emotionally pretty much a father-daughter kind of thing. If you take the sex out of it, that's the emotion that I hear you generating.
What would you say, Fred?
Half an hour.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have a question for Josh.
Right.
If you really loved her, you wouldn't be wearing your hat and your glasses no matter what. And also, it doesn't
She's thinking about dyeing it like a wild color.
seem like, I mean, it seems like you want a babysitter, but you don't want
Are we ready for Club Grace?
to pay her.
Hang on a minute, Josh. We'll give you...
ATF Media, I can see why they went out of business offering 70% off.
Yeah.
I have a question for the couple on the right. Will there be any children?
No.
I'm trying.
Yes, I'd like to ask Josh, if it was his daughter.
Oh, look at
that
this
came
guy,
home
OPC.
With a gentleman of his age, how would he feel about that?
I would be concerned on how they handle the situation. You know, I mean,
wow.
You know, I've been
Gosh.
through it, so how am I to judge her? I know the situation I'm in with Leslie now, and I'm very happy with it, so I would have to take a second look at it.
Over here, please.
Leslie, one of the best decisions I made in my life was going away to a 4-year college. How much consideration are you giving to that? And would you go away to school and not be with Josh for 4 years?
Well, it's not like
Was
we're
that her
going to run
pager?
off and get married right away. Everybody here is insinuating.
How much time are you planning, she asked?
We don't want to get married for another 4, 5, 6 years.
He wanted
I was
free
just wondering
breast
if
milk.
Josh is going to go to Leslie's prom or not.
Anything, Josh?
I don't want to say.
Yeah.
Isn't the reason why he has to wear his hat because we put our value system onto other people and therefore he's embarrassed
Yes.
while he may be correct in
No,
what he's doing?
that's not the situation. I've got a position where I'm in the public eye, and there's a lot of people involved here that may not understand this, and they don't have to understand this. You know, they could just start dropping accounts left and right. You know, like I said earlier, everybody that knows me personally knows about my situation, and there's a lot of people that know about it.
Are you there,
That's
caller? Hello, caller.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Phil.
Yeah.
I want to know the older couple.
Yeah, go ahead, ask him.
What's going to happen, say, 10 years from now?
Well, you know, the
Well,
old
he'll
joke
be
is
dead.
if she dies, she dies.
No, him, when he's too old to do it.
Wow, if she dies, she dies. 92.
Thank you, Georgie. You're not upset, huh?
No.
We got to laugh here, or else you never know. You know, we'll be. So here's the point, Fred. 70, huh? 70-year-old. You have taken care of yourself, by golly. Stayed off the cigars and the six-packs, I guess. But you never know. 80 years old, you know. What do you think?
I have two aunts. One's 95, the other one's 93.
Mm-hmm. So, you're not worried.
Well, that's some confidence, just assuming you're going to live to be into your 90s.
About it. Okay, we do. Are you there, caller? Hi.
Hi, I'm 17, and I just want to tell Jackie that if you knew how to control your daughter's relationship, she wouldn't be in this position right now.
Jackie, do you want to respond here? You're being assaulted again. I should remind late tuners in that Jackie is Leslie's mother. And it was on the occasion of Leslie coming to see her girlfriend, 15-year-old Amy, that she fell in love with Amy's father. Jackie, you wanted to say.
I just found out about this about 3 weeks ago, and since then she is back home with me. And I live about 250 miles from Josh.
Are you there, caller? Hi.
Yeah, Phil.
What do you think?
I have no problem.
They're going to get their kickback, right? There's some kind of... I thought for sure they said it was just like a matter of time or something. I don't remember if they said when they got it back.
With this, I'm 20 years old dating a 16-year-old girl. I don't see anything wrong with a 34-year-old dating a 17-year-old. I mean, God bless them. if they can make it work.
God bless them.
Thank you.
All right, hang on.
Fred, do you have any children or grandchildren, and are they older?
My daughter's 47. My granddaughter is 28.
So you have a granddaughter older than your wife.
Oh, yes, they love Georgie.
They all. Everything's fine at home.
Peachy.
And it probably saved your emotional life, didn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
you were alone, 44 years married, boom, all of a sudden you're alone there.
All of a sudden, right.
And there she was.
And it's the thing
Well, it sucks if it takes all week, but at least, like, they know they're getting it back.
leading up to being a widower, like 5 years
And they'll be monetized, right, or no?
of day and night care,
Right.
staying in the house, not, a real intensive,
Yeah.
because I took good care of my wife.
Yeah. Now, are you into... Well, it's been a long time between hands for the people on the stage up here. Hobbies, I mean, music, you guys...
Oh, we were in Budapest. She took me to the opera. She took me to the ballet.
Budapest?
Well,
We
yeah.
travel an awful lot.
I have about 400 movies on videotape. We have 4 VCRs.
Yeah.
We were just having...
The first 2 years of our marriage we spent traveling in 5 states in the Western
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
You should repeat that you are 21 and your husband is 70 and you've been married for 3.5 years and everything's fine. Thank you very much. We'll be back in just a moment.
Everything's fine. Thank you very much.
Introducing a new brand of family sportswear, American Spirit. You can have a picnic with the colors. We had a picnic with the quality. Tested quality. Extra quality in each garment. Quality that makes the low prices outstanding. All American values. All American made. That's American Spirit.
Wow. If they were still around, I think VP could get a deal with them to promote.
Of all the ways you can furnish your home, one of the most beautiful ways is with Anderson feature windows and patio doors. Elegant designs bring the warmth of tradition, the comfort of nature. Ordinary furnishings create a look. Anderson windows create an experience.
Commonwealth Lumber, Berea Prehung, Hartsville True Value, and West End Lumber.
You can get Long John to go. Hey, hey, did you know it's hot when you move, it's hot when you're not. Hey, hey, go to go.
Now you can go for great tasting fish, tender chicken,
Long
and
John
chips to go
Silver's,
from
wow.
Long John Silver's.
You're gonna get your wish. Hey, hey, go Fred.
You're on. Go for 3 shrimp batter dipped fish plus our new crispy fries, just $1.99. To be part of the audience, please send a postcard to Donahue Tickets, care of NBC, 30 Rockefeller Plaza, New York, 101.
Long John Silver's was like, hey, make sure you get us on that show about older men that date teenagers.
12. Remember, postcards only, please.
Okay, just for a second, may I ask you both to stand? Here are Dick Wilson and Cheryl McLean. Here's the story. You're now 56, she's 29. You began dating 13 years ago when Cheryl was 15 years old. He was the high school volleyball coach.
Oh, boy.
They saw each other. He said, this isn't right. I can't do this. He said, this is wrong. You got to go to school. You got to go to school. I guess. They stay in the closet and they date and they date. How long have you been married?
Well, we're not married.
No,
Well, you know, as a matter of fact, it doesn't say that you were married.
No, we're not.
Why did I just assume 13 years ago? All right, so you're not married. So why not? What are we mad about, audience? Help me out here. You must really feel deja vu all over again, as Yogi says on this thing up here. You must feel an empathy.
Yeah, I feel a little bit there, but then the children involved.
Hey, what's up, Kyle?
And her being 17, and she doesn't know if she's going to go to school or not, and they haven't got any plans. You just can't. She's in a dumb period right now. We all go through it. From 15 to 19, we're so dumb. And to make a decision of this
Oh, my God.
is
Well, you
just
wouldn't want to say
unbelievable.
Cheryl went through that.
This guy's like, hey, listen, Phil, these women, they're dumb. They need a man because they're so dumb.
Met you when she was 15.
Well, no, she didn't have the choice of being dumb. I pushed her to school. She had to go to school, or I'm out the
Hey,
window.
Dave's channel.
I said, you get to school, you get a degree, then we'll talk.
We got some Memphis legends coming up in an episode a little bit later.
And that's true. He did push me to go, and he is the reason I graduated from college.
So the advice then, first of all, get your education. Huh?
Yes,
Oh,
education.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And he even pushed me to date other people.
Really?
I dated other people
Oh,
until I
wow.
couldn't handle the double life.
Yeah.
Underage
You guys couldn't even go out
swinging.
together. You weren't of age. You couldn't even order a white wine spritzer, could you?
She needs to get out, go to football games, go to parties, meet other guys, get on to college, get to college, get that whole social life out of her, then come back, and then maybe something. But right now.
Right.
No.
Well, do you want to know if they're going to get married?
No.
Hey, Dave's channel, we got a new emote. We got Mike Chuddy, tire expert.
No.
Because?
We have independent lifestyles, and that would interfere with it.
Do you two love each other?
Yes.
Do you two love each other?
Yes.
Yes.
But
But you know, I don't understand why continue dating. Well, I shouldn't say dating, but living together like this. But
it's more fun. We get together for 3 or 4 days, then
Well, it's a pretty big name. It's one of the real heavy hitters.
we're apart a couple of days, and then you generate that.
And I'll just say this, if you think dating a 17-year-old is controversial, wait till the Memphis episode.
well, I miss my husband in a couple of hours.
Great camera shot.
All right, well, we're happy for you, you know. But if you get...
These two definitely like go to Disney wearing matching like windbreakers.
marriage, you know, please
I'll
let
be
it-
back on the show.
Yes, and this audience wants to, you know, you're going to be registered at Bloomie's, I assume, and we'll get you some... Yes, my good man, you've been very patient.
Well, this looks like standard fatherhood fixation, you know. Is there...
Thank you, doctor. That'll be $50.
Yes. In both
Daddy
cases,
issues, daddy pills.
in the second couple, it looks like her father was lacking in her life. What's the situation with the first couple? Was your father ever there for you?
Oh yes, my father is great. I love him very much. We've always had a great relationship.
My father told me that this man could help me with my YouTube career and that I should marry him.
Yeah, I was just wondering because I'm 17 also, and I'm entering my senior year and all that. What do your friends at school think about it? And like, do you like going to school? And are you like, oh yeah, I was with my fiance, I guess, or whatever you consider.
Yeah. What's that like,
Well,
Leslie?
some of them have the comment of saying, "Cool," and then some of them are like, "You're just crazy."
Yeah. What does
people
your
like, cool.
girlfriend, soon-to-be stepdaughter, Amy, think?
Well, ask her.
Well, I'm happy for my dad and her, because, I mean, it is love, I mean, it's not just lust or anything, I mean.
Does it look like it'd be love?
So, it is.
Love.
It is.
And we'll
And
be
I'm
back.
happy for him.
And we'll be back in a moment.
His argument is it can't be lust because he's so ugly.
Deep down inside, we knew it could happen, but I think we're ready for it.
I think it's just we're a little scared. But I believe because of the length of time we've been together and because we know each other so well that we feel that we can face it. And that
Oh my gosh, get crack. Are you still in here? There's a thing coming up in like 2 weeks. There's this comic book convention, and Donald Gibb, who played Ogre from Revenge of the Nerds, is going to be there. And Marcus Alexander Bagwell is going to be there.
We're prepared.
Can we look?
Shaking.
Oh, I knew it. Congratulations. You happy?
If you want the lowest price on carpet or tile, I mean the absolute lowest price.
You gotta come to Carpet Barn.
If you want a 10-year guarantee on carpet pad and installation, you've got to come to Carpet Barn. If you want interest-free financing for 6 months, you gotta come to Carpet Barn. If you want to see America's biggest selection of quality flooring,
You've gotta come to Carpet Barn.
or call 1-800-777-CARPET and we'll come to you. For a square deal on every square yard, you gotta come to Carpet Barn.
The latest vehicle from GM has no moving parts. It uses no gas. It's made
But I can't believe Buff Bagwell is going to be there.
entirely of plastic that turns into steel. The new GM MasterCard. Every time you use it, GM will credit 5% of your purchase toward a new car or truck from GM. That could mean hundreds, even thousands of dollars in savings over and above any other discounts or rebates. And there's no annual fee. The GM card. The new financial vehicle.
Hi, I'm your new plumber. Yep, your old friend Roto-Rooter. Sure, Roto-Rooter is famous for cleaning drains and sewers, and now we can solve any plumbing problem day or night. Leaky faucets, clogged pipes, installation.
I saw him. They did an anniversary panel this year. This year or last year at some point for Revenge of the Nerds. I can't remember. He didn't. I mean, he looked like he had aged, but I didn't think he looked too bad. But it was a kind of a distant shot.
Repair. For fast, guaranteed plumbing service from the name you trust, call Roto-Rooter. There's only one. Same fast service for any plumbing problem.
Also, this is not a big, like, it's not even as big as like Terrificon. So like this is a real, like, this is going to be a really kind of, I don't want to say jank, but you know what I mean. Carpet Barn, Clam Barn.
Yeah.
I would like to ask Leslie, what do you think is involved in raising 4 children? And I know that right now things seem really rosy.
I think honestly 90% of my streams on Twitch were called Clam Diving. I think at one point I just stopped changing the title, and that's just what it was called, like, forever.
It hasn't been for that long, but I'm guaranteeing you there's going to be some time when you say no to those kids, and they are going to resent what you have to say. And how do you think you're going to be able to handle the conflict that will come up?
I've lived with them. I've told them no, and they have accepted it.
Definitely C, yeah, or D, which to me, if we're talking about content, is much better because there's many more opportunities, you know.
Got a question for I'm sorry, go ahead. Okay, Leslie, most 18, 20, 19-year-old guys are goofy. They work at McDonald's. They have no money to buy you things and do stuff, and they're the same kind of dummies that the gentleman in the front row was talking about. Do you think, and I'm not trying to judge, is there any possibility that part of the attraction to this love is the fact that he's able to provide you things that guys your own age just can't yet, and that maybe later on those same guys that you don't particularly want to hang around with now will be able to?
Well, yeah, he's able to provide for me, and that's what we want.
She doesn't want to build with somebody. She wants to move into an existing business.
But another thing that goes along with that is the fact that most of the guys in my class and a little bit older than me, they're not what I want. They're just too immature. I get sick of going to the parties. I get sick of holding them up when they're drunk. It's not what I want. I want something more mature.
Well, Leslie,
I'm not 100%. I'm not saying like confirming that I'm going or anything, but I'll definitely look into it, especially if we could meet Ogre from Revenge of the Nerds.
Right now, a lot of fuss is being made over you. This is a lot of going on and all kinds of things. And I think that you really ought to live with this gentleman.
He was also in Bloodsport, which is like one of the most defining films of my life.
The mother, be the housewife, be the cook. Live in the house. Right.
I have.
Live. No. I'm not saying go home to your mother. I am saying live there. Do the laundry. clean the floors, make the meals.
I do.
And if after a year of that you're still really in love and happy,
I will.
This lady isn't listening.
lots of, go
Why
for
isn't
it.
she Josh, quickly. What did you want to say, Josh? She's lived in the house for 4 months. She's done the cooking. She's done the cleaning. She's done the grounding of the kids. She's done the nurturing
Bloodsport, one of my all-time favorites.
of the kids. She's already been through that role. Why do you think that I've been able to make a decision about Leslie? It just wasn't some kid that Amy had brought home.
And we'll be back in just a moment.
The scene in Bloodsport when he's on he's like traveling. I think he's on a subway car for a lot of it, or like a train or something. I think it's like a subway car, but it might be a train. But it's playing Steal the Night. That's one of my all-time favorite movie scenes. Like, that's Kino to me.
September 1st, Washington, America's legendary...
The entire Steal the Night segment in Bloodsport is like pretty much perfect cinema.
Big Boy enters the presidential race. Visiting national landmarks, of which he considers himself one, he drives by his soon-to-be new home, but for some reason is not welcomed with open arms. On the campaign trail, Big Boy urges voters to come into Big Boy and cast their ballots for him. It's confirmed. Big Boy is giving away free French fries with any sandwich now till September 30th.
Only free French fries? Now you get $1 million, man. These people got shorted.
Will the free fries offer swing the vote to Big Boy? Stay tuned.
Northfield Park is truly sporting. $2 has won over 50,000. Dinner and a show's only $20 or so. The evening is delicious. How's your appetite for fun? Northfield Park is such a great entertainment value. You're a winner from the start.
And every 19 minutes, the place goes crazy.
During DOC's back-to-school savings event, some people actually dress like students to get their frames for half off.
Free fries.
Now everyone, 8 to 80, student or not, can get our best-selling frames for half off. Plus, you'll get them in 60 minutes or less.
Department
and
of
as
Corrections.
always,
Oh, look at this
there's
guy,
no
man.
risk, because you get 30
Definitely a mafia leader.
days to try your
Do we
glasses
have any
or
more show
contacts.
left?
And if you're not 100% satisfied for any reason, you'll get your money back. You have my word on it.
I'm gonna skip. There's just commercials left in this one. I'm gonna skip it. Make sure we get all of our shows in.
You know, for many of us, it is hard finding a good man, no matter what your race, no matter what your background. But where are all the good black men? That's the question we're asking today.
I don't date very often.
I have not been serious with anybody since about 1992.
Hearing the statistics that there are very few black men for women, I find it difficult
Christopher Maloney?
at times to have a relationship with a black man. They are a commodity, and they know that they're a commodity. That causes problems for black women and black men to have decent, solid relationships.
In the neighborhood where I reside, there are a lot of black women raising children by themselves. There's probably economic reasons. I mean, if you look at statistics of the black males in jail, I mean, when they come out, who's going to hire them? It seems like when they enter the world, it's like already a strike right there, and the rest of their life is just a struggle.
Now, black men are more willing to date outside of the race. For what reason, I do not know. There are so many beautiful, black, educated women out here. What's bringing us apart?
I am very curious to see how Rolanda handles this as a host.
I don't know. I don't know.
A lot of folks don't know. It's not only black women who are concerned about finding the right one. I mean, I got to admit, being well into the third decade of my life, no man, no kids, barely a phone call sometimes. I'm
Wow, Rolanda.
beginning to, broaden my approach a little bit to this man thing,
Should I shoot my shot and see if Rolanda's single in the comments?
I was talking to a girlfriend the other night, and I said, honey, if there's not enough inventory in the boutique, then maybe we should be going department store shopping. Well, I'm not the only one having a tough time. There's Carolyn Sawyer here. She's 32 years old. She's a television reporter in Boston. And you say that you haven't had a real date in a year?
A real date in a year. Yeah, that's.
So you got a comment. Look at some people out there with, oh gosh. But really, you haven't. You're not dating. What do you find?
When I define real date, I define it as meeting someone who excites me, who I'm really interested in spending time with. Now, that's not to say that I haven't encountered people who would say, "Would you like to go out? Let's do this." But I didn't feel that there was the spark, and so I didn't go there. I confess, I'm guilty.
This is somebody savvy guy approached.
I'm looking for my father, who's a wonderful black man, who's hardworking, who loves his family. My parents have been married nearly 40 years. So I've got great examples of wonderful relationships. And I look at that and I kind of look around and say, well, where are those brothers? Yeah. We're not talking rocket scientists here. We're just talking about men who are comfortable enough, confident enough to come up and say, look, I think you got a lot going on. Mm-hmm. How about spending some time?
Do you find, because I have people who say this, say you're on TV, you have a job, you got it kind of going on there.
Okay, what do you guys think about if I went and made IRL content later on in the year at a bird fair?
You must have dates every single night. And they say
I feel
no,
like that
and
would be Keno.
You must be
bird
intimidating
fair.
them. Do you get that?
But what am I to do? Because in my mind, the person that I'm dreaming of is the person who's comfortable enough to say, Rolanda, yeah, you're on your show. You've got your own show. You got a lot going on, but...
Rolanda, listen, these women on stage, they're not godly women. They are the same women up here saying they can't find a good man. They're not looking for a good man. They don't care if he's a good man. They just care if he make the box wet, Rolanda.
But you know what? Together, I think we can be magic.
I love you for saying that. Where are they? Where are they?
That's true. Yeah. I mean, is that too much to ask? I mean, because people always want to pin it on you're being too choicy, you're being too choicy. And I like to say, look, I come from very basic means, military.
Savvy and Paro, oh my God.
Child. My father spent 25 years in the service. But what he taught me was a lot of self-respect about myself and how to conduct myself as a lady and to have certain levels of standards. And an example of how a man gets up every day and goes out and takes care of his family and people know who the baby daddy is. I mean,
right.
Good examples.
Well, I do too. I mean, my dad is a gem. I mean, he really is. And not that we want to run out and marry our dads every place.
No.
But we do come from families where we see a father at the head of the household doing the right thing by his women, his children, and the whole bit. What kind of guys are you running into that you think there's too many of out there?
I think the woman who you had in the clip a few minutes ago who acknowledged the fact that black men are aware of statistics. We hear the statistics all the time, and we know the numbers are real, and there's some truth to the numbers. It was interesting, and I bring my father back up in this to say that he told me not to.
I couldn't have picked more crazy sounding topics that are being handled in like very serious fashion.
Part of your problem, child, is you ain't asked for the man. And that could be some of it. I mean, I've been tied up in building the career and so forth and so on. But I think that they know the statistics, and in some instances, they know that the pool is small, and particularly when you start getting to the level where you're getting specific in terms of education and what you're doing, the pool gets smaller. Let's face it, more black women are in college than black men. And that's not to say that the brother has to come with an education from college, but I think those who are there know that, and they know that the pool is smaller, and that makes...
Let no one say that I didn't give space to all these important issues.
For a competitive atmosphere, and I'm not sure that dating should be competitive.
Does it ever get to a point where you date outside the race?
I've done that before. I think that you should be with the person who excites you. And I don't think I hear the
Yeah, you get a lot of,
But look at the brother nodding up there. Wait a minute. This is the same brother that, I bet you just $10. Let's go in $10. That if I walked up in the room, that, the likelihood of him coming, is he moving his head, likelihood of him coming up and saying, gee, sharp sister, why don't we go have a drink? That's not going to happen. And so while you nod your head, I mean, don't knock me for having had an experience. And I don't think you can comment on an experience unless you've had it.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
It's true.
there are, as my parents taught me, Rolanda, there are good white people, good black people, bad black people, and bad white people.
That's right.
And it really is about...
What if I go to the bird fair and I try to pitch my idea to these people for the Dollar Bird Club?
The person who makes you come alive.
Well, that's, I tell you, I'd say this to my girlfriends all the time. You shop in the boutique and there's not enough inventory, you do find yourself going to the department store where there's a little bit more variety. Now, well, that's not for everybody, but it certainly is, it puts you in a position where you do consider it. There was a doctor in your life. Oh, Lord. Tell us about the doctor.
Oh, boy. I mean, it's not significant that he was a doctor. He just happened to have been a physician. And the significance is that the doctor, when I met him, had formerly been engaged, and so he was out of that relationship. The problems came when the nurse moved.
Literally, all he did was nod. That was it. And it, really sent her off the deep end.
To the new community and followed him, in essence, from...
This is a pretty, honestly, kind of a tense episode. The audience seems a little bit on edge.
One practice to another practice out of state, which I thought was a great deal of effort on one's part. But I try to be open-minded, because often you meet men who say, you don't give me my space, you don't let me do the things I need to do, and so I'm trying to be open-minded. Right. I think at the point where her weekend to house hunt became like a 5-day stay, and there was an invitation to join the two of them for dinner.
I don't think so.
I had to draw the line. You got to stop at some point and say, look, this is a little
So she was
too
doing
much.
more than taking blood pressure.
That would be my guess.
I've dated women with kids. I don't care for kids.
That'd be a safe bet.
Yeah, but when you look at the statistics, folks, it is staggering. It is something to consider. I mean, you've got 65% of black women
No, I'm not going to do that. Get crack.
raising children alone in America. When we come back, we're going to talk to one of those women, a single mom, and she too says she's having a hard time finding a mate. Stick with us as we ask the question, where are all the good black men?
I'm going to tag Savvy Guy in the comments.
We're asking a loaded question today, and that question is, where are all the good black men? Well, statistics say that there are more...
Look at the guy right behind her.
...black men of all ages in jail than in college, and a little more than 12% are unemployed. Adrienne Burke is a college-educated computer literacy instructor. She has never been married, although she did have her first and only daughter when she was
King should come out and confront these women like he does with Empress Janet.
just 14 years old. What? That's awfully early. That's a baby having a baby.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't regret it, though. I think it has a lot to do with why I am where I am as far as dating is concerned. You touched on something earlier as far as the intimidation factor. Statistically, I'm not even supposed to be where I am, having a child at 14. But since I am there, I find that a lot of brothers are intimidating. Just for the record, I'm for the brothers. I have faith in my brothers. No.
See, there you go. This guy, though, I don't think he's buying it.
I wasn't trying to take you there.
You have a whole group of men back here who appreciate that.
Just for the record.
Just for the record.
Just for the record. This has nothing to do with
Thank
her.
you.
I just wanted to put it out there right now. I love my brothers.
Oh,
I love
absolutely.
everybody, but just preferably, I just...
So what I hear you saying is that even though it's difficult maybe to find a good black...
That was a good episode. I remember I watched that one. I think he really sounded off on her at one point, I think.
black man that you don't want...
I think he said something like that he insinuated that like they were dancing around it and he had had enough of it and he just had to bring it out into the open and call her out.
To sway outside the race and date some other race.
No, I don't. And let me just explain something. It's not a racial thing. It's a preference thing for me. When I look at a brother, I like what I see. I like the color. I like the power. I like the strength. Okay?
But it's a racial preference.
Okay, but no, I'm saying I like what I see. I'm attracted to the physical composition. I'm attracted to the power, the strength, the culture, the tradition. You understand what I'm saying? And I don't, let me just finish this point. And I don't think that anyone outside of my culture and my tradition can halfway relate to me being a single mother at 14 years old, struggling the way that I do, and appreciate me for who I really am, but a brother who goes through the same
So
thing.
where is he?
Yeah, but you know,
So wait,
exactly,
let me play devil's advocate.
But
Where is
Adrienne Burke, 29. I haven't given up.
But wait a
Where
minute.
is he? He's out there. I'm
I hear-
29 years old. I'll wait.
I hear everything you are saying. Don't get me wrong. And please don't suggest that I'm here suggesting. I have the one friend, a colleague, who has married outside of the race and jokingly said to us, look, I done gone to the other side, and it's okay, y'all can come. And I said to her, look.
Should I do IRL from a Kid Rock knockoff band playing in a vineyard?
I don't need you to recruit.
I have tested the water.
It's okay.
Right.
I just think, I mean, the world is a global world, and I simply have too many contacts and relationships with all kinds of people to live my life in a box. And I think that if I went through life like that, I'd be wearing blinders and possibly miss some beautiful experiences. I don't know if he's white, if he's Moroccan. I don't know what he is.
I can respect that. I can respect that.
I agree with what you're saying and all, but, you know, due to your education, it brought you to a different level. It's like an adult trying to talk to a child, and I know a lot of brothers, you know, are struggling, you know, due to statistics and what have you, but, you know, you're on a different level, and, like, a lot of brothers maybe around you are not on that same level, so you find yourself hard to talk to them.
So what is your suggestion to me?
Well, my suggestion is you find a brother. You find a brother. No, listen.
Yeah, this is going to be good, brother.
But what's the solution?
It's just like you have a child that's 5 years old. You find somebody that's a peer to like the child that you know you can relate with. They have a lot of educated brothers in school out there and in good positions. You just can't.
No, it's like a pre-recorded video, Ananje. Crash Mar-a-Lago, yeah, that'd go really well.
Can't say that, you know, no brothers ain't no good.
Well, you know, I have a saying, and I'll just share it with you very quickly, and that is, I've attempted the relating part, and I'm not saying that I'll never.
That's actually a really solid lineup. The Hee Haw Girls, underrated for sure.
Never go back there again. And I like to tell people, look, I've done white collar, blue collar, no collar. I've been there. I'm looking for, at this stage in my life, someone who is mature enough to
oh my God, Leslie Easterbrook.
Come and relate to me. I'm tired. Come and tell me what's going on.
Oh, I'll have to check it out, yeah.
You may want to read Dr. Ron Elmore's book. This is Dr. Ron
Leslie Easterbrook is Viking coded.
Elmore. He's the author of a book entitled How to Love a Black Man. Come on, stand up. Oh, this better be good, Ron. Ron, I mean, we're sitting up here, and clearly there's enough sentiment out there in America that there is a shortage. Are we realistic?
Used to watch them back in the day. Yeah, me too. It's just I think these streams for me, even though the ones today have been pretty disturbing, are normally just chill comfort content.
Here,
there's a shortage. But there's a shortage of hope diamonds in the world, too. There's a shortage of precious ores and gems in the world, too.
True.
And so the search is harder, but any valuable thing is harder. We don't go to Woolworths when you're looking for a hope diamond. You got to go uptown to Tiffany's. But it's a hard trek there. And so I understand the struggles. I say to women who write me, who've read How to Love a Black Man, I say I apologize for every misspoken word from a black man to you, every tear that you may have shed that had one of our names on it. But at the same time, don't give up. There's a bunch of us who are in prison. There's a bunch of us who are already married. There's a bunch of us who are otherwise engaged for whatever the reason. But you're looking for one.
That's right.
And I want you to have that one, big time.
F that one,
it might
big
require,
time.
as
Wow,
my
what a
father said,
statement.
just asking for it.
Yeah.
Asking and working. I heard you mention something about the waiting idea, and waiting is a wonderful thing to do. Patience is a big part of this process, but it needs to be a working wait. It needs to be the kind of wait where I want to see the time the lights go down, I want to see you, Carolyn, back there.
We're going to do an IRL stream next week, and I'm going to go to the library and check out every Val Kilmer movie they have.
Checking out this whole row and being
I got a card coming this way because I want to connect with the one brother so we can talk about some open exchange of ideas, if nothing else.
But it's going to take that kind of meeting in the middle. And what I'm hearing from my brother in the back, this characterization of very successful black women who are now attempting relationships with men who have not been as educated. I don't see it as a parent-child type thing. I see it as we have, even if there are two different languages, I believe what love is really about is making the commitment to bridge the gap. Right. That's okay.
Man, this guy's eyes are really wide.
Question up here.
I'd just like to pose a question to you. Say if a brother approached you, maybe a blue-collar worker or somebody who might work in the mailroom, approach you and try to get to know you. Would you reciprocate that same kind of friendship for that person just
Absolutely.
because?
Absolutely. I think one of my endearing qualities is I get along with all kinds of people. I consider my pool of friends folk who in the mail room up to the boardroom. I think that's an endearing quality of mine that I think I learned from my family, that you respect all people.
A brother would approach a sister like you and feel intimidated by your education and your prestige.
Why are you intimidated, though? I'm one of the nicest, down-to-earth.
I'm not sure. I don't know if he had a deal in place for that, or I haven't read like how his family feels about it.
Earth sisters you gonna meet.
Because he feels like he might not be on the same level as you.
Just being real, like looking at the documentaries I've seen and stuff, he was a pretty narcissistic guy, so I think he would probably be okay as long as like people were still talking about him and, you know, watching. He wouldn't, I think he'd probably be okay with it.
What level is that?
A person who's in the world, in the business world, just because he doesn't feel the same way as you.
That lady down there said, then that's the man's problem.
You know what? I think that basically what you should do is, I mean, instead of assuming something, like she said in the back, you know, you want to know? Ask her out. Let's go have a drink. Let's talk about it.
You're right.
See where we go from there.
If you're intimidated after that drink, I can't help you.
Because I can talk the talk and I can walk the walk. Okay?
You're right, and you're true, and no man should be intimidated by no woman, and vice versa. I feel that a man, as a young black man, being single, being educated, having a job, and I return home, I live in the South Bronx, I find that I'm attracted to a lot more women who are less educated and who may not have a job and who may have been in relationships previous that no one was there to tell them, don't go out there and sleep with this man at 14 and 15 and then you have a baby, because your struggle will be
This is like the old school black South to West.
Twice as hard. Understand? Because I'm smart enough to know your struggle was hard.
My struggle was hard.
Yes.
However, it's made me a wonderful person.
Yes, it has, no doubt.
I have a lot to bring to
no
the table
doubt. You are a lot
that.
stronger now. Having been through what you've been through, you're a lot stronger. You're one woman that all men, all women should listen to. For you have went against the odds and come.
You have gone against the odds.
Thank you.
Did you say you might be your man?
Thank you for that correction.
I think that's your man.
But I love you anyway. Listen, we've got to take a quick break. When we come back, let's discuss the issue of why most black women will not date white men or men outside their race. Why is that? We'll talk about it right after this.
Yeah, let's talk
Man, Rolanda, not even trying to be neutral.
Now, we're talking here about where are all the good black men, and I got in a little trouble here talking to Rodney. When I corrected your English, you said you should have went, and I said it should have gone. The lady over here said, see, there you go intimidating men again. You know, did I intimidate? Is that wrong to do?
No, you corrected me, which is correct. There was no intimidation there. I accepted that, and I reciprocated. That was that. I moved on. I still didn't get my point across that being young and being out there, there's a lot more women than there is us. Now, for the few black men who do achieve status, and then we go back and try to be with our sisters, sometimes we can't be with them because they have children already, or they're with a boyfriend, or for whatever reason.
I'm sorry. What's the problem with having a child? This is the second time you raised that issue.
Oh, absolutely. The topics really are, a lot of them are completely still relevant and being discussed. That's kind of what I think is kind of fun about it. It's almost like old school panels. The Morton Downey's definitely feels like an old school blood sports panel.
Because
Make me
unfortunately,
understand,
right?
honey.
Listen,
I wanna be here.
When there's a child involved, okay, and I've been in a relationship with a young lady who had 2 children from 2 different men. I had nothing against it. I went in there and took on the responsibilities. She ended that relationship because she felt that she couldn't have me and still deal with the fathers. I had nothing against the fathers. You can see your child, that's your child. But she broke it up because she still had to deal with the fathers.
Oh, okay, so that's your issue when it comes to dating women.
Look, I went to church to try to find a godly woman. My mother had told me, go to church and you'll find a godly woman. Everybody says if you go to church, you'll find a godly woman. I went to church. There were no godly women. If there had been a godly woman at church, I would have met her by now.
Because me and the children had a relationship, but when we broke up...
And that's why I'm not in the church anymore.
I was out in the cold.
Well, I want you, this is your daughter here,
That's
right?
my pumpkin right
Come
there.
on, pumpkin. Come on, pumpkin. Introduce yourself and your pretty self.
Oh, I have no idea, Dave's channel. I haven't caught up on wrestling in a minute.
LaToya Burke. LaToya, you are how old, 15? Yes. You're 15 years old. You're starting to become a woman. You're listening to all of this. There's a whole...
Isn't that kind of what Sarah's trying to do, more or less, is kind of I think you and Hormax are kind of touched on, or Hormax are kind of, I don't remember if you agreed with him or not, but like, just by being moderator, you don't have to do much, and everybody else is doing like the heavy lifting on the content.
Whole hour dedicated to the... What does this do to you as you start thinking about growing up and finding a little boyfriend and doing all those things, and as you listen to Mom and the rest of the men talking here?
I just try to look for the right man, I guess. When I start looking.
That's right. Mama said when she starts looking. Thank you, baby
she
doll.
starts looking.
Well, what do you teach your daughters? I mean, what do we teach our children as women feeling the frustration of not being able to find the right mate? What do you tell the children who are watching this in the house the whole time?
Basically, what I try to tell her is to just be patient. You know, my daughter's a part of my life, come see, come sa. Relationships, corporate, whatever. She's a part of my life. So she sees what I go through, just like my previous relationship. Any relationship that I'm involved in, she has say in. If it's not working out for her, it's not going to work out for me, okay? My daughter comes first, all right? The last relationship that I was in primarily ended because those two just couldn't click. She had a problem with him. He had a problem with me having a problem with her having a problem with him.
Oh, gosh.
Okay, but basically, you know, I just tell her to be patient. And it's really funny because my daughter is at the age now, she's 15, she's starting to see boys and everything. She doesn't mind the interracial thing. And I'm the total opposite of that. But I don't impose that on her. This is my preference. This is my belief.
What do you say?
I'm 25 years old, and I've dated outside of the race. And I think there's even a problem there. I don't think too many men other than black men, I think men other than black men are intimidated by black women as well. So I think in general as a problem, black women have a problem dating. So, you know, what do we do about that?
That's why we're here, I thought.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out. I want you to meet 37-year-old Jeanette Bonner. She's a vice president of fundraising at United Way. Jeanette is, well, what you might call a department store shopper. She dates men outside her race, but she also complains that even though whoever she's dating, it's still hard to find a commitment. Is that right?
That's a Nick Cage line. What movie? I think. What movie is that from? I can't remember right offhand.
That's quite true.
Yeah.
Very much so.
So at what point did you say, okay, enough already. I got to go out and expand my horizons a bit. What made you
3 hours of sour diesel have shut down my brain a little bit.
decide to do that?
Well, basically, my mindset is a nice man would be nice in my life. There's a void right now, quite frankly. My preference is definitely the brothers. But if a nice man happens to appreciate me that isn't black, I'm not going to discourage.
There you go, face off.
Let me ask just a general question here. Are there some people who are saying, I don't get it? Because we have an interracial group here. Is there any questions that you may have that you just don't get it, what we're talking about here? Okay, everybody gets it.
But you know what, Rolanda, let me make this suggestion to you, too, and that is that I have seen, even in our profession, my counterparts, my white counterparts, who have the same issue. I mean, they're having difficulty finding neat guys to date.
Carol, I was talking to a lady back here. That's what I was trying to get you to say. Go on.
Well, I think it's not the color, the race issue. I just think that the intimidation factor that he's talking about and that you're talking about is money. And it's always an issue. If your mate makes more, I would be intimidated if my wife made more than me.
Why?
But
is that the same account? That's not my fault.
I'm not saying that I have a reason why. I'm just saying that it's an issue. But I'm also saying that I don't think that white men really want to date black women as much as black women want to date white men either. And I love my white wife right here.
I love my white wife. There's another shirt for the store. I love my white wife.
I don't think
I don't think a lot of this has to do with race. I think it's just who you are. I think a lot of people my age, my color, my religion have a lot of difficulty finding people in the right area that they want them to be at the time. And I think when you asked if we can relate, yeah, I can relate. I think everyone can relate. If you've ever had a problem, if you've ever tried to find someone, I mean, who has it that easy, right?
That's right. Exactly.
That's
Thank you.
right. Whoops, come on, stand up.
You said before that you had trouble finding black men working in the TV industry. Where do you go to find these black men?
That's a good point. I don't go to find men.
Because you said you wait for them to come to you. Dating's got to be like an active process.
Yeah, John Woo directed Face Off and Broken Arrow, I'm pretty sure.
I am not, waiting in the sense that you described. I mean, I'm certainly a very socially active person,
anyway.
but on the other hand, I don't go to bars looking for men. I don't go out with a specific mission of let's get a man, let's get a man. You know, some of the girls get dressed on Friday night and they got to get their clothes together, and I'm trying to. No, I don't do that. I'm past that stage in life, and so I mean, I'm certainly in the position that I am as a journalist. I'm constantly meeting people, and you would think in those encounters.
Dude, Broken Arrow has that amazing John Travolta freak out where he's like screaming at Christian Slater. It's such a great moment.
I mean, look,
Great scene.
I'm in the airport sometimes walking down looking at the red coat man. Some of them look good. I
got to take a quick break real quick, and we'll come back and continue this. There are many who believe that even when black men and black women finally do get together, there are still some rather unique problems. We're going to talk about that and continue our discussion right after this. Today, relationships between black men and black women. Dr. Arlene Bronscroft and Margaret Porter just published this study, and the study is called, Does the Future of Black College-Educated Women Include Black Men? I want to, come on, stand up, you guys. I want to introduce you. Welcome. That's quite a study. What made you guys decide to do the study? I guess is what we've been talking about here.
All right, let me start.
Go on.
First of all, I just want you to really know about black, white, Hispanic women, what their aspirations
It's good to see Rhea Perlman.
were. And so I had done a study originally on the aspirations of young college women. And what I found that was startling, that the black women, much more so than the Hispanic and the white women, did not see black men in their futures. That's what the finding was. And these were young college black women. So I found originally that they, more than the Hispanic and white women. And then Margaret and I teamed up to try to explore this further.
Absolutely. Where did you do your study? The man just asked here.
Urban universities in New York.
In urban universities in New York. In New York.
Basically, what prompted me to do it was because at the time I was single, and I'm still single, and I wanted to find out exactly what was happening, how willing black women were actually to go out there and date men of other ethnic, racial backgrounds. You know, our findings basically
Great
show that
accent,
these
by the
way,
way, amazing.
are willing to go out, but their preference is still the black man, irregardless of his level of education.
That we want to concur. The young women said in very loud voices, we want to date
Rhea, could you tell us how your husband, Danny DeVito, is doing?
black men.
Is he open to interracial relationships?
That was their strong preference.
I'm smoking sour diesel because I'm down to I'm not like low, but like I'm low on like my preferred strain, so I'm going through all like the not top, in my opinion, not top tier stuff.
There were about a third of them that said they would be willing to date outside their ethnic background. Actually, more of them said other than white.
Down by the beach.
Your study, what were some of the major frustrations that were voiced about why there was this conflict?
Favorite word, commitment.
Trust. And trust.
However, they found that
My favorite word is ganja.
black men were extremely supportive of their educational aspirations, of their needs. They enjoyed dating black men. They liked being with black men. But they said, as far as marriage partners, the commitment and the trust were not there.
Listen, let me tell you, how many times have you gotten on the telephone, thank
Here
you,
we
ladies,
go.
and
Let's
talked
go,
to your
Rolanda.
girlfriend, your best friend, your guy friend about all the problems with commitment and trust, and you talk. My girlfriend up here is 41-year-old Marilyn Wilson. Marilyn and I grew up together,
41?
basically. And we were
Man, she looks good for 41 anytime, but in like a 90s 41, wow.
one of those
Impressive.
girls who get on the phone and gab after we first meet somebody, gab after we break up, gab through everything. Marilyn has certainly had some luck in finding a man.
That's what they used to call yapping, guys, was gabbing.
She's actually been married twice to professional black men. Now,
What?
we can't even
Professional
find
black
one
men?
man. She's already found
That
two.
was a weird way of phrasing it.
What do you find, and I'm good, you just share some of the things that we talk about all the time, about some of the things that you go through when you're trying to find that perfect man.
Well, I think that we as black women, we all have certain expectations that we are, a certain man that we are looking for. And that was certainly my situation in both of my marriages. My first marriage, I was 29 years old, and many of my friends were already tying the knot, and I felt that biological clock that was ticking, and I only dated my first husband 8 months, which I don't think was long enough to really know him, and as a result, the marriage did not last long. We were not compatible at all. However, my second husband, we were very compatible. I thought we still remain very good friends. I just spoke to him last night. And
Southern
Oh,
Belle.
did you tell him you were doing the show?
Yes, he knows.
I know
I'm
he's
doing the
shaking in
show.
his boots right now.
He knows I'm doing the show. I'm still very close with him and his family. I love his mother dearly. But things just didn't work out. And you have tension in marriages. You have the economic tension. You have the tension of measuring up to someone's expectations. And so all of those things, and unfortunately it just did not work out. As I said, it's a blessing that we are still
Harry
friends.
Bush.
And all's well that ends well.
You want to get married again?
Rolanda, always such good reactions.
No, I don't.
Yes,
I don't.
You know, what I'm hearing from Marilyn is what I'm hearing from a lot of men and women. That's this idea that we're like on two separate sides of the room, and we're afraid now. Men are afraid they're going to be disrespected, and women are afraid they're going to be left.
That's right.
And because we're so afraid and sitting on those separate corners, we're analyzing all this drama, but we're not really acting because we're scared.
Well, wait a minute. We're going to find out how we can start acting a little bit. Also, how many women in the audience, let me hear a clap of hands, would like to get married? How many women want to get married? That's a lot. That's a lot. Well, coming up next, we're going to have some tips on how to beat the odds and make it to the altar with the man of your dreams. I want you to know I'm taking a few notes too, girls. And we get some tips from you too, Ron. We'll be right back in a minute.
I actually think it's really cool of Rolanda that she uploads these, and I mean, clearly these are like studio copies. Like, it's otherwise, like, a lot of this stuff wouldn't even certainly wouldn't be on YouTube. There's a lot of Rolanda episodes that aren't replicated elsewhere on YouTube, so I'm glad she uploaded all these. Wow, look at the one they're closing with. Are you kidding me? That maybe we'll get lucky and there'll be another one. Certainly they wouldn't stop it on OJ. Oh, come on.
We are talking about how hard it is for most black women
We're gonna have to do an OJ deep dive sometime too.
to find a good
I've got tons of videos in the saved in a playlist.
black man. And I want to ask you guys something. When you just saw that montage of couples there, interracial couples, black men with white women, what were your reactions? Anybody have any gut reactions? Come on, straight from the gut here. Straight from the gut. Come on, stand up.
Purely financial.
Purely financial, you think? Who else? Back here. What do you say? What do you say? Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Purely financial.
I'm getting my exercise today. There you go.
That every time someone's in the spotlight, like a black man, you always see him with a white woman. That's the main thing. You don't see him with a black.
juice.
It's like, and some of them make comments, no, I don't like black women. I prefer white women. And it doesn't make no sense. It really does. These are the so-called good black men.
Yeah, but yet I
I don't think it matters whether you're white or black. I don't think it matters as long as you're in love.
Doesn't bother you. Doesn't bother you either?
Doesn't bother me at all. I'm going to date who I want to date, whether she's black, white, Spanish, Mexican.
What do you ladies
But
think?
you know what? I was
Holland?
just going to say, I don't have the what happens to be quite often the reaction most
Get crack. You ever had any of that Holland pussy?
just have, and that is they're a little bit angry when they see black men who are successful with white women. I don't go there. I don't have that emotion. I'll tell you what emotion I do have, though. I'm just sitting here this evening, and I'm looking at this panel, and I'm thinking, here is a row, you included, of sharp sisters. Why are we spending some of the best years of our lives by ourselves?
All single.
After I got unbanned on Twitch after 4 years, my very first stream back, I played a Disney like town building game, and I built a big memorial to OJ, and I got a warning from Twitch about it.
By choice for me.
By choice.
By
What do you
choice for
say?
me.
I'll tell you, quite
assuming
frankly,
you
it's
met the right
easier to
person.
meet a white woman or sometimes Hispanic women because black women have so much attitude when you're out or you're walking.
Oh shit.
We hear that all the time. Black women have too much attitude. That's just me. That's just how I am. I know plenty white girls with attitude, let me tell you. That has nothing to do with it. It's about a cultural expression. Just because I roll my head or roll my eyes, whatever, that's confidence. I have confidence in myself, and I'd like to be heard, and I'm going to let you know where I stand. That has nothing to do with it. So that's a cop-out because...
People were like, "What the hell?" Because I never said anything. When they banned me, I didn't tell anybody or make any. I couldn't make any like community posts or anything like that. So like even I don't even remember if they had them back then when I got banned finally for the long time. I never expected to get unbanned. I was pretty shocked.
Because if
And the viewers were just like, "What's going on?" And one guy that I hadn't seen that like I haven't talked to in years that watched me a long time ago on Twitch. He is like a police officer now, and he was like watching me while he was at work, and he said he would promise to tell me if there was like body cam footage of him pulling someone over while he was watching my stream.
If you're too intimidated by me doing this or doing whatever like that, then that's on you. You need to check yourself. Have the confidence enough to step to me regardless.
If you're a confident person, if you're a successful person, why should you have to go through all the hassle? You know, you could date other people. There's no need for that.
Wait a minute.
No. Holland. 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 Holland pussy.
Okay, go through the hassle. It's not a it
Whoa, did you see that lady's hat? Oh my god.
should
dude,
not
she had,
be
like,
a
big
hassle.
wizard hat on.
I mean, we're here for one another, and quite frankly, I think that a lot of black men have bought into what the system tells us about black women. I think that a lot of black men hold us responsible for being what we've had to be throughout the years with not having you there as father figures and having to be the mother and the father to our children. And a lot of the other
Look at this amazing hat. Oh man, that is sweet.
issues, a lot of the other issues that go along that make us the strong black women that we are. And you guys use that against us, and it's not fair.
And why should we apologize for being strong black women?
And energetic.
See what the problem is, my brother. You
I tell Grace that all the time to stop apologizing for that.
just can't handle it. That's it. You can't handle it.
Oh boy, here we go.
Excuse me.
New Amsterdam? Yeah, sure.
I want to say something to the young man that stood up and made a comment
Right here.
behind him. Yes. That made a comment that was really, really key. In interracial dating, you will see a black man with a white woman.
How did Holland get brought up? I just was thinking about like girls from Holland.
However, what did you say? You very rarely see a white man wanting to date a black woman. What's wrong with this picture?
But she gets dates.
I'm from the
She gets
Midwest.
dates.
You
Jeanette
said
gets dates.
No, I'm saying.
Jeanette's got
wait a minute.
dates.
How many white men in here would want to date a sister? How many white men in here could deal with that attitude that this brother was
It's
talking
energy,
about?
energy.
This energy, this power, however you want to call it.
She disagrees.
I don't know that Savvy Guy. I think Savvy Guy would leave. I think this is too much for him.
Because I'm a multi-dimensional person, and I've dated
A multi-dimensional person. Fantastic. A little bit of Boyd on Rolanda.
outside of my race, and it's been, I'd say, a good 6-7 years since I've dated a brother, and I've been dating outside my race, and they've been dating me.
Is that
So
because it's
we're-
hard for you to find someone, or is what? Why?
It's just compatibility.
Have you had long-term relationships with these men? Or were you something to be desired, something to say,
No, I broke
maybe
it off
I should
with them.
try this?
No, I broke it off with them.
You know, because a lot of times, in my experience now, you know.
But you
when
said you didn't date
In
anyway.
my experience, I did tell, what's her name in the back?
Okay.
Patricia in the back, that when I was about 17, 18 years old, I did date a white boy, okay? I hate to say that.
I'm an expert on this. I dated one white guy 20 years ago.
I'm sorry I said that. But anyway, we're being frank, okay? I did date a white boy, man.
He has said, Savvy Guy has said numerous times that he doesn't like to argue and that he's done arguing with people. He made a big video about it at the beginning of the year, that arguing with people who know they're wrong is foolishness, and he's not wasting any more time doing that. And to the simps in the comments, I always like it when he says that. He always has some message for the simps in the comments.
But, and through that experience, no, seriously, through that experience was not a pleasurable experience to me, and that wasn't what tainted me. It was just, you know, that attitude, that sapphireness, that energy, my tradition, my culture. I'm conditioned to know more about their culture than they are conditioned to know about my culture. Take the time to get to know me and my culture and my traditions. Do they want to do that? I don't think so.
Well, up next, while this comedian was busy trying to make all of us laugh, she was also trying to find a good man. You're looking at
good.
Phyllis
This-
Yvonne Stickney back there, and we're going to meet her next.
Oh man, there can be no better thing than a woman doing stand-up comedy about relationships. I cannot wait for this.
And get her side of the story when we come back.
Can't wait. King TL would be on his knees licking the toes of these women if they talk to him like that. That's what he's into. Queen Power.
Hey, folks, guess what? Believe it or not all black women are looking to find a good man. Quite a few have great husbands. Phyllis Yvonne Stickney is one of them. She's a comedian and an actress, and if you haven't seen her comedy routine,
Just getting a look at some of these people in the crowd. She looks like she would whip somebody's ass in a fight, dude, for real.
you may remember her from a number of movies, including Malcolm X, Jungle Fever. She played a welfare mom in the TV movie The Women of Brewster Place, and maybe she'll be playing a mommy too in real life soon because she just got married. Come on out here, girl. Looking like an African queen. How you doing, darling? Come here. You got the orange memo today,
Yes,
right?
you know we had to do this thing. It was necessary.
It was necessary.
Hey.
Hey. How did you get married? Did you ever go through all these frustrations?
Oh,
you've
of
been...
course I did. I went through everything and then some, multiplied, squared. Oh, please. Please, I have
What do you
horror
think about what we're
stories.
saying? As we say, where are all the good black men? What do you say?
I say that they're out there. You just have to look in places that maybe are not traditionally places that you would look. You have to open yourself up to places and people and things that may be new and different and frightening to you. And
This looks like the kind of thing that one lady we watched, Brenda, would put on her would put on her new tablescape.
you have to sometimes, I don't want to say higher or lower, but we need to expand, you know, where we're looking, because so what? I mean, he may not have graduated. He may have gone and get that GED. So what? You know, maybe we need to be broader, I think. You have to begin to say, well, is he a spiritual person? You know. Does he have knowledge of himself? Is he a complete person who's coming to me whole?
Savvy guy would be losing his mind. He would be like, she doesn't care whether you're a good person or you have good character. All she cares about is, you know, looks.
And not looking for me to complete him. It's like, don't make me, I'm going to be serious and blush and all that, but actually, we had seen each other. We were in a world that we were around each other, but not a lot. I saw him maybe 3 or 4 times before in over a 4 or 5 year period of time.
Great shot.
And then one night, I was having a meeting at my studio I live in Harlem,
shot.
and I was on, oh honey, yes, please.
Somebody put it up to the top here. Phyllis Yvonne Stickney.
This is serious blackness here, darling. I live. I get a nosebleed. It's only Rolanda that brought me below 110th Street, people. So anyway, one night I had left a book of poetry at the
Samurai
theater,
Apparel?
the Victoria 5 Theater where I work, and I heard this voice from the corner. I'd gotten the book and I was waiting on a taxi because I was running late for a meeting, and I heard this voice from the shadows say, "Sister, sister." And I didn't see a face. He said, "When you let me come in the light, you'll know who I am."
What?
And sure enough, when he stepped into the light, I said, "Oh, Brother Omar, how are you?" But look, brother, I'm running late. Can you come and go with me? Because, you know, I didn't want to just cut him off because I didn't know what he wanted to say. And so he got in the taxi and he called to someone, "Brother, I'll see you later." And he came with me to my meeting and he sat through the meeting and listened. And after the meeting, I was talking about a program that I'm developing to train youth at risk and ex-offenders in the technical aspects of film and television production.
Yeah,
So it's just something that's coming through me. The creator gave it to me. It isn't my idea. But, and so I'm sitting there saying, you know, you too, I'm telling children that you too can make $150,000 as a technical director. And so after the meeting was over, this very humble brother looked at me and said, "Me too, sister?" And I was like, "Yes." Well, we started working together because I needed someone to do just a number of things around the office, production assistant work. And then I started working with him to help me with some of my dates, booking engagements and things like that. I needed security. And he was just so amenable to everything. And he paid attention. He was patient. But most importantly, he was a
Great
strong
shot.
black
Oh,
man.
man,
He was
this
not
guy
afraid
he's getting
of
all the
of the
keynote.
history that we
This
are
camera guy
viewed with,
is a
good, bad, or
legend.
indifferent. He wasn't afraid that there were economic differences between us. He wasn't lewd. He was respectful and humble.
These two ladies wrote the book on it. You're holding it in your lap. I want you to meet these women. You might say they have their MRSs. They are Mrs. Cassandra Marshall, Cato Lewis, and
Okay, so we have the author of How to Love a Black Man. Now we have How to Marry a Black Man, The Real Deal.
Mrs. Monique Gillerette Dijon, and you wrote a book
What a
on
name.
how to
Fantastic.
marry a black man.
The real deal.
The real deal.
The real
What
deal.
is the real deal?
Well, the real deal, first of all, is we love black men.
Can everybody say that? We love black men. Okay? And I'll admit it, I was desperate. Okay, I'm not saying that anybody here is desperate. I'm saying, speaking for myself, that I was desperate. I had given up. Phyllis is my friend from a long time. She knows I had given up. I said, there are no good black men in New York. I took stock in my life and I started looking at myself. And I started working on myself. And I said, there's got to be a reason why I keep
Self-improvement is foolishness.
ending up in the same place with my heart broke over and over and over again. What
If you were going to change in life, you'd have changed by now.
am I, instead of saying the brothers have a problem and they can't handle me because I'm working in television, I said, what am I doing wrong? And the answer is in this book. We say to get yourself together spiritually, physically, mentally, culturally.
That's like they say, why do I keep going out with the same guy? And the answer is because you're the same woman.
But,
right?
but
Oh boy.
Spiritually, you have to
Rolanda just gave the whole book away. They're probably very upset.
believe that if you center and cleanse yourself spiritually, you will start attracting different kinds of people that won't hurt you, that
You can get a higher tier of dick if you cleanse yourself spiritually.
won't walk all over you, that won't be intimidated by you.
And some more advice as soon as we come back. We'll get it from you when we come back. Tips on how to marry that man. I want to introduce you first of all
I love the Jedi Rich one. You know what this guy kind of looks like is John Waters.
to a few good black men who are the husbands of folks here, right? Yvonne, this is your husband, Omar. Please stand up so we can see who you are. What a wonderful story.
Okay, all right. I assumed that's why they kept doing those slow zoom-ins, but that goes a good camera guy that thought to do that.
And of the married women on our panel, this is Robert Lewis. Come on, stand up and take your applause.
I'm not sure, but I think when we looked it up, it was like a 3-year period, like early 90s maybe.
Us too. What are you thinking about what we said today?
Well, first, I think it's very enlightening to see so many beautiful black women in here to share their thoughts with us.
I'm just so glad that everything that
I'm staying at the Travel Lodge, room number 74, key under the mat.
my wife did, I think everyone can enjoy it. I love being married to her, and these women deserve just as much.
Oh, thanks. Tips on how to marry that guy.
Wish you well, Christmas card.
This program works so well. By the way, that was Monique's husband, Robert DeYoung. It works so well.
Put them in the chat, ATF Media. Put the movies in the chat if you don't mind, or put some of them in there and I'll find them.
That Whitney Houston wants to buy is optioning the project for film.
Oh, really?
Okay.
That's great.
Through Disney. And the first and best tip is smile and say hello to every black man you see.
I do.
Okay?
Every
Secondly, forget about your type. You don't have a type from now on. And your type is a black man. Okay? And third is to forget about the dinner and movie date because our brothers want to get paid when they, go out. Social functions, walk on the river, have him take you somewhere that you're going to meet other black men because he may not be the right one, but he might have a cousin or uncle.
Oh, wow.
Ron, what do you say? Some more tips.
So go on a date and then shop from his friends and family? What an attitude to have.
I'd like to say to the men, I mean, there's so much, when I look at the bookstore shelves, including my book, How to Love a Black Man, so much of it is written to women, but what about the brothers and what women need from us? So I'm working on How to Love a Black Woman now. Tip number 1 for the brothers is be in it for the long haul. Our women want to see somebody who's going to stick around. They're scared and they're hurt, and they want to see us bring the power of staying.
Yeah.
Number 2, father boys like that, so that my daughters get to see a man like that in their generation.
Yes. Let me show you. This was so funny. I got this shirt. Carol brought this shirt all the way from Boston, and girlfriends, look at this. It says, you wear it, and it says, single black female, attracted, gifted, and independent, seeking a mature, honest, supportive, what is this? God-fearing, financially stable, physically and mentally fit black man. Then when you turn around and walk away, it says,
Thanks, ATF Media. I got a screenshot of it. I'll find as many of those as I can.
if you are a non-supportive, no good, lying, jealous, nagging, broke, unemployed, uneducated, jive, two-time and two-minute brother, please don't call.
Oh, epic. Sure.
Sometimes we laugh to
Les
keep from
Brown.
crying. Phyllis is going to give us a taste of humor in her.
See Dick Run. I think I've seen that one. Trapped Haitian Nights sounds fantastic. It's like those shirts you used to see on Facebook where it'd be like, yes, I'm a something, 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 something,
Indelible way, right after this. Right after.
Left-handed truck driver. Don't get on my bad side because I'll rain down hell, but I'm kind to animals. That's my freestyle skill is Facebook t-shirts. I can't do raps though.
Before we say goodbye, Phyllis, stick take me with some humor.
Yes, Cody Turbo.
Where are you? Before brothers, let me just give you a few little pointers if you want to.
It'll be like, yes, I'm a forklift operator and I've got a bad attitude and my cousin has autism and I wake up drunk every morning questioning my life. But yes, I will stand by you and I'm just a good man looking for a good woman.
Find that serious sister. Don't go yo, 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 hey baby, hey baby, hey baby. Don't.
Yeah, and the picture is an Indian chief skeleton that's on fire. That's what that shit looks like.
Don't do that, okay? If you're trying to make a gesture or something, try not to pound it in the crotch area, okay? We're
Wow.
concerned about hygiene when you do that, okay? There's just a few things you can't kind of talk to the lady when you're trying to talk to the 4 other girls at the same time. You know, try not to be so obvious with the 14 numbers hanging out of your pocket. And if you're married, don't you dare! Don't you dare. Go there. Anywhere, anytime, any place.
You know who actually seriously would be good at writing those Facebook t-shirts would be if King TL and Hurricane Paro, they just let them just stream of consciousness. That'd be some great t-shirts.
And girls, if you really want a serious man, put your clothes on.
Hurricane Paro has one of the greatest Grace quotes of all time too. Whenever he was mad at her, he just came into chat one time and he was like, Grace Thorpe, I'm coming for those cheeks.
On that note, goodbye, everybody. Thanks for being with us. We'll see you next time.
All right, now listen.
Now,
This one
Gina.
could be construed as controversial, so let's try to be mature while we're watching it. Okay, let's try to keep everything positive.
He doesn't buy that.
We don't need any controversies in the chat.
On today's Rolanda, we're going to talk about one controversial subject. It's a subject called Ebonics, or Black English, as it's traditionally called.
Like I say, I'm going to jump in my coupe. That means I'm going to jump in my Lexus two-door car. You know what I'm saying? Like I say, I'm going to jump in my whip. It could be any kind of car.
Right.
If I say, yo, my truck over there, that could be the Range Rover, Yukon, anything. That's just the way we say it, you know? We go around.
You can say somebody have a lot of jewelry on, they iced down, or he flooded, or they got truck on, or he laced.
Truck jewelry, baby.
I just told you 5 different ways to say a person got jewelry on.
You over there flossing, I mean, you looking good.
But I could say homeboy flossing, and flossing mean he fronting, like he want to fight or something. I mean, I don't like him, he be flossing too much.
By the time you get down to slang and put it in books, we're going to be on some new slang.
Well, that's so true. Can you believe it? And that is the truth. I guess I'm icing down today because I got on some earrings. I thought it might have been just because I got caught in the snow. Well, I'm going to admit, I don't have a clue what most of the words mean. And
Hey, South to West. We don't shy away from the hard conversations here at Fusion Studios.
I'm black. And I guess mostly because of what the kid just said there, because the language keeps changing all the time. So today,
Is that the same
let's
guy
take
from
some
the last
time
episode
to understand what
that
Ebonics
loved his
means.
white wife?
And we're going to talk with some people who believe that Ebonics is not slang, but an authentic language.
It is definitely a language. It is systemic. It is regular. It has morphology, phonology. It has syntax, sentence arrangement. It has semantics. It gives meanings to words.
And we're going to talk to some people who say that it's the most ridiculous concept that they've ever heard.
If you took care of these conditions and made the schools better, then in 50 years we'd look back at all the clips and the newspaper clippings about Ebonics and we wonder why in the world we even talked about it.
Well, the Oakland, California School Board fired up this heated debate when they proposed teaching black students in, and I'm going to quote, their primary language, end quote. And they were referring to Ebonics, which is a combination of ebony and phonics. Well, they have since reworded their proposal, taking out references to Ebonics as the language of many African American students, but the debate is still raging on.
It is absolutely a language.
I think it's just another ethnic con game. You know,
Stanley
it's
Crouch.
An example of how people have turned these
John Galt guest coded.
exotic quirks into commodities.
Hey, Ember.
They get money from the government for, or they get positions on campuses to teach, etc. But I think it's fundamentally quackery.
It's reality.
Quackery?
Is that the school system is failing our children, and Ebonics is a proven success scientifically. So what you feel and what you think it is, no matter how insulting you are to yourself and the Ebonics movement, is irrelevant. The fact of the matter is Ebonics works to teach our children the mastery of standard English and should be used.
But I would submit this, that if it is, so what? It has nothing to do with what the real problem is. And the real
Even if you're right, Stanley Crouch takes the position. Even if you're right, who cares? So what?
world as we know it, because how do we get people to earn their livings and make their way through the world through communicating with people in positions of power?
80% of our people, according to linguists, speak Ebonics only. 19% of them speak Ebonics and Standard English, and only 1% of us speak Standard English only. Why not try it? Why the hysteria?
I don't think Black English is a language. I think it's just a body of slang terms that mutate, and I think it's a waste of time in academic situations.
Blackstreet slang is a superficial...
Dude, props to Rolanda for once again, like, completely subverting my expectations and making this like actually delving into the topic, not just like having people sound off. Although I'm sure we'll get that at some point, probably.
Vocabulary and phraseology that's in one year and out the next. When I was growing up, we said, hey, man, what's happening? I'm cool. Where you going? I'm going to my crib. Now they say, what's up? I'm chilling. I'm fat and butter and all of that. That's not Ebonics.
When Ebonics produces a Frederick Douglass, who would have laughed you out of America if you talked to him in 1850 about Ebonics, then I'll buy it.
I'd like you to also welcome John McWhorter. He's a linguist from the University of Berkeley, and he argues that treating Ebonics as a language is an insult to black students.
Rolanda walked so that Chaotic Truth and John Galt could run.
John says Ebonics is not a language, but a dialect, and he argues that calling Ebonics a language is an insult to black students. Why, John?
Well, it's very simple. Black English is a wonderful thing, but it's not different enough from Standard English to have anything to do with why African American children are falling behind in school. And to pretend that it does and to help them make the tiny little half-inch jump from Black English to Standard English is to condescend to them. If we don't want to do that for kids in Brooklyn or Appalachia, then we don't want to do it for African American children. That's how I feel.
It's things like in Africa they may not have the diphthong or the TH, and it says, I'm going with my mother to the store. I'm going with my mother to the store. Now, you say, John, that that's only going to stunt a child's growth, that they don't say with and pronounce words correctly.
Well, no. It's not going to stunt the children's growth. I think it's great for people to say with in their home context and to learn in school that you say with in other contexts. But as quiet as it's kept, black kids have known how to do that for a long, long, long time.
Oh, I'm
That's
down
not
for
the
Tanya
issue
Harding
in school.
for sure. Great Honeyman video.
Well, it's not just black kids who speak Ebonics or Black English. Whether you believe it's a slang or a separate language, Black English is very popular with teens from all ethnic groups. In fact, if you stick around on this show, you might be surprised today. In fact, you might learn something. Stick around for today's Rolanda.
I'd be reacting to everything Rolanda did as if she had said something like really profound to try to make sure I got on the tape as much as possible.
Females, we call
I'd be
them
like,
females honeys, chicks, dimes,
or I'd
my
like
boo-boos, my shorties.
I'd lean to the person next to me and be like, she's right.
You can't teach that in school. You can't teach that in school.
Now it's just silence. It's the void. This is the waterfall Rich was talking about. We're just going over the waterfall now. I do remember the Jive Talk scene. What's happening? This is very traumatic. Oh my gosh, that's like a man. We'd have been sitting here for a while.
We speak. Anything that is African about us has been rejected in this society. And we tried to do everything. We said something's wrong with our hair, we straightened it. We said we were too dark, so we lightened our skin up. We said our nose was too broad, so some people have money to file them down. And, but that stuff has got to stop.
Welcome back, everybody. If you're just joining us, our topic today, Ebonics, or Black English. It's a topic that many of us have been debating about in our schools and our homes.
That
We've
guy
been reading
sucks.
many news articles about it, and we're trying to understand what Ebonics is all about. On today's show, you're going to meet some people who are Black, who are Hispanic, who are Korean, and we've even got some Jewish kids, and all of them speak Ebonics.
Remember that great Jenny Jones episode we watched where it had all 4 camera angles? That was such a tense viewing.
I've seen
my blood pressure was like through the roof.
a whole nation, I'll just say that, of kids, different cultures, trying to talk the street slang. Chinese kids, Spanish kids, Caucasian kids, whatever you call it. They want to walk around with the radios. Yo, what's up, man?
School with me, that's all good. But when he gets around his people, he's going to start talking this little slang, trying to be like us, man, that's dead. You know what I'm saying? Because he don't fully understand what he's talking about. He hear us say something, then he gonna go around this man and go kick the same thing to him. And that's not what's going on.
I'm Israeli and Jewish, so I speak Ebonics just like every other teenager speaks.
I'm Hispanic, I'm mixed. My mother's Panamanian, my father's Puerto Rican. I do speak Ebonics, but to a certain limit.
I'm Korean and I speak Ebonics, like stop fronting, what's up, badam, what up, dog, like that.
Listen, I'm white and I speak Ebonics. I say things like, what up, dog? And sup.
It's a language for us, like language for the teenagers, you understand? It's a language when we hang out. I mean, like I talk to my mother, like I'll be like, yo, Mom Dukes, I need some loot, you know, like, but she knows what I'm talking about. But I can't go to my aunt and be like, yo, Auntie Dukes, I need some loot. She'll smack me right on my face.
Well, we all She'll need smack some her, loot, all I right. guess. Boy, are we learning? I mean, kids are really changing the way that we speak. If we're fighting to make Ebonics a separate language, then what might that mean for the future of our next generation? Well, why don't we ask them? I'd like you to meet Raymond, who is 22 years old, 18-year-old Dee, who is from Chile, 17-year-old
Chile.
Katrina, who is Jewish, and Jason.
Oh, these people are Kino. They're like out of some they're like out of some obscure art film or something.
Who is 19, and her family is from Puerto Rico. Now, y'all give me an example of
What a
speaking
crew.
some Black English. Now, I want to hear a Jewish girl speak some Black English. Okay?
Annie Dukes, give up the loot.
Tell me how you might say something very, I mean, like what kids would say. Talk to me. What up, girl? What up, girl? Oh, I can say that. What's up? But what else might you say? To help me a little bit about
I'm
what...
saying, yo, what's up, boo? What's up? We chilling? We gonna get it going on tonight. We gonna go bouncing, lamb throughout the Ave and all that. We gonna go catch this party, do this up, smoke some of that thing, or whatever. But it's gonna go mad different
Wow, that guy was did you see that dude? He had on like a nice ass suit.
Wait a minute. Hold up, Raymond. What do your folks say when you start talking all that?
I'm saying my moms could relate to me on that slang, but when I go anyplace else on a professional level, I can't talk that way.
You
because
better
it's not
believe
gonna
it.
progress me in society. But as far as me getting along with my homies, when I'm just meditating, relaxing, we can talk any way we
Meditating,
want. Say whatever we feel for any particular situation.
So what you...
I like that back then you could just hang out with your bros meditating. I don't know how well that would go over now, unless James, the dating coach, was your friend.
What I hear you saying is that it is a different language, but it has its place. And do you
That's
think
right.
the classroom
That's exactly
is
what
right?
I'm saying that lingo is only for the streets and that's it. We can't progress in society with slang. Slang is for you to get around the hood and all that. There's about, what, 20, 25 ghettos in the whole United States, and that's where slang belongs. But in the whole other world that we surrounded in, you got to be able to progress and talk regular.
Let's comment on this video and thank Rolanda for dropping the loot.
Let me point this out. Daniela, or Dee, as she said I could call her. Dee, you say that this is okay to have in the classroom because it might make students and teachers a bit more approachable to each other. Is that what you're saying?
What I was saying is that not everybody is like myself, that I was raised up by my family. I've been living at home all my life. There's kids from the projects that all they know is the streets. And they're not going to
What
go
a
to
character,
school
man.
and they're not going to be interested in school if a teacher's talking a different language. To them, it is a language because they've been brought up in the streets. There's some kids that can't even go to school because they're only 16 years old. They have 3 kids to feed. They have mouths to feed. Their kids, to put clothes on. They can't go to school and going to learn something new. They have to, go into it.
But Dee, you speak Ebonics, and look how beautifully you just communicated with me. Can't we accept that that's the way you...
I just think it's interesting that they're I don't know. I mean, what we've heard of what people what people considered to be Ebonics at the time, I don't know. I guess that's the debate is whether or not it's a real language.
There's a time and place when to use it, and
I just feel like you couldn't, based on what we've heard of what they consider Ebonics to be, there's not enough, it would have to be further hybrid to cover everything you'd need to communicate.
Are you teaching that in school?
I'm not saying,
telling the students that it's all right to speak that.
I'm not saying that I want kids. I'm not saying that I want it taught in schools. I'm saying that teachers should know how to speak Ebonics in order to communicate with the kids that are from the projects and aren't as fortunate to know proper English as myself. They're not going to go into school. They need a teacher to communicate and speak their language.
Here's a mother who stood up in the audience, and I want to know what you have to say about this.
Dude, Rolanda just definitively stepped on those people, man, and they just gave up. She went directly in the middle of a sentence to someone in the crowd. Beautiful.
I have 4 daughters down to the age of 8, and I'm dealing with this very much so in my home. But I agree with the young man exactly. We control our kids right now, and I think we cannot control them too much. I mean, we control the way they dress. We try to control the way they speak. We try to control where they go to school. I think we need to let them have some freedom. If this is how they want to talk, let them talk. There's many more things to deal with. It's drugs.
But do you think this ought to be incorporated in a school curriculum? Should teachers be required or have to learn this?
Honestly, let me tell you something. When I was growing up, we was using words like zooty bang, drinking at OE and all of this. And I mean, I went to college. I got 2 years of college, and and it didn't.
Can somebody please look up zooty bang and tell me what it means?
It didn't bother me any. And I think teachers should teach the way that they've been teaching. It's up to your child to want to learn and to learn. It has nothing to do with the way that they speak.
What do you say?
I have a question. If they're planning on incorporating this into the school systems, are they going to send the teachers to school to learn Ebonics?
The Oakland School Board is saying more than that.
I do honestly believe that if you were somebody that was running a panel, I think you actually could learn a lot from watching some of these shows, because you start to see which hosts want to make themselves the star, who can step back and let the guests and the stories take control, who's good about it if the story's not going well, who can salvage the episode, you know what I mean? I think it takes an interesting skill set to host shows like this.
It's not only these awareness sorts of things, which are just fine with me. Also, if you read the resolution and if you look at the sorts of things that have actually been tried in the past, what they're also talking about is workbooks with exercises such as IB walk-in. Now, Timmy, you translate that into standard English. And textbooks in the language.
Remember Zay Zooted?
Language as opposed to in standard English. And
No,
the question
they're not talking about
is,
that.
do
This way.
reading books
When I
in
was a
Black
child,
English?
we spoke pig Latin.
And they ate Ray.
We couldn't speak.
But that's what we were talking about. It was a code.
It was a code.
Hang
we
on.
couldn't speak it.
Okay, guys, I can't believe I didn't notice this before. Brooklyn Brawler in the crowd. Steve Lombardi, incredible.
Our household, but we can speak it outside. Right. And I feel these children have to have their own secret language so they can't upset their mother and father. And matter of fact, they might be cursing us out. We don't know.
Regardless of whether it's a real thing or not, we need to commit to trying to get Zooty Bang to come back. I like the sound of that.
Well, many are asking, is the Oakland School Board proposal an innovative concept?
Remember when Zay Zooted had the meltdown on Lolcow Test or Lolcow whatever, and they kept bringing up her past, and she was just completely flipped out?
Maybe many places need to consider, or is it just simply an insane idea? We're going to meet a teacher who says the Oakland School Board's decision was a ploy only to get more money.
The Brooklyn Brawler is going to put over Rolanda later.
We'll talk about that right after this.
I assume that the school board is really trying to get federal
Is that Barney Miller? That's a deep cut, right? Barney Miller.
funds in order to compete with the bilingual students that get extra money, because
Zooty Bang. Okay, so Zooty Bang is a murdered rapper, but that's the only was it someone who was from this era, like the 90s?
the whole concept that those
Maybe they were named after the slang thing.
people that speak in proper English should be established is kind of stupid.
Man, I want could go for some Eggo waffles. See what happens in these void sections? Here we go.
We are not talking about teaching Ebonics in
I know a couple people I could ask about it.
LAUSD, period. We are not talking about having teachers to learn Ebonics and teach Ebonics to the children, period.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
That's a part of any ethnic group identity. The Irish do it. The Asians do it. When they get together, they'll talk about that twisted up way that people from China didn't speak English, and for whom English is the second language, spoke at that time. Every group does that. But they don't jump up and say, okay, now, we have to make the way that my Chinese great-grandfather spoke English. That's the real version of Chinese English, or English or something.
Language is different. Speech patterns
Wow.
are different. Whether you call it a language variety, Black vernacular, Black English, Ebonics, it is a different speech pattern that derives from African languages, using English words.
Well, there are a lot of people who think that these sorts of things come from Africa. But interestingly, I've never heard any African
I don't know who he was, but I have a pair of sunglasses exactly like the ones he had. Pretty close.
speak English sound like that. So if it's an African language, it doesn't sound like English the way Africans speak.
In African languages, the TH sound has a D sound if it's at the beginning of a word, and it has an X sound if it's at the back of a word. South. Both of us are going south. Not because we're stupid, but that comes out of our morphology and phonology.
So a TH sound is at the beginning is replaced with a D sound. So instead of that, you would say dat.
Of African languages. The other element of a language is syntax, sentence arrangement. How do you structure words into sentences? Sometimes we use the word to be different ways.
They need to cut in Wings of Redemption going, what's a predicate?
He be tired means he's tired all the time. He tired. Daddy gone. Mama mad. We don't have to say, my mother is very angry. That's standard English. We say, Mama mad. And everybody's clear about what that means.
To be saying in some kind of way we have to submit to this idea that our natural state is outside.
This guy's gold.
Or that we can't master something. Or that we can't be
He's got good aura.
Just, it's an intellectual foolishness.
I think it's an insult. It is lack of research. It's lack of intelligence to say that your native tongue is an inadequacy. That's self-rejection. That's internalized oppression. We're not talking about an inadequacy. We're talking about embracing your heritage and using your native tongue as a bridge to teach your children. What's inadequate is when you put children in special ed. What's inadequate is when you label children educationally, mentally retarded.
Oh, no. Wow. The guy that murdered Zooty Bang got 10 to 30 years in prison.
Is when you label children LD, learning disability, when you label children at risk, because you don't want to inculcate their culture and their linguistic retention of African rules and systems to teach them standard English. Instead, you want to denigrate. You cannot.
See, these are very educational, Get Cracked, for me. I'm learning all kinds of things about other cultures.
Put a child down and then try to lift them up to learn other subjects. It doesn't work like that.
Ebonics, that's our topic today in Rolanda. Is it slang or is it the new black language? Well, Ellis Marsalis, director of jazz at the University of New Orleans, says the Oakland School Board's decision on Ebonics was just a scam to get more money. Really?
This guy's got a great look. Let's hope he's got the swag to go with it.
Well, from what I had read, apparently there was a dollar figure attached to it, and it got lost. The person who was just on the screen, it said Oakland, and evidently there's some divisiveness even among the people there. The problem that I have with the whole concept of it even being a language is that what you must have some form of a history in order to do it. It must come out of a culture, because all languages come out of a culture. And there's a constancy which comes from writing it. And if it isn't a written language, the oral tradition is always alive and well in this country.
It's always good to know that the oral tradition is alive and well. Never want to see that go away.
Because there are a lot of different ethnic groups, and each ethnic group has some variance in terms of the oral tradition pertaining to that ethnic group.
Why do you think it was something to, like a scam to get money?
Well, I think as near as I can remember, there was a dollar figure attached in order to get it into the schools.
And that's where you think the problem is. It doesn't seem like an effort to you to help the kids, but more to help the budget.
Back in November, before this became a big issue, one of the Oakland representatives actually said out loud, the Latinos got theirs and now we want ours. I don't think they dare say that now, but they said it in November in the paper with a bold subhead. I remember it well.
Now, Mr. Marsalis, let me ask you, your sons, Winton and Bradford, do they speak Ebonics at home?
Well, they haven't been at home for almost 20 years.
Was that because they spoke Ebonics?
No, that term was rather new to me. I had heard someone a few years ago speak about the concept of black English. And when we consider putting anything into the school system, there's a formula for getting anything in that system. And the first thing, we must at least be able to write it. Because the oral tradition has different kinds of idiomatic expressions, which is a fancy way of saying slang. And I'm not sure what Ebonics is a fancy way of saying.
Right. Well, the Reverend Herbert Daughtry, who is pastor of the House of the Lord's Churches, is fighting to have Ebonics recognized in the New York school system. How should Ebonics, you think, be incorporated in the way that New York City teachers teach?
I think we ought to say, first of all, Ebonics, the term was coined in 1973 when some black scholars with impeccable scholastic credentials were looking for a way to define the speech pattern that emanated from people of African ancestry across the country. But what we said in New York is that our children come to the school with this pattern, with their speech pattern. I want to get into the debate. And therefore, before, teachers were treated with contempt, ridicule, and so children would be treated a certain kind of way. What we're saying is, hey, listen, children bring...
I think this guy's got good Memphis manager energy. They could probably make it work.
Bring into the classroom a certain speech pattern, treat them with respect, create a climate in which learning can take place, and then we can reach academic excellence, standard speech, hopefully. That's where we all want to go.
Fantastic.
Part of the concern has been the kids.
He was orchestrating I almost said orchestrating the chat, orchestrating the audience.
Who come in, and teachers who don't understand their so-called Ebonics feel a self-esteem problem. They might feel a bit different that may hinder learning. There are teachers on both sides of this issue. Some teachers call Ebonics a great teaching tool, while others call it a potential handicap. The mixed reactions among teachers is what we're going to talk about, and continue your story right after this commercial break.
We do not teach Ebonics. They know Ebonics.
Ebonics is really a non-issue. Ebonics is not the problem. We have to deal with the atmosphere. We have to deal with the neighborhoods these kids are coming from. We have to make the schools conducive to learning.
I can't handle one of these right now.
Parenting, is schooling. The schools ain't nothing like they used to be.
See, nowadays, the way I see it, I think the teachers is in it just for a paycheck nowadays. They don't take the time to sit down and teach our kids like they're supposed to be taught.
Any teacher takes a job in a lower class community anywhere in America should have the evangelical intention, which is to give these people tools to move up.
Well, a lot of people agree with that. Just a few weeks ago, the Oakland School Board proposed using Ebonics as a teaching tool
Oh man, I love that song.
for black students who are failing in the
We need a Jedi Joy workout video to Onyx Slam.
classroom. It's amazing.
Or like a vacuuming video.
When you point out that more than half of the black students in Oakland drop out before even finishing high school. So that is perhaps why this school board was taking such drastic measures to consider educating kids who were having trouble. One plan includes having teachers learn how to translate Ebonics into standard English. Eugene Williams is a tutor and reading specialist in Washington, D.C., and is the author of the book Reflections of a Confused Middle-Class Black Youth. And Eugene says if asked to translate from Ebonics to English, he says he's just going to refuse to do that. I want you to also meet Linda Teichman, who teaches English in the San Francisco Bay Area at Mountain View High School, and she does not agree with Eugene's position. She says that Ebonics is a great idea. Linda says that this is something that could help a kid's self-esteem. How does Ebonics possibly come into the classroom? How does that help a kid stand tall?
Yeah, shout out to Stanley Crouch. What a hero, an icon, a true icon of getting high and watching daytime TV. May you have a immortal journey through the cosmos of the Boit, good sir. And hopefully in your great crusade against Ebonics.
Well, what happens when kids come into the classroom, they come in with language that they've learned at home, that they see in their neighborhood, that they
Hold on, this lady's a teacher and her name is Linda Teichman.
talk with their relatives and their friends and the people in their neighborhoods. Then they come to school, and suddenly it's as if we tell them, well, what you have learned is no good. And they've learned to speak what they've learned correctly, because there's a correct way to speak it. And so as far as that goes, I kind of see it as a language, but I'm not a linguist, so I don't want to argue that at all. But
Well,
they
why
come
don't you just
into the
be quiet?
classroom, and they have this language, and it's part of their culture, and it's very much connected
Agreed.
with culture. And so when they're there, we're there to teach them standard English. And that's where we want them to be, because we want them to be successful in life. And that's what we have to try and tell them. We want you to be successful. We want to help you be successful. And this is great language to speak at home. It's rich in idiom. It's rich in culture. Use it. Enjoy it. Every once in a while.
Well, why isn't she speaking it, is what I want to know. Why wouldn't she, a good way for her to demonstrate how effective she thinks the language is would be to use it herself. And then the crowd would be like, wow, I didn't know she communicated to me in Ebonics, but it was like fluid and it made sense and it was coherent. So like, now my mind is changed. You can't really change your mind if she's not doing that.
While my kids and I do that.
Eugene's going, he doesn't buy that.
I have a question. It's funny that on the panel you got 4 teenagers, and it's Ebonics supposed to be a black language, but there's only one black guy up there, and it only seems like it's important when other cultures get involved with stuff that black people do, then the world gets affected.
Wait,
I mean,
Rolanda,
we had
when you
hip-hop
say-
wear, and
when
all of a
we-
sudden now, when Marky Mark wears it, then it's a fashion statement. And now you got Ebonics, and now you see other people from other, that's not black doing it. Now all of a sudden, it's a problem for the United States. Now, and we've been doing this for years.
Yeah. Back when you was going to school, do you think if you was taught Ebonics back then, and that's was all you learned, and the teachers related to that aspect, do you think, one, would you be able to progress in society now if you was taught that back then? And two, would you be able to respect the teachers if you were taught to...
Get Crack for me is doing some deep diving on Crouch. He was critical of forms of jazz that diverged from what he regarded as its essential core values. He was considered a rigid jazz purist. Wow, that's great. That's really interesting. So he was anti non-traditional jazz and anti Ebonics.
Them in Ebonics. I mean, how am I gonna respect a teacher if I talk to him like, yo, what's up, yo? Give me what I got to do tonight while I go chill in the crib.
People in the crowd are like, chill in the crib. What can that possibly mean?
Well, Raymond, why don't we hear the debate that's raging among teachers? Because I think Eugene and Linda can really relate to what you just said there, even though they don't agree. Coming up, why are so many black children doing so poorly in the classroom? I think that is the question that many of us are grappling with as we continue this debate about whether or not to let Ebonics in the classroom.
Fred Flintstone here is really trying to get a lot of camera time. French people. I don't know. I just think it's fun to. I think that they think it's just fun to applaud, and I also think that they tell them when to applaud. To be honest, if it was me, I would be clapping for the people who were saying the most outlandish things to try to encourage them to continue. And if the rest of the crowd, if the rest of the audience like turned on me, then that would be good too, because then I would get the mic for sure. I'd be going home. Yeah, see, to me, that's what I was just thinking, is that like really chill out. If you don't know what like chillin' means, then you're missing multi-generations of slang, because it's just like they used to say, instead of chill out, they used to say cool out. Like, and you would say like something was cool or something was chill. Like, I don't really think it's that much of a stretch that these people couldn't like that the people complaining about Ebonics, they would be able to understand it. They just wouldn't like it. You're not being negative. They just don't, they just don't want to hear what you have to say.
Yolanda, well, please call us at 212-650-2060.
I'd be like, yo, I need you to do me this solid instead of a favor. I say, yo, I need you to do me this solid. I need you to come through for me.
Dude, solid is not Ebonics. Solid is an old slang from like 20 years or more before this, if not more. Like, doing a solid is way older than this.
I'm saying.
Okay, yes, it sounds a little different. It sounds awfully familiar, but what you just heard there was just a sample of Ebonics or Black English, what we're talking about that's causing a debate
Armand White, wasn't he the fake?
Across this nation, especially because you may see it possibly one day in a
Who was the like completely made up critic that some studio used?
Classroom. Well, Linda and Eugene are two educators who come from different sides of the fence on this whole issue. Eugene, you say this is the craziest thing you've ever heard about.
I don't think no one should be worried to use these words in this kind of an environment that they're in, because they're like they want it taught in schools, so anybody should be able to use it. If you feel like it should be taught in schools, then like you should be able to talk about it.
I think what it is it's less. I think the reason that a lot of our black students are not doing well in school, it's not so much culture as it is conditions. Okay, we have kids going to schools with substandard equipment. They don't.
Wait, is Armand White the contrarian guy?
Have the right books. They have teachers who aren't as well trained. You should see some of the teachers.
It was 1 degree. It was like 1 degree with the wind chill today, and you could see kids outside waiting in the cold because they can't go in because they got to get searched to go into schools. So you got things like that that's subtracting the students from going to school.
When you're worried about just living every day, it's hard to get
But I'm saying there's a whole bunch of this other stuff that they're not going to.
If you erased all of the...
Where do you think Randy banned you from, Dave? He doesn't have a wrench here.
Those conditions. If you took care of these conditions and made the schools better, then in 50 years we'd look back at all the clips and the newspaper clippings about Ebonics and we wonder why in the world we even talk about it.
That's my brother right there. That's what you also know that
If you look at the clips, our kids know the difference. If you look at the clips of the young men who were explaining the terms of Ebonics, when they were explaining it, they were using standard English.
They already know standard English.
There's a time and place for everything. When you get a nice job, you don't talk to a boy. When you want to get a nice paycheck, you make sure you talk proper English. So instead of wasting our money on teaching teachers, first of all, the teachers should take out individual time with every single kid. And they could understand to communicate with each other without teaching them Ebonics.
That's I'm sure that kind of one-on-one, time is budgeted for. I'm sure.
If educators knew what to do, why haven't they done it?
The reality
if they don't
look at this duo,
don't know what to do, then at least have the grace to listen to new ideas.
The reality, sir,
the governor has just offered
to put home.
You don't interrupt anybody but me.
Okay, I'm so fine.
Dave's channel. I'm sorry to tell you that Randy said he blocked you for speaking in non-standard vernaculars. He said he doesn't approve of it and he won't abide by it.
The reality is the schools are so everybody is searching for new ways to reach our children, to get them to a certain standard. It is fundamental in communication. If you want people to go at a point that you have defined, you deal with them where they are.
Well, I like the point that you're saying. And Eugene, I'm going to let you make the point as well, Linda, when we come back, and I'm going to have your question or comment also. But I think that is the whole issue here. How do you reach those children who seem so unreachable? And like we pointed out, which is why Oakland has this big issue, is you've got so many kids who aren't even finishing high school. So how do we reach those kids and still deal with Ebonics as well? Hold on one second. I got to take a break. We'll be right back in a minute. We'll let you continue, Linda.
That's true. You can't win them all. And I got banned by Ruby one time because she said I was too much of a Grace simp.
Just like culture of clothes and styles of clothes change, style of talking change. But it always what? One blueprint, which is English, which makes us elaborate on that into slang. It all comes from English. So English is the blueprint, that's what you teach. You don't teach slang, because slang comes from English. We just change it around, that's all.
Well, whatever you think of Ebonics, the debate brings attention to something that's perhaps, or I think is far more important, and that is that there are scores of black children who are not learning and who are not being able to communicate for one reason or another, and that's hurting all of us. 50% of black students in Oakland School District, for instance, as we've pointed out, drop out before graduating. And if Ebonics is not the answer, then the question we need to be asking is what is? How can we reach our students? Eugene, Linda, you were trying to make a point before we went to break.
Well, I was saying that we do not teach.
Or, as George W. Bush said, is our children learning?
Ebonics. They know Ebonics. And all we need to do is validate.
That's what you hope for as a clap troll, right? Is that you just pick a random thing and clap and hope you can get 2 or 3 other people to clap. And then it's going to be super awkward for the other people, but you're not going to care because you're doing it on purpose. But it's so awkward whenever only a few people in a group clap.
Who they are, respect them, take them from where they are to where they need to be successful.
He won't listen to us, Dave's channel. Randy Wanzer is a real hard ass.
In this community.
So you say if it takes Ebonics to reach our kids, then so be it. Eugene, you disagree.
Well, I'd say the best way to do that is to set an example for them and raise the bar. And also, what we're dealing with, Ebonics is really a non-issue. Ebonics is not the problem.
He kind of reminds me, what was that guy's name? Rashad Evans, the UFC guy?
We have to deal with the atmosphere. We have to deal with the neighborhoods these kids are coming from. We have to make the schools conducive to learning. If a child is worried about what he's going to eat or whether his mom is going to slap him upside the head when he gets home, how's he going to be able to diagram a sentence or worry about grammar? That's the least of his problems or her problems.
Exactly.
Well, I think we all agree that we want our students and children to be successful and speak standard English. But what I think is happening here, we have not really defined the difference between Ebonics and slang. And as the Reverend and the doctor were saying, Ebonics is a form, it's a form of English language.
Also, ATF Media, you missed the scat content yesterday. You would have really been appreciative of that.
Language spoken by
piss play.
African American people. Ebonics is the verb to be, and it's
well, let me read this to you.
Really?
Black English is classified as a social dialect by the American Speech, Language, and Hearing Association. Its earmarks include unconjugated use of the verb to be, as in he be sad.
And there are instances where there have been experiments where this has worked. That is to say, John Rickford out at the University of Stanford had done some research on it. They've done it overseas. In other words, taking children.
Isn't this guy the guy that runs or owns the University of Stanford? Is that a conflict of interest?
Where they are.
This lady had a very interesting story.
That has happened. It has been done. So we're not dealing with what has not been working.
I'm a teacher's aide, and the way I relate to my children is I come in with that kind of a gangster attitude, and they seem to listen to me more as opposed to the teacher who's standing there.
Dave, Randy Wanger just told me if I keep bringing up the fact that he blocked you, that he's going to block me. He said he's had enough.
Using standard English, they're paying no mind. But I come in there, what's up, y'all? Check it. We're going to do it like this. And they listen up.
That's not the real world.
That is the real world.
That is the real world.
No, excuse me.
The real world.
The first step into teaching a child, you have to relate to them, be able to communicate to them, and get them to listen to you.
Exactly.
So another water seeks its own level, so you have to come to their level in order to get them to understand you.
I'll let you respond right after this. We'll be right back in a minute. Thank you. That's an interesting point, though. Interesting point. We'll be right back.
Teachers need to learn how to communicate to kids. And the only way of doing that is learning Ebonics. I'm telling you right now. Because kids are not going to sit there and sit through a whole bunch of that teachers...
Let's find this woman and see how she thinks about how things turned out. Although Post Malone, I mean, it's how he got his start.
Talking to them like, yo, proper this, proper that. They're going to be like, what? They're going to leave and go sell their drugs. They need a reason to go into school.
Ebonics, that's what are you laughing at so much over here? What are you responding to? Stand up.
Nobody respects that. No one respects Ebonics. I work
Oh,
with a
wow.
lot of record labels and things like that, and
This guy right here, we need to get him on the mic immediately. He's got some great comments. I know it. If we can get him on the mic.
we talk hip-hop language, whatever you want to call it, but when you write a proposal and you're asking for funding, you have to speak English.
Right. Yes.
I think sometimes we not seeing the forest for the tree. First of all, I don't know of, have I ever heard of any coach that wrote a playbook in Ebonics. Now, we all know who's playing ball. And we also know how many people are still in school because of the fact that they've got an opportunity at some of these athletics. Now, when it comes down to it, it appears that Ebonics has become a buzzword.
No, Dave, I made all that up. Randy didn't say any of that stuff. You can't see it, but he's questioning what I'm doing.
For an indictment against the public school system. You know, I've been in public education for many, many years. And there are some things about the system that need to be changed. But I'm sure that in a lot of cases, that's one of those, that's enough for as many shows as you can come up with.
What do you say?
Well, I do agree with the most people here that, you know, I don't think that...
sit down, square.
The average kid is going to succeed in the real world speaking Ebonics. And I have a question for the English teacher over there. If a student writes in his essay,
This is what Jim Cornette would call a slappable face.
Walk into the store, are you going to mark it?
His face seems like it's ever shrinking while I'm looking at it. It's really fucking with my brain. It looks like his face is just getting continually smaller.
You know, correct? That's the right way to do it?
Correct that. Of course you correct it,
How do
because
you think they'll
formally
progress in
written
society
speech needs to be written in standard English.
But you're saying you're accepting that. Do you accept that in your classroom?
Sorry, I correct them.
So what he says is he says that if you're talking about incorporating Ebonics in your classroom, and in one of these papers you get, a child uses Ebonics, you've already said it's okay in your classroom.
I never said I would incorporate it in my classroom. I said I would validate what the kids came to school with. I would recognize it. I would respect it. I never said we would use it as language.
What do you say,
in the classroom.
That's it simply. There was a person in the audience that talked about how.
What's the argument then? That's the end of the argument. The only argument anybody could have, I guess, is if you would want to say like that tax dollars were going to it. Okay, but if she's just saying, which this is very misleading in my opinion, I thought that she was making the case that this should be taught in classrooms. And instead she's saying, no, I would just learn it personally to better communicate. Okay, well, that's a whole different ball game. If you're doing it yourself versus you're doing it as a representative of your employer and your state or what, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like she presented it like she thought it should be part of curriculum. Maybe I just misheard her.
She has a certain way that she communicates with her young people. And then when the kids go to school, they have a problem respecting the teacher because that's not the way they're used to being related to. Well, my thing is, that's once again to prove that it's on the parents. As a parent, you say, look, we talk a certain way at home, but when you're in school, that teacher is in charge of your learning. You listen. If you don't, you're in trouble. That's the bottom line. And another thing that we have to really remember is, you know, the kids... Okay, they look to us. They look to us. They want us. I work with kids in Southeast Washington, one of the roughest neighborhoods in the country, and the kids look to us for that. When I try to talk or speak Ebonics, whatever that happens to be, they look at me like I'm crazy. Mr. Williams, you know you don't talk like that normally.
Well, here's one family that is grappling with that, and I want to see how this family deals with little Matthew. We'll talk to them and get your comment. We'll be right back to wrap up this discussion in just a minute.
I missed it. There was another really interesting looking guy. ODB. Remember that, not really old, I guess it is old school if it was like 15, 20 years ago, but remember the female wrestler, Old Dirty Bitch, that was just ODB, I think, when she was in TNA?
Teaches you how to become a better individual. Forget what they teach you. That's one thing, but they teach you how to learn. They teach you how to sit down and do homework. They teach you how to sit down and read 5 chapters. They teach you how to work out math equations, how to use your brain. That ain't got nothing to do with learning the way you talk.
I was just sitting here talking to the Sawyer family. And Matthew, how old are you? 8 years old. And how do you guys deal with this in the house? I mean, does Matthew come in talking about he's going to go chill and do his homework? Or? No, Mom says absolutely not.
That's not going to happen. Grace isn't going to ban ZXV. Just start a new one. Just start a new channel called LolCow Rejects and then put no OPC in the title.
That way, but that language is not appropriate to his mother and father. Well, or his teacher, or any adult. Okay? Because when Matthew goes to fill out his college application, there's not going to be any Ebonics section. When Matthew goes to fill out a job application, there's not going to be a section for Ebonics on Section C. So I want him to be prepared to deal with the larger society, not only his own culture and black people and his friends. I want him to be able to deal in the society at large, no matter where he goes or what he tries to attempt to do.
Oh, this guy looks like
so what do you think about that?
Oh, that's the dad.
I agree.
Never mind.
You do agree. Mom and Dad say that's the way it is around here. That's the way it was in my house too, Matthew. And look at me now, I'm a talk show host, right?
Hey.
It works that way.
But
Yes.
I do feel that teachers do need to.
Why doesn't Grace just cut him out of the? Why doesn't Grace just cut OPC out? If he's not going to cooperate, then I mean the show has to go on. People need money. People need content. Like, have King work out a deal to have King open it or somebody.
Understand the language the child is speaking or how they express themselves, but putting it in the formal curriculum is another.
ZXV is like a managing moderator. I just don't see, especially with having like a pretty close relationship with Grace, like I just don't see her banning him.
The issue, right? Because to me, it's separatist.
OPC needs to change his argument too if he's going to talk about why he should be banned and say that it's like TOS. Like it's not TOS, it's personal. Like I think Grace broke down that while the stuff he's saying is very, you know, understandable why OPC doesn't like it, but is it against terms of service? You know, probably not.
It's not inclusionary, not to me.
Well, listen, you know something? The chancellor of New York City Schools says this. The emphasis in the classroom should be on teaching students to master proper English usage because that mastery is going to be required of them when they go on job interviews, attend college classes, or do anything else required of adults in our society.
You know, those are what we call straw man arguments. In other words, everybody agree with that. No, I'm sorry. What I mean is that we don't have a difference of opinion on that. We know what children need to have when they reach the outside world. We know, I mean, so to argue,
everybody
in other words,
thinks that. It's not part of a curriculum. It's not going to be. It's only...
Dave's channel, a lot of us come from some pretty Wild West communities as far as like chat and stuff. You just got to take everything and take it all in stride.
Accepted. I was listening to 98.7 one day, and there was a teacher there, and she was part of that school, and she was like, "It's not a curriculum. It's just to lure the little kids in, so that they could be molded into learning standard English. That's all it is. See now."
Right, but OPC Don also told me that Grace was freezing to death in the RV because I wasn't doing FOIA fast enough.
With all of them up there, they're not.
He has no credibility, like right now. I think maybe to Grace or people that know stuff behind the scenes, but as a viewer, OPC Don very low on the trust scale. Okay, here's our last one. This is a Jerry Springer, so I don't know how it'll go because they do claim some of the like newer episodes, but this is I think it's a VHS rip and it's a like straight off of the TV, so I'm hoping that we can finish it. But so this is Jamie Dundee, who is Bill Dundee's son. Jamie Dundee is supposedly a guy that's pimping an underage girl, and then Bill Dundee, his dad, is coming on to like defend the girl and try to set his son straight. Yeah, that's what OPC told me one time in Ruby's chat, was that he wanted to know if I had the body cam footage from when the police found him nude in the apartment. And I told him that I was still waiting, and he was like, well, you know, somebody's freezing right now. And insinuated that the reason that she couldn't get back into the apartment was because the FOIA hadn't come in yet. Let's just hope it'll let us watch it. Put up my shield.
Welcome to the show. My guests today say they can't keep their sex lives a secret any longer. Please meet Brandy. Brandy says she has been a working girl for 2 years now. Does that mean you have a job?
Yeah.
What do you work at?
Well, Jerry, I'm 14.
You're 14?
And I'm a prostitute.
So if you've been prostituting since you've been 12?
Yeah, there's more. I think I might be pregnant.
Oh my God.
That kind of thing can happen.
There's more too.
More?
My brother-in-law's my pimp.
The way I've always heard it, Anand, is that this episode was based off of a story that was actually sent in by a viewer, but because of the nature of the situation, they couldn't actually have the real people on. but the story itself was so good they wanted it on the show. So Jamie Dundee, who normally did casting for them, came on to play the role himself, and he's on several episodes over the years.
Are you aware that this is wrong?
I don't think this is wrong because... Wait, listen. See, I don't think this is wrong because I get stuff out of this.
What?
And
You're 14. You're a child still, okay? You're a child. You shouldn't be sleeping with anyone, period. And you know what you've gotten out? You say you get stuff out of this? You're getting a kid out of this? You're getting a screwed up life? Who knows what diseases you'll get?
But see, Jerry, see, I've never been
Kayfabe.
that popular at
For
school.
2 years.
And I don't have anything to do when Friday night rolls around. And so my brother-in-law is just like a big brother to me, and he used to go out on Friday nights and stuff. And so then I asked him, could I go a couple times? And then he always said no. And then one time he said yes. And then we went down to the bar. And
How'd you get in the bar?
I didn't drink or anything. I just went in and sat and talked to people and stuff.
And he's getting you some of the guys in the bar to sleep with you for money?
Well, yeah, but first, this is how it happened. One of his friends just was kidding around and said, well, how much does she cost? And he handed him $20, and we went outside to his truck, and and then we had sex. But see, the thing about it is that I wasn't a virgin before I started this.
You started at 12. You had sex before you were 12?
Yes, I lost my virginity when I was 10. I lost my virginity when I was 10.
Who's raising you?
Huh? My mom.
Your mom's raising you? Does she know any of this stuff?
No. I'm sure she will now, though.
This show real popular in your hometown?
Really popular.
And she means that literally. If you watch the documentary, you find out that like a massive percentage, like 3/4 or more of the people on this show come from like one like big circle around Memphis.
Well, no one in your family knows you're doing this. Does anyone suspect that you're doing this?
No.
Okay, we're going to bring out your sister. Now, it's your sister's husband who's pimping you?
Yes.
Does she have any idea that this is going on?
None whatsoever.
And you decided to tell her on this show?
Because of the pregnancy and everything, they're going to find out anyways. So I might as well go ahead and bring it out in the open. No place better to do it than the Jerry Springer Show.
Oh. There's our promo for next season. Do you have any idea who the father of this child is?
None whatsoever.
That guy is so funny. The producer guy they just showed in the documentary, he's like, if I could show executions on television, I would.
However.
Well, how often do you have a customer? How often do you sleep with guys?
Well, normally every Friday.
Okay, let's bring out your sister. You're going to tell her. Here's your sister, Monica.
Bring out the sister.
Monica, welcome to the show.
Hi.
Do you know why you're here?
No.
Okay. Well, your sister wanted to talk to you, so I'll let her do that. Go ahead.
Monica, I love you so much. You're my sister, and I would never do anything to hurt you, but I'm a prostitute.
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm a prostitute.
You're 14 years old.
There's more, though. I think I might be pregnant.
You're 14 years old. What do you mean you're pregnant? You're a baby yourself. What do you mean? You can't take care of a baby.
I'm learning responsibility from this.
Responsibility? You have no idea you're 14 years old.
Amazing.
You're still a baby. You should be playing with Barbie dolls.
You know about the school situation. I've come home and I've cried to you about it, about the guy that I lost my virginity to, how he was a jerk and stuff, you know?
Well, I tell you what, let's just take a break. This is pretty powerful stuff. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a moment with more to the story. Do you give any of the money that you make to him?
He handles all the money. I just get...
Why don't you go out and get a job?
Katie Mixon is like smoking.
She can quit anytime she wants.
Well, she quit now! No more, brother! So go get a real job, Jamie. I didn't bring you up to do this. Go get it. All them people out there have a... Even Springer, he calls this a job. He comes every... It's at least honest.
Bill Dundee.
Tomorrow on Springer.
What are you stuck on, stupid?
Battle of the 109.6 Jerry. And tell us about it.
Welcome back. If you just joined us, Brandy and Monica are sisters. Brandy is 14. She comes on the show to tell her sister that for the last 2 years she's been a prostitute. And that she's also pregnant.
Oh! And there's more.
Why don't you talk to each other? What do you want to say to her?
Sheree, why?
Let me tell you something.
Why do you have to be a prostitute? What? I mean,
Monica, you know we don't have that much money. You know we come from pretty much a broken down home. And, you know, I get money for what I do. It gives me the stuff that I need. And if the family ever needed something, I would give it
You're
to them.
14. You do not need to be a prostitute. I mean, there's so much other stuff that you can do so much other.
Monica, also, I'm 14. I can't get a job till I'm like 16.
So what? Come to me for money. I have a job. You don't have to sell your body.
Monica, and also this helps me learn responsibility and how to support myself.
Responsibility? You have not a clue about what's responsibility. You're 14 years old.
My pimp is your husband, Jamie.
Fantastic acting.
My husband wouldn't do that. He would not pimp my little sister.
Not our family.
No.
Yeah, Monica.
You're lying.
No, I'm not lying.
Sorry. That's not true. It can't be my husband.
True, you can even work overnights on school nights, I think, now.
Yeah.
Okay, let's bring him out. You ask him. Maybe it isn't true. Let's find out.
Amazing, right off the bat.
Just wait a minute. Let's wait. Just wait 1 minute. Wait, I'm your husband. My job is to provide for you.
That doesn't mean to pimp my sister.
Hey, first of all...
That doesn't mean to pimp my 14-year-old sister.
Listen, Monica, first of all, she's not your half sister. She's not even your real sister. Who cares about that?
That doesn't mean nothing.
Listen.
Wow.
Just shut up a minute. Just tell them to
All
shut
right,
up a
Dave.
minute. Just wait 1 second, babe. Just wait. Them shoes, she bought.
Okay.
Them nails,
If you
she
are
bought.
if you are selling a
Why don't you let
fortune,
me talk to my wife for a minute?
Ooh, yo.
okay, you're not a man if you are, and you're
I'm
not.
a real man, Jerry. I'm probably the only man in this damn building, if you will.
Hey, 20 grand, babe.
You're selling a 14-year-old girl.
Hey,
That
Jerry,
doesn't sound like a man.
Do it. She likes to do it, man.
She's
She
14.
wants to do it.
You're the adult. She doesn't understand. She's still a child. You're an adult.
Hey, look,
you ought to
man,
know.
she buys everything we're wearing. She bought that nails. She buys them shoes. Matter of fact, she bought.
See, this is how we should all be communicating in real life all the time in wrestling promos.
That damn dress. You're damn right.
No, she didn't. I don't even want to wear it.
What's going on?
Hey, get the camera.
What do you?
Get that camera out of there.
Get that camera off my wife. You sick son of a bitches.
She's 14 years old. There's no way that they can be
Oh, my
pimping her.
God.
That's just not right. And she is my sister.
You guys can't see it, but this is the way I look at the people when I talk to him at the grocery store, like he's looking at the audience.
He's my husband. That should not be happening. He's supposed to be providing for me, and he's pimping my 14-year-old sister.
Let's come back in.
Hey, let me tell you something. She's the hoe here.
Let me tell you something.
Don't ever take your clothes off on TV again.
I don't want nothing that you ever
She's the hoe.
She's the hoe.
Now, Monica, you're not being rational about this, Monica.
Yes, I am. She's my 14-year-old sister. What is going through your head?
She's not even your real sister. Who cares? Who cares?
I do.
She makes her own decisions in life. She's 14.
She's 14. She can't make. Yes, at 14, she doesn't make her own decision.
She wasn't no virgin when I got her, buddy. Believe me.
Oh, my God.
Now I'm the
Wow.
bad guy.
Yeah. We'll be right back.
Oh, my God.
Do you give any of the money that you make to him?
He handles all the money. I just get.
Oh, boy.
Why don't you go out and get a job?
She can quit anytime she wants. Well, she quit now. No more, brother.
So go get a real job, Jamie. I didn't bring you up to do this. Go get it. All them people out there have a... Even Springer, he calls this a job. He comes every... It's at least honest.
He says at least Jerry Springer is honest while lying to everyone.
Do you owe the IRS? The law offices of Ronnie Deutsch have helped.
You a man? Why don't you stand up now?
Why are you lying to
not
these
lying,
people?
you know it.
Tell them what you stayed at last night.
And nobody can win.
Yes, and I'm pregnant. What you gonna do about that?
Battle of the Secret Lovers. This could be the dumbest war ever.
Put shoes is on the wrong feet now.
Tomorrow on Spring.
Thank you. Welcome back. If you just joined us, this is an unbelievable story. Brandy is 14. For the last 2 years, she's been a prostitute. She is now pregnant. She brings her sister on the show to tell her that she's been a prostitute, that she is pregnant. And perhaps the most incredible part of the story is that she tells her sister that her sister's husband, Jamie, is the one that's pimping her. And you honestly don't think there's anything wrong with this, to take a child and say, hey, why don't you sleep with my friends and make some money?
Hey, Jerry, there's nothing wrong with this, man.
How calm he is.
The reason there's nothing wrong with this is I'm not Heidi Fleiss. I don't have a big prostitute ring or nothing going on. I have my little sister-in-law who enjoys hanging out with me, and she's going to give it away anyway, so why not make a little money to put eggs on the table? We need food. Look, Jerry, we don't make $1 million a year like you. We need food on the table. We need gas in our truck. We need all our stuff. And look, ask her. Brandy, tell him. Do I make you do this? You can quit anytime you want. You can walk away anytime you want. She comes to me on Friday nights and says, it's time to go. Is it time to go? Is it time for us?
She's a child.
She's, oh.
Do you want to? Okay, I'll let.
Well, ask her.
You think this is okay what you're doing? You don't want to quit. You want to keep sleeping with men for money.
Yes. It's not okay. It's not okay at all.
There was another interesting somebody title match had up, but I can't remember who it was that the shoot interview was of. I'll have to watch that one though. That one sounds good. Yeah, everybody's always struggling to afford eggs.
I mean, you think all these people are wrong? The whole world is wrong, and you're right? You honestly think that's the way it goes?
Yes, when I have something in my head and I think it's right.
You don't have anything in your head. That's why you're doing it.
Of you, and this is not what you want to do. You're 14 years old. You don't know nothing, and you don't want to be a prostitute for the rest of your life.
Well, I'm sure I'll quit one day.
You're gonna stop today.
So now, how pregnant are you? I mean, how many weeks? Months? What?
Well, I'm not absolutely positive I'm pregnant. I'm just 2 weeks late.
And if you are, you're...
Did you hear that lady in the crowd? She was like, well, I'm just 2 weeks late. And the lady in the crowd was like, she pregnant.
Better give up your job and start thinking about being a mother.
Take a minute to be a mom.
Wait a minute. You say give up your job like we got this big ring running. We live in this multi-million-dollar mansion. There's 70 women. What do you... Maybe, Jerry, maybe it's you that's the sick one by calling it a job, okay? Maybe it's you that's the sick one. It ain't me, buddy.
Do you give any of the money that you make to him?
He handles all the money.
This, honestly, in my opinion, is a masterwork of acting, of healing out. I mean, this is just, it's epic.
Why don't you go out and get a job?
Like I said, look, Jerry, like I said, I have a job. As a matter of fact, I have a job that it pays enough to pay the bills, but I wanted a little more extra money so I can have my...
You're corrupting a little girl.
I'm not corrupting nobody, Jerry. She comes to me. She wants to go on Friday night.
What do you want to say to your wife? Monica, talk to him.
She begs me. You know, Monica's...
14 years old. You were supposed to...
She's been slept with since she was 10 or 11. So what? She's not even your... Monica, she ain't even your real sister. The reason you're sisters is because your mothers are married. She's not your sister.
That, and
She's not your blood sister.
My family and
she's not your blood sister.
I trusted you, and I never in a million years thought you would be pimping my little sister.
Well, what do you expect her to grow up and be when your mothers are married? When your mothers are married, what do you expect her to grow up and be, like a saint or something?
No, but she doesn't have to be a prostitute at 14.
Well, if she chooses, it's her choice. It's her choice.
Wow.
I don't make her.
All right, Jamie, your dad is here.
My dad is here.
Yeah, let's bring him out.
Oh, look at him. My dad's here. Oh, my God. Absolute just nuttiness here.
Right here. And you know what's in your head, little girl? Nothing.
Bill
Except when he
Dundee.
put it.
Wow.
Stand still. Look at this. Stand still. Stand still and under like a man. Be a man, punk.
This is the key, in my opinion, to really being able to go places that most people won't go as a heel, is if you get your comeuppance. You know what I mean? Like, you can heal out in this big way, but as long as like you end up kind of like having to take a hit for what you've done, I think the crowd will let you off the hook.
Get a job! You don't pick the logo! If it's $1 or $1 million, you don't take money for what you're doing, boy!
Look at that lady.
And what you need to do is get on the bus and go home with me or fly home. Get away from this boy, because he ain't no good for you, and he certainly ain't no good for you.
He's certainly no good for these, and he's like cupping them.
Didn't bring you up to be what you are, brother. Yeah, but I got it. Your blood in my veins are the same.
You know he's got to be moving in on the girlfriend too.
I tried to raise a man, and what you are is scumjack. If you wasn't my son, I'd beat your living hell out of you right now. Now, I don't know where the hell you learned this, and you certainly didn't learn it off me. And whatever her mother does none of you.
I just love how it was so smooth. He went straight from like comforting the sister over to the girlfriend and was like, and he's certainly no good for you.
What you're doing is worse. No, you.
Look, man, I make sure I don't make this little girl do nothing, man. She comes to me every Friday night and begs me to go. She can quit.
Whose idea is this?
She can quit. She can quit anytime she wants.
Well, she quit now. No more.
There we go.
So go get a real job, Jamie. I didn't bring you up to do this. Go get it. All them people out there have it. Even Springer, he calls this a job. He comes every. It's at least honest. Worst thing in the world. What did I used to tell you? Would
Don't
never
put
want
me in
to
the
be
middle
on
of
the
this.
show. And where am I?
Let's get some resolution to this now.
Well, we got one. It's over, Jerry. It's over right now.
Number one.
How are we going to eat now? How are we going to have food?
Are you going
How
to
are we
stay?
going to have gas in our truck?
Hold
man?
on. Are you going to
We're
stay?
not worried about
Let
you
me ask you a
trucking.
question. Are you going to stay with your husband?
No, I'm not.
And two, you see what it's doing to your family. Are you willing to stop now and try and at least save a relationship with your sister and with your...
Hey, man, leave it alone.
Okay. Are you willing to just put us... I tell you what. Why not, like, think that with all the trouble you're causing in your family and in your own life, that maybe now's a good time to stop. You have a baby on the way. Concentrate on that. And at least now say you're going to stop for a while.
Oh, you stopped. You better just tell
Yeah,
me.
you are.
You're going home with
I mean, just to have a good time on a Friday night, you're going to rip your family apart? What the hell is that about?
I mean, I'll think about quitting, but...
You didn't ask me to come out here to think about nothing. It is over, little girl.
You said...
And whatever happens to him, done.
You said you were doing it because you wanted to help your family out, remember? You're not helping your family out. You have a distraught sister, an angry father-in-law. What's your relation? You're his... I don't know what
I'm his father.
His father.
Oh, what is he?
What, Eddie? Your family's ripped apart because of what you're doing. It's time to stop, huh?
It's over,
It
kid. I'm
is. You're
telling you
14
right
years
now,
old.
it
You
is
have
over.
not a clue about life.
He has a blue mohawk now.
I said, I'll think about it.
Oh, you think so?
We'll be back.
I'll tell you this.
Is there another story after this one? Oh yeah, I guess there is. Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine having to follow this, but I saw in the preview the main guy, and I remember it now.
Okay, I know.
I mean, to me, again, I think this to me is Keno. It's someone acting in a situation where the majority of people at least think there's some reality to it, but it's like just completely, bonkers. I guess that would be a good way maybe to describe one kind of Keno to me, is when you don't know, like when something happens that's like past what normally happens, and you're not sure if it's like scripted or not scripted, or part of the show, part of the plan.
Is that really your name?
It is my legal name, Jerry.
What are you know nothing. It was my baptism into the life
What's
of
your
rock and
first
roll.
name?
I prefer for the men to call me Mister and for the women to call me Ooh La La.
A special announcement from the...
You know nothing. You did not understand. I'm a star. You are nothing.
Wait a minute. Okay, I know. Is that, seriously, is that really your name?
It is my legal name, Jerry. What are you... You know nothing. It was my baptism into the life
What's
of
your
rock and
first
roll.
name?
I prefer for the men to call me Mister and for the women to call me Ooh La La.
Great Memphis heel. Cody Turbo, absolutely. Can you imagine? Like you're a wrestling fan who knows wrestling is, you know, predetermined, but then you see that. It's like Terry Funk always said, like, he's never going to waste time trying to convince people that wrestling is real, but he's going to absolutely convince people that he's real. Like seeing those moments where it's like, holy shit, is this actually like, are we actually seeing this? Like that is really Keno. Lalo. This guy's got way more personality than Lalo.
How long are you over here for?
How long have I been over here? For about 4 years or so.
Oh, okay. Okay, Mr. Ooh La La, what's going on?
Well, for about the past 8 months, I have been living with Trisha and Courtney. And
Trisha and Courtney, these two were, yes.
We.
And,
yes.
You have been or we have been? Oh, we means yes. You,
we. Yes, it indicates yes.
Who's on first?
I have been living with him for about 8 months, and as a provision of my rock and roll lifestyle, it... you know nothing. As a provision of my rock and roll lifestyle, it says that I must have groupies. You know, Jesus, he had the Christians, Hitler has the Nazis. I have my groupies, you know, they take care of me.
Wow, what a statement.
They give me pleasure. You do not know anything.
This dude would be an absolute Boit panel legend. Holy shit, Mr. Ooh La La.
To me.
So what's wrong with these women?
Well, the only problem that I have, I mean, there has been since I met him, it has been a smorgasbord of pleasure, you know? Because,
do you get beat up a lot?
No, I do not. You should not chant for Jerry. Do not chant for Jerry. Chant for Ooh La La. Ooh La La. Ooh La La. Ooh La La.
Amazing.
No offense to you, Jerry, but they must chant Ooh La La.
So when women see you, they really go ooh la la, or they just go ooh? Ooh la la.
I mean, it's a good gimmick. He's really good at playing the part too, because you really want to see something bad happen to him.
Once they meet me, and once they see the magic with the charisma that I ooze, they cannot help themselves. They must have the ooh la la.
Okay.
They must have the ooh la la.
Do they? All right, let's meet. This first woman is Trisha. You've been with her longer than Courtney?
Just a little bit longer.
Just a little bit longer. But of course. Please let us meet Trisha.
He is selling it, absolutely. And just being honest, like, this is a pretty terrible character, so the fact that he's able to prop it up and make it this entertaining it does show that he's like a good performer, because you could easily do this and it be like it not work at all. Trad girl.
Trisha?
Yes.
See what I mean? She is a hottie and she is all mine. The candy store is open to me and I take all of the treats.
Why are you acting like this? I love you.
I have love for you too, but I cannot.
You're seriously attracted to him?
Yes. This is the man that I love. Why do you have to sleep with my best friend?
If you love me so much, why can you not understand the lifestyle I've extended to you?
I want
must
it for myself. I can't be in a relationship with somebody that's sleeping with my best friend.
I must worship.
Wait a second.
If you cannot,
You're in a relationship with a...
As far as like the story junk, I don't know anything about the Mr. Ooh La La appearance.
Guy called Mr. Ooh La La.
What was that?
How did you meet him?
I met him. I work in a massage parlor. I'm a secretary, and I
What kind of secretarial work takes place in a massage parlor?
Well, I set up appointments.
You set up the appointment. So in comes Mr. Ooh La La.
Well, he called. He called.
Usually they write Smith or Jones. He writes Ooh La La and you fall in love with him?
Well, no. He called. I heard his name and his accent, and I recognized it at a party a couple months later.
Yeah.
And got to know him.
I think it would be really fun to see Mr. Ooh La La interviewed by like somebody like Lance Russell, like a really dry like presence. I think he's great promo. I mean, the accent's awful, but in like the best way, because it's like just spitting in the face of the fans.
Him.
And you could not resist me, right? Tell him you could not resist. You cannot resist my charm. My boys, my debut.
There's more to come. We'll be right back.
My buddies and I were talking. We got about $100 between us.
Yeah.
Are you staying with her or not?
I'll tell you what you do with $100. You need to buy a little road game for the three of you.
Oh man, perfect.
Hey, how would you like to own my limo? Sure, it doesn't run, but worry about that later. For now, just go to www.studio.
And again, like, I don't know. I remember a guy called Mr. Ooh La La, but I remember him pre this. Like, I remember him in like a PWI 500. But if this guy, this Mr. Ooh La La, if he were to be in wrestling, it wouldn't be surprising because Jamie Dundee was booking a lot of these shows, like the talent for him.
Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome back here. We've been, if you just joined us, the fellow here in the middle is, this is his real name. We saw the driver's license? So this really is his name. It's not like we made it up for the show. Mr. Ooh La La.
It was my baptism into the religion of rock and roll, the lifestyle that I lead, a life of divine decadence.
But of course. Mr. Ooh La La has been seeing Trisha.
Yes.
And for how long?
We've been sleeping together for 7.5 months.
Now, we have been doing more than sleeping together, you know. More magical things happen when we get in bed together.
If you wake him up in the middle of the night, does he have this accent?
Oh, wow.
But
Now,
you're
listen,
upset because you...
is he insinuating that it's a fake accent?
No, he sleeps around with other women as well.
I'm very upset that I love you.
If you love me so much, then why do you not understand my lifestyle? I've explained it to you so many times.
Do you understand the fact that when people are in relationships, they want to be with that person only when you love them?
That is for the normal people. It's not for me.
Do you think he's a little bit over the top?
Well,
Yeah, I mean, especially if as a wrestling fan, I mean, this is a pretty iconic thing, but people normally watch it for the Jamie Dundee segment. But I think this one's not quite as entertaining, but still pretty fun.
He's eccentric,
Yes.
and I'm never going to find another man like this. The way I feel when I'm with him is better than any man I've ever been with.
Of course it is. I am Mr. Ooh La La. I have the magic.
Do you know this other woman? Courtney?
I live with her. She's my best friend.
She's your...
Oh, no.
Have you both been with him at once?
Yeah. Twice.
Smorgasbord of pleasure.
Let's meet her. Here's Courtney.
Hey, hang on a second. Let's go back just a piece here. Is that Steve when he had hair?
Let's meet her. Here's Courtney.
This is Grace before and after the haircut.
Why are you him? He came to me. He came to me, bitch. You can't even treat me like that. No, don't even go there.
him. You know how I feel
Oh,
about
yeah, I know,
him.
but he came to me. You can't even go
What
there,
is
bitch.
wrong with
No,
you? You can't even say you're my friend.
No, ladies, come on. It's not about the aggression. It is about the love, the affection. Come on.
You're supposed to be my friend.
We are friends.
No, not if you're sleeping with him. I love him.
I can't help it. I love him. I can't help it. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do?
No women can help but love me.
So what am I supposed to do?
You need to make a choice. This can't go on. You're not going to keep sleeping with both of us. You need to make a choice.
We need a decision today.
He's right there, Steve, I think.
Hey.
If you make me choose, then I will go find some more that are more accommodating to my lifestyle.
I love you. You're going to just do that.
I have love for you, but I am not in love with you.
Oh.
I'm sorry, but that is the way that it is.
Can you imagine the heartbreak of being with Mr. Ooh La La and then just having it stripped away from you?
Did you really think this was going to be a serious relationship?
The only demands that I meet are my own, Jerry.
The only demands I meet are my own. What a line. That's a great line. The only demands I meet are my own.
Mine are the only needs that I can say there.
You're a very sharing person.
Oh, needs. I thought you said demands.
Well, he's into himself, obviously.
Yeah. I would think I was just hoping for more. You know how I feel about you.
But how can you be surprised? First of all, you've said you've had this menage a trois. I'm French too. You've had this. You've said you've had this menage a trois.
We'll get a good look at him here. Boy, God damn it. Yeah, because like if you like cover up his hair, like it's definitely him. And Lucille Ball in the crowd.
You've had this, you know, so obviously he's sleeping with other
It
women.
only happened a few times. I know he's sleeping with other women. And what really bothers me is that that's supposed to be my best friend.
You said you loved him. Did you really think that this was going to be a relationship?
Maybe not a relationship, but I knew he was with her. I do love him. I can't help that he's with her. I can't help
What is it that you
him.
love? And I don't mean to be disrespectful, but what is it that you love about him?
He's great. He's got the greatest personality. He's so sweet. I love him so much.
Are you coming home with me?
I am not going with one woman. I am taking all of the women that I want. I cannot be with one woman.
We'll be back.
That is the way that it always will be.
His rock and roll lifestyle just won't allow it. Grace and Lalo headed to Vegas. Oh no, whoops. What did I do? Whoops. Sorry.
For your free tickets to the Jerry Springer Show, call 312.
I've been smoking weed for 5 straight hours. I'm bound to hit the wrong buttons. Mon Dieu. I took French in high school, and I met my French teacher like years later at like a street festival, and she was asking me if I remembered any French, and I said the only thing I can remember is "Où est le boom, baby?" And she was like, "Oh, that's all you need to know. Where's the party?"
Hi, this is to Mr. Eiffel Tower in the middle here. I hope your ooh-la is better than your la-las because you haven't got anything going for you, mate.
Man, I possessed you to marry that man.
He was nothing like that when I met him.
Waistcoated.
This is not the guy that I know.
For the pimp on the end, my buddies and I were talking, and we got about $100 between us.
Yeah.
Are you staying with her or not?
I'll tell you what you need with $100. You need to buy a little road game for the 3 of you.
Amazing.
That's what I thought. Sit down and shut up.
I got a question for the 14-year-old. Maybe instead of being a prostitute, maybe you should get your education.
Oh, what a big tough guy to get up and talk shit to the 14-year-old. Sit down, clown.
This question is for Pepe Le Pew.
No, not 24 hours. There you go with the Pepe Le Pew.
You should be happy.
Okay.
You should be happy that they're even interested in you.
My comment is for Mr. Nasty. I studied 4 years of French in school and have been to France, and that is the worst French accent I have ever heard
So it is the same guy? That's awesome.
I have a question
We
for
should talk to
Monica.
him.
Now that you're going back home, how are you going to help your sister kind of get herself back
I'm
on
going to
track?
help her the best I can. She's going to quit.
How are you going to do that?
I'm sorry?
How are you going to do that? I'm sorry, how are you going to do that?
We'll figure out a way when we get home. She's going back to school and she's quitting this now.
I mean, the obvious way is every Friday night you got to be with her.
Definitely.
Jerry, my question's for the pimp daddy here. Is he also sleeping with her, or is he just pimping her, or what's the deal with that?
What did you say there, redneck?
I said, are you sleeping with the 12-year-old or the 14-year-old, or are you just pimping her? What's your
Look
deal?
at my old lady, boy. I ain't got to sleep with no whores.
Well, then
I
what are
ain't
you
got
doing
to.
pimping
can just
her
sell
out?
them.
I don't have to sleep
I
with
just
no
sell them.
whores.
I don't have to sleep with them. I just sell them.
Oh my God. Classic.
Do you hear that? He's calling you a whore.
No, it's a hoe, Jerry.
A hoe? Oh, well, that's okay.
Oh
then.
no.
Because the way
that couldn't have been Steve then. What's happening? Steve's up on the stage now. Who was the Steve doppelganger?
my wife just acted. I believe she's the only whore on this stage taking her clothes off. Taking her clothes off like that in front of all these men. That ain't right.
My turn. Mine's for the child here. You wouldn't want your baby, if you're pregnant, you wouldn't want your baby doing that, would you? And you just need to leave the children alone, dude.
What you gonna do about it, redneck man?
Whenever I feel like it.
Yeah.
What's up?
Like, to me, that would be that's really the only reason I ever, like, even, like, thought about getting into wrestling. Like, the actual, like, the booking is cool and everything, but for me, I would just want to do, like, it'd be strictly about the crowd interaction.
Let me tell you something, fat boy. If it wasn't for guys like me, guys like you would never get
At least I know how to treat women.
Hi, this is for the guy right there. He is very disrespectful to women. Monica, you you really need to find someone else. Sweetie, it is so much more to life than selling your body. Been there, done that.
Yeah, I know
and
you
you
have.
know what? Mr. Ooh la 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 la. Trish, young lady, you guys are beautiful women, and evidently you kissed the wrong frog because he didn't turn into a prince.
Kissed the wrong frog. Wow, a racial slur. Classy.
I just want to know why this House of Pain looking fool right here can teach her how to hoe, but he can't teach her safe sex.
Hey, man, look, I didn't teach her how to hoe, man. I didn't teach her nothing about being a hoe. She come to me, I figured out how to make a little money. What she does when she gets them in the room, I don't give a damn. I just want the money, and that's all the bottom line is.
What makes you any different than a child molester if you're taking and prostituting her?
Sounds like Purple. Man, what do you do? How does that make you any different, man?
I'll be back for the final four.
By the way, Purple, I guess, was the cameraman for VP's recent, like, spicy photo shoot she's been hyping up. And someone in chat said that based on the pictures that and this is not my opinion, was chat's opinion. Someone in chat said that based on the pictures that VP showed the chat, that Purple couldn't have been the person who took the pictures because Purple has one eye, and whoever took those pictures couldn't have any eyes at all.
Dare to be dysfunctional. Come join us in our studio audience for your free ticket.
Thank you. Let me take this opportunity to thank you all for being with us. I hope that, I really hope you can straighten out your lives and you have some sense of fulfillment with them. Good luck.
Oh, the episode's up? Oh, you found it, ATF Media. Nice.
To you. You know, there's nothing much we can glean from this story of prostitution and what it does to the lives and relationships of those who choose this as a living. Obviously, the money can be good, quick and easy, but the cost in danger, self-esteem, reputation, and one's life in general is too high for anyone to seriously think that this is a good and productive choice of lifestyle. But what makes today's show particularly poignant is the 14-year-old, too young to be throwing her life away. But here's the saddest point. She's probably too old to change very much, certainly not without incredible effort. You see, the truth is, the teenage years are already too...
Lalo driving would be weird, I think.
Too late to start parenting. Most of what we are and what we are to become is determined by the raising we get in the early years, the formative years, childhood and adolescence. The truth is, if a child isn't being raised, loved, nurtured, and disciplined from day one, it's a little late to start figuring out what to do when she's selling her body at 14. Let's hope it's not too late. This show isn't about prostitution. It's about raising a child. Till next time, take care of yourself and each other.
You want to, I don't know, what do we got? I got a little bit of time left. What do we want to do? Did I find anything recently? Oh, here's an interesting video that I found. John Thornton. Hold on, what's it called? Cops asked me. Let's see if we can find this. Okay, check out the title to this video. Cops asked me if I wanted to do this the hard way. I said sure.
Here I am, live on a video with the state police behind me. Because I was at a stoplight and the kids were crossing the road. Here we go.
6 subscribers, by the way. But this video actually got out into the algorithm, 1.7K views.
So, let's see what happens now. Oh. So what do you need?
You're also being recorded. Just
Good. I'm glad.
Perfect.
So
okay.
what do you mean
So
you want to do it the hard way?
The hard way?
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to be nice, okay? And just
I was trying to be nice to the kids.
You know what? You weren't, okay?
I was paying attention to the guy.
Disrespectful, okay? And
no, I'm not being disrespectful. I'm trying to explain to you.
Hang on a second. Okay, hang on a second. Hang on.
No.
All right. See? You know what? You have an attitude.
Yeah, I do.
You're being disrespectful.
Because you're not telling the truth. Cops never tell the truth.
Who does?
The cops.
Well, that's your opinion, and
I have an opinion. That's right.
You never tell the truth.
Tell you have a bad attitude. Okay.
That's right. Okay.
There are two things you did. Okay, 2 things you did, and if you'd be so kind to let me explain to you the 2 things you did.
Explain.
Okay. You keep abruptly braking, which is dangerous. Okay, and then back there, I caught you. Okay, well, actually not caught you because you're not doing anything wrong. It's just not. It's inattention almost in a way. I caught you staring off to the left. When you're claiming that the children were not on the crosswalk or were not on the sidewalk, and they're all the way to the right, so that's why I know. And there's not really
because the other lady with the kids
I'm not
were
done
over
talking,
that
sir.
side.
I will let you explain your side of the story. Let me finish mine, and I will gladly actually allow you to speak as well. Okay, this is how a civil conversation goes. Okay. Okay.
What law did I break?
What's that?
What traffic law did I break?
It's inattention. Okay, so you're abruptly braking. Okay, all right. That's actually I could articulate. That's almost reckless driving in a way because by abruptly braking, you could theoretically almost cause that.
Low and Prawn. That's kind of that'd be a good match, I think. Same energy.
Accident for no good reason whatsoever. Okay, but again, I'm not trying to bust your chops here. I'm just letting you know those are the 2 things I saw you doing, and just pay better attention. That's the only thing I said. And you copped an attitude, and now I know you have an attitude because you're accusing me, okay, someone you don't know, of being a bad cop because all cops lie apparently.
That's right, they do. I've seen that.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry you've seen that. That's not me. That's not the way me and my compadres or my coworkers operate here down the State Police of Medford. So I take offense to that when you don't even know me and you've never even actually seen.
And you don't even know me.
I never
And
said you're
I'm
a bad
just turning
person.
around and I'm seeing kids.
I never said you're a bad
seeing
person.
kids
but
trying to cross the street.
I never said you're a bad person.
Yeah, I believe that's what happened. Or he felt like he was brake checking. He thought he was helping by brake checking to slow people down, I guess, and the cop didn't appreciate it.
You're accusing me of being a liar, and you don't even know.
What cops do? Cops do lie. Watch YouTube.
Unfortunately, that's how bad you
see
sound, okay, on your own camera.
Yeah.
So that's very, very bad of you.
All right.
Okay, so do me a favor, grab me license registration, please, if you don't mind. Thank you. And you still reside at this residence?
Yes, sir. Still am.
Veteran?
Yes, I am, sir.
Me too. What branch, sir?
Navy.
Navy? So you want to hear a quick funny story? Since we got the rough part out of the way? Yes or no?
Go ahead.
You guys used to actually cart us around it, if you can guess my branch.
A Marine. Seagull and bellhops.
See, I like that one. Give me that one.
Seagull and bellhops.
Wow, what a happy ending we're moving toward here.
Since you're a veteran, okay, you know what? My whole thing, okay, and I do this day in and day out. I hate, and you know what? I'm glad you have this on camera. I don't like giving out tickets. I don't even give out actually many. I like just to have a conversation with people roadside, and that, John, that's all I was trying to do back there. Okay, so I'm sorry we got off to a rough patch. Okay, but I just wanted to explain to you those two things. Okay, that could potentially be dangerous. Okay, well, one could be.
Now, this is actually, I'm not saying it would work, nothing works universally, but he did actually at least put in effort to de-escalate, which we don't see too often in the body cam videos.
Slight inattention. I just wanted you to be aware.
So how long were you behind me with the old man
he's
sitting
still
on
going.
the corner?
No.
Waiting all the kids? That's what
the
I was
initial
looking over there
crosswalker.
for.
The initial crosswalker.
The old lady with the little kids?
Nope. The initial crosswalker. When he was stopping traffic and directing traffic, which he shouldn't be doing anyways.
Right.
Yeah. So a little bit actually before that, but okay. So just do me a favor.
I'm still letting
John,
the kids get on the sidewalk
you know
before
what?
I take off.
Yeah, I get that.
Regardless
Okay?
of the lights
100%.
green or not.
100%. And you know what? I'm glad you do, and I do the same thing. What I saw was that they were already in the sidewalk, and you were just glancing off into space. That's all I saw. Again, it's not a crime. I beat my horn to make you aware. Okay,
Well, you hit the siren.
that you're exactly the siren.
That's why I thought you were pulling me over. That's why I pulled over there.
No, but you know what? And I understand that. Okay, it was just the wrong button pushed. Okay, I meant to push my horn, which was to remind you, hey, you got a green light. Stop staring into space and just proceed forward. But I'm glad you do stop at children because I do as well, and I'm glad you even take your time. Okay, for them to get on the sidewalk because that's what I want to see.
What a wholesome video.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, let's see here.
Hey, shut up. You're a freaking idiot. Mr. Shop. Doctor, my dick. Hey, Warren.
Code Vu Cam video.
Hey, Warren. Hey, Warren. You want to say hit a mic?
Pencil dick. What I stick my dick in a girl when it's hard like this. I stick my dick with my pencil dick when it's hard like this. I got my hard dick. It's a pencil dick. I stick this in the woman's crotch. I stick my pencil dick, when it's hard like this. My dogs like pencil dicks.
What?
Watch them eat them.
Oh no! What? What's all the? How many dogs are? Oh my God! There keep being more dogs. Where are they all coming from?
My dogs like pencil dicks. They like pencil dicks. My dog like pencil dicks, just like me. My dog like pencil dicks. My dog like pencil dicks, just like me.
What the fuck is going on?
I chew on my pencil dick. I chew on my pencil dick. I chew on my pencil dick. My fingers are just like me, idiot. I wish I could suck my pencil dick.
Wow.
I suck on my own pencil dick, idiots.
How many dogs does this guy have in this? He's in a hotel room, right? It has to be.
Welcome to Pencil Dick Nation, idiots. What? Watch what so-and-so put up. That's all she does. She's a joke. She's pathetic. She doesn't even deserve a YouTube channel. You know what? You might as well just go commit suicide, Lauren, because no one really even likes you. Boom! Whoa, he said it. I said it.
Who's this guy? I don't think I recognize him.
That's right, I said it. Go commit suicide. You dumb bucking fat goofy bitch. I like Mike though. I like your. You know what? Why don't you change your channel to Mike, Really Mike? Then I'll resubscribe back. Until then, go fucking jump off a cliff, idiot. Period. Idiot.
Oh, is that who that is? See, I didn't. I missed all that.
Bang tang little freaks. Now that I've got your fucking attention, idiots. What the fuck's going on out there? You're pregnant? Probably pregnant with my kid. I probably fucked you in a one-night stand, sweet bitch. One of you is probably gonna take off. No, not naked. I'm not naked. I know they get hard. Oh my God, you guys! I can't keep up with your comments. God damn it! I know they get hard. Oh my God, you guys! I can't keep up with your comments. God damn it! Poon, Mr. Jones has a doodle love boner right now. Mr. Jones probably does have a poodle love boner because Mr. Jones has donated to me multiple times in sympathy, so he says. But I believe they're endowment donations. He donates because he's in love with me. That's right, I said it. Mr. Jones, I think, is in love with me, and he wants to cream in my butthole so he can pretend I'm pregnant. I don't know what he's thinking, but he thinks weird shit. So there's that. God, you guys are really cool. I got it out. I turned it off. Look at that fire. Baby, help me cook the food. I don't know what to do. If you're not on that, I turned it away so it wouldn't show you. Well, because you're over there. You should be over here with me. How do I turn off the fire? It burned. It caught fire. A flame, like an 8-foot. It's about a foot-high flame. It was about a 7-inch flame.
Stop it. Stop it. You're drunk. Stop it.
God damn it. No, not God damn it. Come on, make love to me, baby.
Oh my god.
Please stop.
Wow.
Gosh. I have a kid on there. Or make sure. Oh, shut up. Idiots.
What the hell's going on these channels?
Oh, God. I don't want to talk about it. What just happened didn't happen.
I'm back.
Deleted from the stream.
What? What happened? I just got back.
Oh, good. Don't rewind it.
I
my
know
wife
that
mentioned
shit.
it.
Just restart it or whatever. Everybody already clipped it, whatever the fuck you did.
I caught a make-believe pyro.
Yeah, that seemed pretty real.
Fucking thought it was real.
Up in DMs, bitch. Fire. Shut your goddamn ass up. You know what? Yeah. I said it. Shut your fucking bitch ass. Shut your fucking ass up in fucking Discord. No. I bitch and you're fucking this and that and you know, like fuck you.
Yeah, I heard I can't remember if I heard that he got arrested or that he was in jail, but yeah, I heard about that.
Fuck, you know, yeah. Bitch.
I'm tired of these people, man. No, but I still can't sit. Let me fucking do what I want to fucking do. If you had this passion for a dame, I'm sure you feel the same.
The cool cat.
No,
But I gotta go outside.
What the fuck, Dream?
I've only known.
We know who this is. This guy's a cool cat.
Dude, Dream. I've known you for 6 fucking years. So what is?
I'll be
what
back. I gotta go put this chicken outside.
What's going on with you, man?
Things that I've been informed
Chris,
on.
what do you do? What do you do whenever you're?
What?
Talk to RFD. I'm not EFD, PFR.
Repeat.
Okay, I'm here.
You and Dream, you EFD and Dream team, bunch of fucking losers. What the fuck?
Oh, that guy? Hey, that guy. Why don't you go play with your wife's stinky pussy? She said that. She said that. She said that.
But she loves you, and you love her. You need to be friends.
I want to be friends with her again. I don't want to fight
Well,
with
friends don't call each other the N-word.
I don't want to call you.
Legeno?
I'm not sure what the rules are, but that wasn't nice.
I'm sorry. What's her name?
Yeah,
Tiffany. Her real
Tiffany.
name. Jennifer.
I'm not going to say her real name, Dream. Come on.
Say her real name. I forgot what it was.
Well, fuck
Jessica.
you.
Jennifer.
Something like that. Jennifer. We'll go with Jennifer.
Jennifer. I'm sorry. Jessica. Jenny. Whatever your fucking nappy-haired ass fucking black.
No, not
big
nappy
bird-
hair.
No, don't say that, Dream. Don't say that.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for making fun of your little buckwheat-looking kid.
No, not.
Oh my
No,
god.
don't say that,
Whoa,
Dream.
man, this is wild as hell.
You know what? I would fucking come inside you and give
There
you
you go.
another
Use your
little
romantic words, not
There
your
you go.
racial words.
That's what I'm talking about.
Romantic.
Dude, my god. Holy shit. Okay, let's do a live react to the haircut. Are they on Thorpe TV or the other one? Legeno's in like so many panels. Here we go. Oh my god. Am I already seeing this? Oh no. Oh no. Hang on a second. I have to mentally prepare for a moment. Bear with me during this, during these unprecedented times. Please bear with me. Okay, hang on. All right, we ready to do this? All right, here we go.
Let's see. Oh my gosh, tell my hair. I think that little bitty piece here. This one, like.
Let's go back a bit.
What do you guys think? She's new.
Oh, my internet's like running so slow right now.
I do look totally different. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
I think I'm seeing it. Let me ask you a question about the bangs. What do you think about like making them a little more curtainy, like shorter? No.
I think we can take weight out of them first before making them shorter, especially if
Uh-oh.
you. I mean, we can make them a little bit shorter. I just wouldn't go any higher than your cheekbone. This is kind of where I would stick them.
Because it's gonna be just stick.
Whoops. I've got two things open and it's like freezing on me.
Around me are familiar faces, worn out places,
Why can't I
worn
play
out
this?
faces, bright and early for their daily races, going nowhere, going nowhere. The tears are filling up their glasses, no expression, no expression. Hide my head, I wanna drown my sorrow.
Oh my god.
No tomorrow. I always think I want curtain bangs and then I don't. And I find it kind of funny. I find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you. I find it hard to take. When people run in circles, it's a very, very mad children waiting for the day.
Wow.
Well, that's kind of like the, that seems to be the general sentiment in chat, is that it's like a 50s housewife aesthetic.
Big change. Wow. That's adorable. Perfect for summer. Thank you.
You're so
Thank you so
welcome.
much.
Yeah, and there's also a mirror here if you want to see the back or side of it. So you can get a good 360. There you go. I don't know how good your eyesight is. Gravity would be much closer than that.
Ben says looks great. L. Jim says will look great when greasy.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yay! You like it, I love it.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
It's giving Courtney, somebody said.
Looking at you, so gorgeous.
What do we think? What do we think? The back looks amazing. It's really good.
Somebody said tell her about the helmet you're about to put on.
Mommy?
Lesbian donos will skyrocket, ZXV says.
It's giving Amélie. You know that movie?
What was that?
Amélie.
Emelina?
It's
It's a movie about a French girl. She has a bob.
I was gonna say the way you said it kind of reminded me of I used to watch this show called Madeline. Do you remember her? It was like.
I mean, I know Madeline, the kids book.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh.
Whenever you said that, I don't know why that's the first.
Oh yeah. That's also French. Yeah. It looks good. Won't lie. Thank you, chat. Thank you for coming with me to Marie's Beauty Bar. Marie's.
Is who working with a B cup?
Looks cute. Now pick up the kids from soccer practice. No, it's French. It's summery. It's not.
Hey girl, just say that you're a hot mom.
I'm a soccer mom.
Alright, and then whenever you're ready, it'll be 50 even.
Okay, here we go.
And you can have it, chip it.
Can I have a tip with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
Somebody said Grace looks like Julia Stiles now.
Sorry, that's a hotel card. My bad.
I was like, I've never seen a
Here
card
you
like
go.
this. Wow.
No chip.
Yeah.
Wow,
Like,
that's
no tab,
unique.
no nothing. But I can totally see how this is just like very white like that. It
Yeah.
would be the same.
Excuse me. It should work with the chip or even tap.
Okay, there it goes. This thing is so old, it's probably my chip reader. It's all beat up.
Oh, okay.
Okay, there you go.
Okay,
and then there's going to be a tip and a sign page there for you.
Yeah, for real, man.
Oh, Easter treats and clippies.
Put some respect on the C cuppers.
Okay, there you go. All right, Miss Grace. And don't forget that. There you go.
Thank you so much. Shout out. I will tag you. Do you have Twitter?
No, I don't have
Just Facebook?
Twitter, Facebook or Instagram. Let me give you one of my cards.
Okay.
Yeah, Courtney is the overwhelming opinion of chat.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah. Oh, I
Okay.
think it's X now. I'm sorry. Whenever you said Twitter, I was like, no, I don't have Twitter. But it's X. Yeah,
X. You have X.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I'll find you. I'll tag you.
Yeah, so nice
Thank
meeting
you so
guys.
much. Thank you for the haircut. Beautiful salon. Thank you for letting me film here.
For sure. Y'all have a safe
Salon.
travel
Thank
now.
you so much. You too. Fuck, I did that too. Damn it. Oh, the bike's toast.
Can you remember her through the emotes? Yeah.
Oh, man. All right, chat. How much did you tip her? 20%. I gave her 20% tip. Woohoo! We looking different out here, boy. We looking different. This shit is crazy. The wind is still crazy.
Whoa! Wow! Jeez! What a view! Oh my God! Was that Ben's idea too? God, man. What a show. And to think I was considering just watching a Savvy Guy.
Alright. I need to go somewhere where it's less windy so we can properly appraise.
Dude McBoob.
Can I be allowed to be 100% agnostic about your haircut? No, not after you encouraged it. Nope. You're the one who said I had to do this. You have to say it looks beautiful. That's not how this works. Everybody in chat.
Can you lick your
Can I get
nipples?
your shade
Wow,
close,
dude.
please? I can't see anything. Everybody
Oh my
in
gosh.
chat has to say that it looks totally gorgeous because this is what I wanted. Oh, there's my water.
All right, let's.
Oh, fuck it.
I want to watch a Savvy Guy.
Okay.
I want to close with SG. And I don't think we're gonna ever have a better one than I to just get right out of the gate, then I would not allow my children to listen to rap.
What's going on, guys? Today is Wednesday, April 2nd. How you guys doing today? I hope everybody's doing okay today. Coming at you guys with a
Yeah, remind me after this is over, Anand J, and we'll watch it.
quick little presentation.
All right, ATF Media.
In this presentation,
George Dorinda tomorrow, Megasode. Primetime Megasode.
here,
Super Tour.
I want to talk to you guys about in this presentation, I just want to talk to you guys about, here's what we're going to talk about. I was thinking to myself, if I was a parent, right? And if I had children, I wouldn't allow my kids to listen to rap music. And the reason why I wouldn't allow my children to listen to rap music is because
this is a great one. Oh, yes, the power sip.
Within the African American community, you see how the culture is. You see what this music has done to the culture. You see what this music has done to the people.
He's really on edge. Look at his eyes.
This is why if I was a parent, I wouldn't allow my children to listen to rap. Because rap music, it doesn't promote anything positive. You see all the negative stereotypes that rap music promotes. Nothing good. And this is why, guys, if I was a parent, I would.
Is he just, do you think he sits around and like legitimately gets mad about this, or do you think like he just tries to think up stuff he could talk about for a little bit?
And allow my kids to
like, do you think he's really upset about rap music?
listen to rap? Like back when I was a teenager, my stepfather didn't like me listening to rap. My real dad, you know, he never cared what I listened to or what I entertained. You know, because he's not, you know, very religious like that. But I see why my stepfather didn't like me listening to rap, because it doesn't promote anything positive. When you look at the culture, when you look at, you know, a lot of young brothers today, you know, it's that music is very influential. Of course, our environments and where we grow up have a big, you know, effect on who we transition into being. But I'm telling you, that rap music has a tremendous effect on people. And rap music, it doesn't promote anything.
That would be so awesome if his dad was Stanley Crouch. Savvy Crouch.
Thing positive. And I don't, you know, I see why my stepdad didn't like me listening to rap.
Okay, so when I do my Savvy Guy presentations, do you think a better name for my version of it if I'm Vanilla Guy, or do you think it's better to be Savvy Vanilla?
I mean, that stuff is negative. You know, it's nothing good.
You think
about
he's
rap.
really upset about rap music?
And the conscious rap that's out there, they don't get a lot of airtime because people don't want to hear nothing conscious. They don't want to hear anything that's positive or edifying. And that's why I was just thinking to myself, like, if I was a parent, I just wouldn't allow my kids to listen to.
I like Vanilla Guy because I feel like it ties into his old name, Oreo Man.
To rap, because it just doesn't promote anything good or positive. And we have enough negativity in the world. And I just wouldn't want my kids to be influenced by that stuff. I don't want my kids to take on that mentality. And all of this is if I was a parent, even though I'm not a parent. But if I was a parent, I wouldn't allow my children to listen to rap music because of what it promotes. I'm pretty sure some people that's watching this presentation right now, I'm sure you guys even agree with what I'm saying.
Of course.
If you were a parent, especially in today's age, and you had young children who were very impressionable, because just like I was in my younger days, I was very impressionable. And I was, you know, kids are like a sponge and they soak up anything. So if I was a parent, just being real, I would not, you know, I wouldn't want my...
It's not that he doesn't know how. It's that he literally can't, because how can he have a positive outlook when all he's known is suffering?
Kids to be influenced by that. And I'm pretty sure some of you guys agree as well, because when you look at the culture...
Plus, then I could just be Vanilla Guy, and when I do my Tony Yo-Mans, I can be Vanilla Yo-Man.
And you look at the mentality, what positivity does rap music promote? That's what you got to ask yourself. I mean, what positivity is this music promoting? Is it promoting anything good? I mean, really, what is it doing?
What kind of positivity is OPC Don promoting? Is he really trying to do something beautiful for God if he's trying to shut down a channel that everyone has been like so supportive of and tried to help get going, and then he just pulls the rug because of his hurt feelings?
These are all questions that we as individuals have to ask ourselves. You know? I used to like listening to rap music growing up. I used to love watching videos myself. But I'm just saying, like, kids don't need to be exposed to certain things. And children don't need to hear certain things. I've seen some, you know, young parents, they got their kids listening to all this explicit lyrics, got their kids exposed to any and everything. And then you wonder why the kids grow up to be the way they are. Because you take on the mentality of whoever's raising you. Whoever you become as an adult, that's a reflection of whoever raised you. And whatever seeds that were planted in children when they're young, they're going to blossom when they get older. So, you know, a lot of these parents that have children...
True, Randy.
You know, who just expose their kids to any and everything, they're doing their children a disservice. And this is why you got... This is why these children grow up to be the way they are. This is why they grow up to be the way they are, because they're exposed to any and everything.
Maybe we'll get another one of those in the prime time tomorrow, another performance from that guy, because he was way better than the normal guy.
Children don't need to be exposed to any and everything. That's the problem.
Children,
now.
they don't always.
But you know, you got a lot of young parents, guys. Got a lot of young parents, and a lot of these young parents, you know, they young themselves.
That's going to be my presentation. Children don't always ask to be born.
So you got youngsters raising young kids, and
Mira 004.
That's why you have the problem that you have. But you guys...
But can she do that? Can she play that role if she has Hillary Clinton hair?
Let me know your thoughts. And I know when children get grown, once they become teenagers, they're going to do what they want to do. I understand that. But if I was a parent and I had children, just being real, I was thinking that to myself this morning. I was like, this would be a good topic to talk about. If I had children and if I was a parent, I would not allow my children to listen to rap music.
Mm-hmm.
Because that music doesn't promote nothing good. It promotes everything that's negative.
And if there's one thing that honestly we can say about Savvy Guy is that he does not tolerate negativity. He won't have any part of it.
And that music is the reason why the culture is the way it is. This is the reason why the mentality of the people is the way that it is. Because of that music. But you guys let me know what you think about this. I'm not going to take up too much of
I remember that, Junk. That was an interesting moment.
your time. You guys have a happy Wednesday. I'll talk to you soon. Time is going by fast, guys. Like,
I like it. I like those when he gets in these little moods at the end.
It seemed like it was just summertime just a minute ago.
True,
And look,
Savvy. Everything is definitely going like, it's not only going faster, it's compounding. The speed is compounding as we go.
we already in spring once again. But you guys leave your comments. Make sure you rate, subscribe. You guys.
He does lives, but they're like basically just you just go in and talk to him on Discord.
Guys have a happy day.
Okay, what's the thing? The D&T show. I don't give money to family, period. D&T show. Hold on. Dan and King show. The hell's Peter King? What's the name? Does somebody have the... What's the @ for that page? Does anybody know? It feels like we are moving toward a black hole. Like, it's crazy. Can anybody... I forget I'm on a delay. The D&T show. Don't Unfriend Me show. Marilyn Manson, The Dope show. Did Superman steal the Warner Brothers panel? Oh, there's one of mine. Nice. Okay, what is it? Oh, there we go. Okay. Dan and King show. Okay. Make sure to like and subscribe. Is this it here? Or is this just their countdown? Oh, go to live streams, my bad. This one? Oh boy, here we go. I can already see the wig.
Hey, we're just here. We're just we're here with Mark Fusion Studios. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna do a new thing. We're gonna do live streams where they come around as different streams. At the same time, you're gonna do what we do. Man, we're just getting high. We're just ripping into different things. So everyone, just get it figured out. Come find us. We're gonna do reviews. We're gonna watch Fish Tank. We're gonna do other things. We're gonna be doing things and stuff that you've never saw before. And at the same time, hey, maybe we're going to get high. Not sure yet. But just go ahead, come get these. You can watch wrestling. We do other things. We do things and stuff, and we do things and stuff. Thank you guys for coming around. This is going to be a whole new atmosphere that we're launching into. And just stay launched, stay tuned, and stay dry. Everybody, we're going to get dry. Get wet. I'm not even sure yet. At the same time, we're just going to be doing things and doing stuff.
Accurate.
So stay tuned. We're coming in. We're doing things and stuff. Hope you all have your day well. Fusion out.
Yeah, that was pretty accurate. What was his? Let's watch this one about Nope OPC. That was good. Good work from King on that. Pretty accurate, especially the spiraling into the unknown.
Look at the picture. See the skull, the part of bone removed, the master race Frankenstein radio controls, the Brain Thoughts broadcasting radio, the Eyesight television, the Frankenstein earphone radio, the Threshold brainwash radio, the latest new skull reforming to contain all Frankenstein controls, even in thin skulls of white pedigree males. Visible Frankenstein controls, the synthetic nerve radio directional antenna loop. Make copies for yourself. There is no escape from this worst gangster police state using all of the deadly gangster Frankenstein controls. In 1965, CIA gangster police beat me bloody, dragged me in chains from Kennedy, New York airport. Since then, I hide in forced, jobless poverty, isolated, alone in this low, deadly nigger town old house. The brazen, deadly gangster police and nigger puppet underlings spray me with poison nerve gas from automobile exhausts and even lawnmowers. Deadly assaults, even in my yard, with knives, even bricks and stones, even deadly touch Tabin or electric shock flashlights, even remote electronically controlled around corners projection of deadly touch tarantula spiders, or even bloody murder accidents to shut me up forever with a sneak undetectable extermination, even with trained parroting puppet assassins in maximum security insanity prison for writing these unforgivable truths until my undetectable extermination. I, Francis E. Deck, Esquire, 29 Maple Avenue, Hempstead, New York, I stand alone against your mad, deadly, worldwide conspiratorial gangster.
Yeah, we're not endorsing these statements. They all belong to OPC Don. We're just credit these things being said to OPC Don. We're just watching them for criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Again, these views are OPC Don's, not ours.
Computer god communism with wall-to-wall deadly gangster protection, lifelong sworn conspirators, murder, incorporated organized crime, the police and judges, the deadly sneak parroting puppet gangsters using all the gangster deadly Frankenstein controls. These hangman rope sneak deadly gangsters, the judges and the police trick, trap, rob, wreck, butcher, and murder the people to keep them terrorized in gangster Frankenstein earphone radio slavery for the communist gangster government and con artist parroting puppet gangster playboy scum on top. The secret work of all police in order to maintain a communist closed society.
Well, that was really... I don't know what I thought when we... It's quite a shift in... Is there something to be gleaned from what we just watched in that, like, if you... The tonal shift between the video of King and then the video of this, like, wow, I don't know what I expected. I didn't expect that. What a strange experience, to say the least. Oh my gosh, wow. All right, well, on that note, I'm gonna go. I'll be back tomorrow for a jumbo-sized episode of Primetime. Thank you guys for hanging out, though. I appreciate it. And for all the memberships, I'm so glad that we were able to secure the Chuddy while we were up in that... while we're in these lofty heights, we could get Mike Chuddy permanently unlocked.